Hello and welcome back, everyone. Apologies, I was handling something. Let's get into game here and show just how fast the game loads. We are going to be continuing our Austria run, where we're slowly kind of chipping up, getting stuff done. How's everyone doing today? What are we doing? Hey, good old Bean, how's it going? We'll be tag switching as China. That would be hype. That would be big hype. I mean, we probably could. We probably would have had to prep that, though, a little bit better. You gotta kick Yuan while they're down. They've been down for a hot minute. We would have had to have started stealing maps really early so that we could get vision. Something like this. So, hello there. Alright, so we have, let's maybe look at the diplomacy map mode. You can kind of get an eye of what our expansion has looked like. We haven't done any expansion that's probably better just by attacking people, a lot of people outside the HRE. We attacked Hungary, but they're right next to us. And so, but we have expanded within the HRE, tried to keep the antagonism low. This is kind of stylistic, but to some extent, it's also a way to avoid these super wood-chippery wars where you lose a ton of pops. Although I do think, like, at a certain point, turn and burn becomes better than this low antagonism playing style, which we're probably just going to continue to do. First time not being late to your stream. Thank you for all you've taught. You're very welcome. Have you done Ruthenia yet? I've not. Is there any merit to releasing low-control silver provinces as subjects to be able to quickly employ them up? There is, but I'm not sure that the short-term gain of additional gold is worth the investment of the additional diplomats required to improve relations with and then annex the subject. This was live. How are we doing? We're doing pretty good. We just finished a war with Hungary. We're thinking about attacking Aquileia. We're doing pretty good on the expansion front. On the internals front, a lot of issues with not having a lot of pops. And that just become very obvious when you're playing Hungary. And we're also having poor infrastructure. We can't really spread control to some of our other areas. And so, Zanby87, thank you for the follow, Big Dice. Does Sweden have the classic paradox buffs in the game? Sweden, I can take a quick look. Sweden has really good content. Starting off with 20% infantry power. Generally, power modifiers come in 10%. Hungary, who we just fought, has a 20% cav modifier at the beginning, though, as well. And then peasant to state satisfaction, also a very strong modifier. We have been, if you were here for last episode, we have been hemming and hawing over how to achieve peasant to state satisfaction so we could tax the peasants more, while simultaneously keeping serfdom. So, like, they have an advantage in that regard. Extra government reforms is a very strong modifier. Discipline is very strong. Iron output's kind of whatever. Proximity impact, a very strong modifier. So they basically only have, like, 15% manpower, decent. What's these guys? What do these guys get? It's a heavy cavalry regiment that gets, extra initiative. To be fair, initiative's kind of ass right now, so this would be good if initiative was good. That would be cracked. Kind of a little bit late in terms of age-wise, but what do we get here? More damage done and less damage taken on infantry, and that's not insane for the age. Tools output very strong. Not a lot of people get tools output, and overall RGO's output good. And so they get a lot of things that are very solid. And are generally not that strong because they don't have any pops. What form rules do we have as Austria? Austria and the HRE. Initiative's still bad, boo. It was insane. It was cracked for a little bit. I think in the England video, we talk about it being cracked, and then it's, like, not now. They made battles take... Like, battles used to resolve, like, in, like, a day or something. And now battles are really long, and you have time to reinforce. And if you extend the length of time that battles take, the amount of time it takes to get out of the front, get into engagement starts to matter a whole lot less. And now it's like almost a stone dead modifier. We're kind of annoyed that we have cavalrymen. We have the initiative cav. But that's just because it's earlier in the tree. But I think that what we're going to do is actually change things up slightly. I don't want any extra units we build beyond this to be cavalrymen. So we're going to go heavy cav in the tree instead. Right, so the difference here is that you don't have all those negative modifiers for, like, taking damage, but you don't have the extra initiative. Is, like, the key difference here. Like, you don't take the extra damage. So, here, I gotta check something real quick. Okay. Alright, let's get started. We are integrating Salzburg here. As well. But let's take a quick look at formables, I suppose, because someone asked about it. No new tech or advances for the HRE, but that's kind of whatever. And I do think HRE is tier 4, so if we form HRE, we can't form Germany, I think? I can't remember if you can form laterally. I know you can't form down. But for Germany, proximity impact very strong. Trade range and maintenance decent. And then stability impact cost minus 20%. Kind of okay. Makes you want to pay for the slider. What modifiers do we have for that right now? I think it's on here. Yeah, we don't have any modifiers. You get a lot of decreased stab cost modifiers, paying for stab becomes very attractive. But we do not have any. Are we? Yeah, we are drilling. Here. Is the game really that unstable? We crashed once in a 10-hour session yesterday. It's usually when people ask is something, a lot of people have different understandings of what stuff means, so it's always kind of hard to answer questions. I don't think it's that unstable. I think the state the game was in last week, before recent updates, was very, very unstable, but it's not in that state right now. I've had access to the game for extended periods of time, and some of those times it's been very unstable, and some of the times it's not. It's not like it's always been, like, it's not like instability is like 100, and then it slowly drops, you know? Usually instability is caused by bugs, and sometimes bugs are very pervasive and trigger very often, and sometimes they don't, and sometimes you create a bug, and when a bug is created in some way, then if you don't resolve it, and it's one that causes a lot of crashes, then the game becomes very unstable. There doesn't seem to be a ton of bugs, as far as I could tell, in this version. I think that Battervane has to probably be better because it's close to the capital. I don't know where the other location was. OPV review made to seem unpolished. Yeah, the take that it's somehow more less polished than Vicky was on release is insane. I don't know. I'm pretty far away from him on that. If you want to argue that it's like not fully polished, then I would probably agree with that. But I also think that the standard of being like completely fully polished for like strategy games is like, it's not gonna have like the level of polish of like EU4. Like, what's the standard here? Like, is it punching above the 50% line for like the genre, or is it punching below the 50% line? And I think it's punching above the 50% line, but for example, the as far as I know, there's this bug that's like really kind of annoying from the perspective of colonization, where if your colonist dies, replacing them is difficult. Hey, thank you for the 20 knock. I keep hearing one thing about EU5, unpolished. It depends what your criteria is. I do not think it has the same polish as a game that's been out for a decade and being supported by Paradox, if that's the criteria. Yeah. I have 1,000 hours of Vic 3. How long do you think I'll be able to start EU5? Never played EU5. I don't know. I only have 1,400 hours. If you're really skeptic, save your cash? Yeah. Yeah, like, there's definitely stuff where I'm like, that's a bit of an issue. I think people on the forums were complaining about, like, colonization just happening a ton in Africa, and, like, all of the Congo getting colonized, and, like, to some extent, like, balance and, like, fiddliness are, not necessarily fully, resolved. Or let's say, used to be the case that the AI wouldn't colonize at all, and what would happen is they'd start colonizing a chunk of Africa, and they would just buzzsaw wood chipper their pops into a malaria pit. And, like, the malaria would kill them very, very quickly, and they would never get anything colonized, and nothing would ever happen. It seems now that the malaria penalty they just took it off, and so now they just, like, colonize super fast, but they are actually colonizing. So, like, in creating solutions for one issue, they create a different issue, right? In that you have AI that wouldn't colonize at all, and now it colonizes a ton, and it gets all of Africa, and maybe that's an issue, and that's because the malaria stuff. So, okay, the solution is probably to bring the malaria stuff back, but then make it so that the AI really doesn't like colonizing malaria provinces. And create some sort of mechanic like that. But also, it was the case that the AI kind of colonized in, like, the April version. And then there was way too much money in the April version, so they nerfed the economy. Well, when they nerfed the economy in the April version, the AI stopped colonizing, because the biggest driver of if you're going to colonize is how much money you have. And so they stopped colonizing entirely. And then it's like the AI is not colonizing, okay, and then they make the AI much, much better at handling the economy, especially with the nerfs, and then it starts colonizing again a bunch. And so, like, when you solve, like, one thing, you create another thing, and it's not like this, like, it's not like you're running down a checklist of issues you're, like, solving in game development. It's that, like, you're playing whack-a-mole. Like, it's not like we fixed this, we fixed this, we fixed this. It's like, we fixed this, and now this. What do you think about complaints about game length? It depends what you mean. It takes a long time to finish a campaign. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? And then, secondly, like, you can usually become very, very strong in the first 200 years. I prefer the AI to offer more resistance, but also, seeing where the AI was at 2 months ago versus now, the AI gives way more resistance. So Castile, I recall, like, a couple months ago, in one of my runs, it took them 200 years to double their tax base. It's quadrupled, and it's like 60 years in. Right? So the AI's gotten way, way better. And, like, okay, well, what's your criteria for polished? In terms of, like, AI? And, like, it's like, okay, well, we can think through this. If you go and download 1.0 Vic 3 and play versus the AI. The AI was, like, completely absent. And you could just run over them. And so, like, I think the notion that it's like the AI, like, actually just stood still and you just got to do your thing. You almost called tax-based GDP, basically. And so, like, the notion that, like, I don't know, I don't know. I'd have to hear OPB's argument, specifically what he's pointing to when he says it's somehow less polished than Vic 3 on release Vic 3. But, like, I just, like, I don't see the angle where that's, like, possibly a conclusion that makes sense. Like, the UI was so bad for Vic 3 on release. It took so long to do what you wanted to do. There was the macro builder didn't show development, so you used to have to check each individual location, or not development. It used to not show infrastructure, so you had to check each individual location for infrastructure. I mean, I guess you have to kind of do a lot of clicking now, but I think it's just that OPB, like, I don't know. I feel like he doesn't remember release Vic 3 if he thinks that is more polished. Try 1.0 March of the Eagles, unplayable. Yeah, like, I don't know, like, and if he's complaining about emergent, like, kind of systems and this type of thing, does anyone remember, you could go multiculturalism in the first, like, year, in release Vic 3, and then you could siphon off the entire population of the world, like, very, very quickly. I don't know what I don't know. I would need to know what the angle is, I guess. I don't know why he thinks that it. Or even if he specified Vic 3. Did he even specify Vic 3? I think I was reading some comment that he doesn't even specify Vic 3. He just says, then any Paradox game sets X. Which, like, implicitly includes Vic 3, but, like... I know what Vic 3 was like on release. Or, I guess maybe my memory has, like, kind of... we're looking for... diplomatic actions here. And looking to cancel relations with people we already have like 200 with. To rake back some of this. We're improving relations in a lot of spots. I guess it's just that. You know what, we're gonna expand out the silver all the way, just because what's gonna happen is we're gonna forget to expand it. And it's going to be more optimal to waste money now than it is to, like, fail to expand it when it finishes employing up the laborers. U4 had so little on release. Yeah, but that's a content thing. I don't think that's what he means by polish. I don't know what he means by polish. I guess I would have to know what he means. Like, and to some extent, people reporting to me is, like, the phone tag or something. I think OPB equates polish to bugs more than balance. Yeah. Well, trying to remember Vic 3, how much I crashed on day one. I mean, I streamed Vic 3 day one. I think I crashed, like, day one. He says since Hoey 2, which implicitly includes Vic 3. Yeah, but he's not, like, calling out Vic 3. OPB is uncontroversial in the takes of the past, like DLCs, for some CK3 DLCs, like, Roads to Power. I don't know. I think OPB is smart, though. I just don't know what he's cooking. Like, with that comparison specifically, I feel like... I can't really comment that well on, like, CK3. I feel like, or most Paradox games, like, comment on their release. We're gonna keep that guy around. He's so good. But I feel like I remember Vic 3 on release, and like, is polish like literally just like how often you crash? He glazed EU5 though. Yeah, I didn't hear any about the glaze at all. All I heard was that he said it's less polished. So maybe that's yeah. Game dev and programming is the world's biggest game of whack-a-mole. Yeah, kind of like seeing it like more from the inside has given me like a different sort of perspective, where I'm like, okay, like the notion of, like, them colonizing Africa isn't like a singular issue that like they've witnessed. Like, let's say this is an issue that Congo all gets colonized very quickly, right? This isn't like a singular issue that's not connected to other things. And like, you're trying to solve the fact that the AI doesn't colonize at all, right? And this is so much of an upgrade relative to them not colonizing at all that the problem is that they colonize like too well. And like, which would you rather have in your like map game? Like, with that the AI is colonizing everything, or it just doesn't do it? Like, which, to be fair, if maybe that's what you're pointing to in lack of polish. I feel like the word polish is to refer to only bugginess is just like, I would not... I would just say bugginess, or, like, this type of thing. For me, like, yeah, I don't know. I would have to... OPB and I might have different understandings what the word polish means as well. Just, like, on its face, the claim that EU5, like, on release is going to be less polished than Vic 3, like, just seems crazy. I mean, Vic 3 now is more polished than EU5. But we're talking about release Vic 3. Yeah. You can see from the gameplay it's 10x better than Civ 7 was released. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, like, you guys have seen me playing the game. I mean, to be fair, I know where everything is. If by polish he means that the UI is, like, difficult to, like, figure out and, like, navigate if you've never played and, like, something like this, maybe? I don't know. Like, I'm kind of moving through the UI very quickly, and you guys might not have an appreciation for, like, how much memory of some of this stuff is. Do you feel about the revolt system too frequent, too infrequent? The AI is kind of bad at clicking buttons in parliaments, so they revolt too frequently, but, like, if you're careful about the way you conduct your parliaments, it's not too frequent, I don't think. But that's, like, a pretty big, like, asterisk. Like, the AI doesn't do it very well. This guy's getting extra allies. Ooh, we don't want to fight the Papal States. What's going on there? Let's start generating favors with the Papal States. And if someone's over 150 and is not, like a subject, we're just gonna do that, I think. Are we improving relations with them? We're not. Let's do that. I don't think we have a lot of population. Yeah, so one of the reasons we're not urbanizing super quickly is we don't have a lot of population, and the urban centers, like, aren't exactly, brimming with, like, really profitable opportunities. Although the jewelers, we should probably figure out another location for the jewelers. I don't know, that's probably just, like, a weak opening to have to the stream, just, like, responding to the OPB question, or the question of, like, balance. Hey! Alexander Furious, thank you for the raid, big nice. What's up, my man? Are you winning? We're trying. We're trying to think where we should have a location to produce jewelry. And we want production efficiency bonus. See, in the overall, like, aggregate demand for jewelry, it's not that high, so I kind of don't want to blast jewelry in provinces where I'm not going to have the production bonus, considering we have 2 silver piles. But, like, I guess we can come here and urbanize this. I think we urbanize the sturdy grains eventually, too. Just the thing is, the sturdy grains is going to have, like, perma-bad dev, because we're looking at hills, right, and woods. So, the woods is going to give, I think they changed the numbers a little bit, minus 20%, and the hills is going to give, minus, 25%. If you want every province, there will be no hug boxes. Does feel silly, though. Hey! Welcome, welcome, Raiders. We'd be able to provide all the polls with copies in? Yeah. Just saw the Raiders chat in addition to the raid. Yeah, this is like maybe such a little thing to agonize over. We can also just take a look down here. We haven't really thought about urbanizing that heavily down here, but we really don't have that many pops. We have some on the sand tile, but we have this urbanized. We have the 2 farmlands urbanized. that are gonna decently dev up. I think that's probably okay with what we're getting for now. We would get more pop growth, actually, if we had more food capacity. So maybe we kind of lean into that. We don't want to add these specifically in the capital, but I think everywhere else we could add. And then these consume a ton of masonry, just generally. So we could add a little bit of masonry. Zycom26, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. ADS Frid, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Much appreciated. And then we could go for something like this. Add. Is that the capital? That is the capital. The reason why we're stacking in particular provinces is because we're caring about where it has stone or clay. Because we will get a production efficiency bonus there. So that's why we're kind of building up. Also, we get economies of scale bonuses on these as well. So you can see 20% production efficiency, right? And part of it is there's stone in there. And then if we look at an area where I think we had like one level over here or something, 6% production efficiency, which means that, like, you know, we care more about just overall output, but we're getting 106% of a building versus, you know, 120% of a building. Hey Matt, how's it going? Thank you, thank you. So, dynamic naming around the acceptance of Hungarian pops. I don't know if it's like you accept them and they do that. We have some good provinces coming in kind of the near future. We could think through that, I guess, but actually we don't care if we are the one producing the masonry versus our subject, because it's really not about the amount of money we make, it's more about just making sure that it's present. So we could even do that and expand it in our subject a little bit as well. And so these extra granaries will give us pop growth bonus. I think you guys can see that. It's not cut off. But large food storage in province, 0.02. We'd want that to be bigger. You also get a decent amount from farming villages as well. Like 100. I think it's like 200 for granaries. On a construction basis, it might be actually a little bit more efficient to build farming villages, but we don't really know too many places that we want the farming villages other than these two locations. Like, which places we're for sure keeping rural. It's very likely that we keep the cow rural there. I don't think it's on a river. And we would more want to urbanize the wheat for a couple reasons. One, it's grasslands, flatlands, and keeping one thing open and being food oriented is nice from the perspective of net food for the provinces. And so we could build a farming village there. And farming villages we want on food RGO specifically. If they don't have a food RGO, we're probably going to build a market village. And so, yeah. We could also do it on this wheat, or the beeswax even. Beeswax does produce food, not a lot. We could also build it on this wheat here. I don't think we're urbanizing the mountain forest, to be fair. In general, we will urbanize wheat more often than livestock, though. This is one of the more urbanizable things, but I think we honestly just leave this entire province rural. But I guess if there's any location we do urbanize, it would be the wheat. I think we're not urbanizing on the mountain forest here, because looking at the province, there's other stuff that's much better to urbanize, like every other location, so let's do that there. So trying to just scrape out a little bit of extra pop growth here. What are your PC specs? Oh, I always forget them. I think we have like 9800X 3D on the processor and like 16 gigabyte graphics card, like 4090 something. I don't know. What's your favorite RGO with your reasoning behind being actual usefulness? Favorite RGO? I guess I like wool because it like is really like multifacetedly useful. Maybe, but you asked other than usefulness. Like pure aesthetic, what's the best resource? I like the green on the map of cloves. It's got a pretty sick color on the RGO when you like look at it. Majapai it. Unsubscribe. Womp womp. When you urbanize a rural area, does it get rid of the good? So you get plus 100% max RGO level, so you don't want to urbanize places with really good RGOs. He entirely missed my question. Oh, he's getting it to now. Green close, yeah. Why do you want to urbanize on the wheat? Well, so sometimes you want to have at least one urban location per province. This is the province. And we're looking at this province and being like, yeah, I mean, it's all mountainous except for the hills, woods. And the stuff that's not mountainous has, like, generally speaking, I don't like building over silver or iron or wool. And livestock is like wheat, except it's good in terms of production as well. Like, they're both 8 food, but wheat is base price 1, livestock's base price 1.5, and livestock gets used in the tanneries. And so, hey, thank you for the prime sub, Marta Barda. Much appreciated. And so, generals give new spec numbers every day. Yeah, I don't know what they are. Maybe it's a 7800. I don't know. But the idea is we probably want one urban area in the province, and which one's the best, and in truth they all kind of suck because they're never going to have really high development because the mountains. So it's, I don't know. Maybe we won't ever urbanize it. Another thing is, like, we could look at pops, you know, in terms of what's going on. We're getting ready to turn this place into, there we go, marriage union. We were expecting. Okay. Now this is just a marriage union, it's not a personal union. Do we have the same heir? We do, so when both the characters die, both this character and this character, when the ruler is the same, then we will have a personal union. And of course there's fiddliness where, like, it might not shake out that way, but that is us with one of the electors here. But also we have a defensive alliance effectively with them. Argalast, thank you for the follow, or thank you for the prime sub. Much appreciated. When can we expect a spreadsheet? Jump scares. I did a spreadsheet morning this morning. You're picking up your 7800X3D today? Very nice, very nice. I did a spreadsheet video this morning, but for whatever reason, it uploaded in 720p, and I can't figure it out because the video is not 720p. Or like the upload, and I didn't have enough time to fix it before streaming. I was trying to fix it, but I couldn't figure it out. 7800X3D is a good CPU. What have I gotten if I hadn't gotten such a good deal on CPU? Nice, nice. Welcome, welcome, Mercy, by the way. How are you doing? How are the Victoria 3 streets? I have not traversed them recently. Qin Dynasty, are you Habsburg maxing? Yes. Does livestock use grain as an input? So RGOs entirely do not use inputs at all. So they're always plus EV once they're built. They use a little bit of goods to be constructed, and of course, they have gold input, but they are always worth something. They are always worth something. So that is a critical difference between RGOs and buildings. So the livestock, you can't overbuild it, right? But you can overbuild urban stuff. Like, if we build too much of this and the price of tanneries gets too small, we won't really get much profit. And that's kind of what we're experiencing right now, is just generally speaking, we're not generating a lot of profit from our buildings. and we're maxed out on a lot of our RGOs that are valuable. And so the way we're going to kind of extract value now is like we expand the RGO, it has no upkeep, that like the iron, let's say, and then it makes something that uses iron as its input, like the tools, more efficient, and then we have more efficiency there. But like overall, we're kind of squeezing the end of the tube of toothpaste in terms of extracting value. We are starting to shift on to capital economy, though. That's going to give us a production efficiency bonus, and so things are looking up. But in terms of the internals, like a little bit of a soft squeeze on us right now. We want to do this to get in on Upper Bavaria. We kind of would rather not fight the Papal States, though. We have a lot of favors on them now. But I don't think we're going to get enough. Is this our subject? No. No, it's not. Well, we have this guy for getting a subject, or getting a claim on this guy. Do we have one, maybe? Got no allies. Claims on province. Maybe just the more straightforward war for us here. Looks super like a layup. Just a lot more straightforward, yeah. We could subjugate this guy. This guy's got a terrible capital, if I recall correctly. It's just like right here, yeah. Well, he's like, yeah, he's got a bunch of exclaves, of course it is. That title, do you have a problem against the Qin Dynasty? I don't know what you mean. Yeah, what's our antagonism? If we subjugate him, we're gonna get a big antagonism bomb in this region, though. And I think we want to fight Aquileia and subjugate Upper Bavaria. Because we accept Danube. And so it's a much easier for us to integrate the land, like longish term. Someone told me in chat that Tyrol has like an event where we annex them, and I seem to remember a content creator saying this like at some point somewhere, but I don't know if I should trust chat telling me about a game that hasn't been released yet. What's our trend towards conciliatory? Alright, it's big and fat, so we probably want to rival next war. We could just go after Bologna instead. I think that doesn't solve the issue. The issue is the Papal States we don't want to fight, not whether or not this war is winnable. Burgundy's a little bit of an extra boy in here. But we have more subjects. We have more vassal swarm relative to last fight. What's our manpower looking like? Plus 52, 60, 16 upkeep. Something like this. Trying to hop on to Papal States so he can go to Tunis and form Carthage, basically. Hi, finally back west now, just in time to catch your streams at a reasonable hour. Welcome, welcome. The streams are like 10 hours long. What do you mean? There's got to be a reasonable hour in there somewhere. We're probably just agonizing over this decision too much. Should we co-CB anyone else? Probably not. Breganz is getting big. This ad? Oh, there you got good relations with us. Where's Schwarzburg? We could feed Schwarzburg to Bamberg, actually. Are they the same culture? Nah, we're starting to get into a different culture group, so we'd want to just subjugate. Hey, Trim, thank you for the 10 USD. Appreciate your EU fight content. This is donation to help you make closer to the motorcycle ambulance station. Wee woo. Thank you so very much. I appreciate it. Are there any incense-producing provinces in Europe? I don't think so. And I think by the time... If we're thinking of the Black Plague, and that's kind of your angle here, by the time the Black Plague hits, usually they're not even gonna, like, in the closest places to Europe that have incense, they're not gonna be running a surplus, so you can't even import it from them. It's just, like, not a thing. Eat Bavaria or cancel their alliance. I wonder how hard Yuan is. Hard might not be the right word, more as, like, you kind of have to understand what's going on, so you probably have to run it twice. And it's like a pretty big delay where you have like 10 or 15 years before you like actually get to start your run. The thing is, I think we are going to cap out really quick on the favors with them. Because the total favors generated can be up to 20, I think. Actually, you know what? This guy is soft. Let's just go after this for now. Largely because someone else is going to pick that up at some point. Alright, we're probably doing increase naval infrastructure. Just taking a quick look here. The idea is we intentionally fail this to get +2 push towards land. So we do want to spend out our stuff. Support innovative is something we want, and we do not want to export the... We could ban the export of silver, actually. I don't think this is good, but it's been a while since I tested this. So currently a lot of our buy orders are going to be from export. Or like 3 of them, and these exports make us a whole ton of money, but if instead we just keep it locked down and then use it to produce jewelry, you could do that. How are you liking EU5 compared to Vic3? They're different. I'm enjoying playing EU5 more. I think Vic3's like systems are more conceptually interesting though. So like in terms of analysis, I probably like analyzing Vic3 more. But I kind of, like, dislike the question, because I feel like I'm getting trapped when people ask it. Because I know that whatever I say, people are gonna, like, report, like, the general overall conclusion without reporting, like, the context, and, like, it makes me not want to answer the question. Because I see all these Reddit posts, and also, to some extent, people come into this channel and they say, OPB says, that, the... EU5 is more polished than Vic3, and it's completely devoid of all the context in which he said it. And so, like, I don't like drawing those comparisons, because I know it's just gonna get repeated, and then, like, not have the context along with it, and, like, the context is, like, pretty important in terms of, like, what I say there. I feel out of stuff to do in Vic3, but I played for 1,300 hours, yeah. Generalists give EU5 a score out of 10 right now. Shake my head, Generalist hates Vic3. Yeah, time to do a tier list. Where are you putting them? Yeah. We don't want to call this guy into our war. Jesus, I forgot that Venice joined the HRE. You can do larger levies. I don't think we need that. We could get off of peasant levies. Right now they let us push quant. You go quality instead. I think I don't like that. Pretty sure we have the best laws that we want. This eventually we change to like Confederal Union, but that's next stage. It's not available yet. Oh, we want to open the borders, I think. Eventually we went off of favor the ruler, probably onto just the burgers tax one, but our burgers aren't making us more money yet. I watched OPB's video, but all his opinions are like locked in my basement. Yeah, I don't know, like... Just like, what do you think, Tarkus? Which is more polished on release? EU5 or Vic3? Yeah, reviews are personal. That's why if they disagree with me, I'm personally insulted. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. I guess we probably want to use the juice on a claim. The thing is request additional taxes is really not that useful right now, considering we're overtaxing the commoners. Right? So, and more max tax isn't going to let us extract more. It would let us extract more from the burgers, but that's it. But the burgers aren't a lion's share of our tax. So normally, like, we're clicking that button really aggressively, but it's not very good here. And then we're holding off on someone telling us that you can get them through event. I guess we go after Brixton. Yeah, I mean, just clean things up a little bit. Lessen levy obligations for burgers. I think this burger levy size is kind of fine to produce. Okay. And where else are we getting a CB? I think we could look at feeding Bamberg. And we wouldn't mind fighting Nuremberg. We would mind fighting Bohemia, though. Actually, we have good relations with all these cats, because we just improved relation with them all the way. So this doesn't really work. We can't really expand over here. Do we actually just have nothing good to use for support for? We have to intentionally fail it. E5's made in Spain. I like Vic 3, but a ton of things straight up weren't working on release. EU5 is IMO way more polished than Vic 3 in release, but polish is like weird because I'll happily deal with very little polish as a veteran PDX player. That's true too, like I don't, like to the extent that there is a lack of polish, I don't care. E5 should add invasions where there's a chance to play or join just single player. But like Vic 3 on release, like, you used to be able to teleport armies. Do you remember front splitting was just like the absolute nightmare on release? And to me, that seems like lack of polish. Like, it's so much better now. People complain about it now, but it was so bad relative to, like, the way it was then. It's improved so much. Can you explain why you don't want to build lumber mills on locations with stone and clay? You talked about briefly. So, generally speaking, you're going to get pressured at some point by this. How many building levels you can put in a location. And so, if you expand out lumber mills, you want both lumber mills and masons. And so, you want both. And to some extent, sometimes you just have to build them in the same location. But we want to build, specifically masons, in areas where we have stone or clay. Except this one's not cooperating. Oh, it's because we haven't annexed the stone yet. We do have to own the stone. So we'll find a mason in here and show that, hey, we're getting 20% production efficiency. So, if we are getting a lot of masons built in these locations, there's going to be two things. First of all, this mason's not fully employed, right? And so, if I build a lumber mill here, they're going to be competing for the resource of pop promotions. That's like kind of one of the things. But also, two, they're competing for the resource of... They're competing for other buildings for max building level, or they're competing with lumber mills. And to be fair, in rural areas, you kind of can expand both because your max level building level doesn't get like kind of as pressured, I think, overall. But if you're going to build both lumber mills and also build your masons, the masons are better in clay and stone provinces, all other things equal. And so if the masons are better there, you would rather build the lumber mills elsewhere, especially because there's also bonuses from economies of scale, right? I kind of miss teleporting armies. Yeah. Do you remember just deleting your army to teleport it? Or actually, no, the armies didn't even have locations in Vic 3 on release. You remember they just had a timer how long it took them to get to the front. They like so the notion of teleportation wasn't even there yet until 1.5. Vic 3 gave me very many I want to uninstall the game and retire from content creation field. In the early days, nowadays it only happens every week or so. Yeah. I'd rather have events not showing the right thing than have core gameplay system being built badly. Do you think that the plague in the early game's trap? It encourages the player to build expensive hospital for relatively little difference in outcome? Bro, I think the hospitals are good. We have a different feeling about the hospitals. Population is one of the most powerful things in the game. We are not going to get throttled by ducats at a certain point. And our throttle is going to instead be how much pop we have. And so we would trade ducats for pop pretty aggressively at this point. And in fact, that's what we're doing when we're building granaries. Because granaries just straight up have an upkeep cost. And we're just trying to get more food stockpile in a province. So, yeah. Why people bought through Steam have the chance to pre-download. They are sending out emails with the pre-downloads. Some people will have access to it. Mercy, thank you for the resub. Had a Prime sub sitting around. Thank you so very much. Sorry that I don't get the boop noises for the resubs. This is such a bad thing. I fixed it at one point and then it broke again. I don't know why. Wolf, thank you for the follow. I also complain about it every single time it happens. So I should just do something about it. Considering it's yeah. I should take. Hi, is it legal? What legal? Because of how many buildings you can make, I never find myself with too much money. So technically, building too many locations can actually decrease, or building too many buildings that are still net profitable can actually decrease how much money you make. I haven't done the math on this, but in theory it ought to be happening. I think we discussed it a little bit. We already have the capital, so we could actually probably... Bro, is this war over before it began? Bro, it's over before it began. Alright, we actually do have to fail this parliament, so we have to think about something else we want. It's literally over before we could march our troops down. Hilarious. What were... I should have checked what value we were pushing. I didn't see. I think we were pushing cap economy, though. Oh, no! I'm stupid. This guy's trapped here now. We don't have military access. I think we have access on a... We don't have access through Aquileia unless we're at war. Not like this. Not the army trapped. Not my gumdrop buttons. We'll start drilling them again. Oh, I forgot to rival... I guess we'll rival Aquileia so we don't forget. We would have taken less antagonism if we rivaled there. Alright, so we kind of have an idea who we're gonna get hit on. Improve relations with Florence. We're gonna stop improving relations on some people, though, that are... We're improving for antagonism reasons, but I don't necessarily want to have a ton of relations. Starting to actually feel like some of these guys we maybe don't want to declare war on, and if we want to declare war on them, we actually don't want to get them over 100 relations. Something like this. It's okay, I also complain about the notification noises all the time and then do nothing to fix it, basically. The frustrating thing to me is I complained about it for a while, and then I fixed it, and I was like, yeah, I fixed it, and then it broke again. Thanks for the videos, you taught me how to play Vic 3. You're very welcome. Are there any buildings that can be turned off without demolishing? Yes. Almost all buildings. Do you know if there is a way to convert slave plops to regular plops? Yes. There's a special law for that. We don't have it because we don't have slaves. But let's come in here. You can close the building. And then you can also go through the UI this way. This is the easier way to do it. And say, like, we want to look at masons. We're currently subsidizing them, but we could also close all of them. As far as I can tell from pre-release of EU5 streams, I've watched and I enjoy EU5 more at launch than Vic 3, even though I still enjoy Vic 3 more overall. Or will enjoy. Vic 3 1.0 was infuriating. I went back and looked at how they fixed teleporting generals in 1.0.6, and only fixed a lot of the front line by 1.2 when Voice of the People come out. We really do just forget how bad we have it. I mean, I remember using the... Do you remember, like, you would just get 3 boats and 3 armies with 1 unit, and you would, you would land with the 3 boats at once, one of them would automatically get in, and then you'd transfer your entire army to the 1 unit that had gotten in, and you would just have a landing. Like... I don't know, man. I would have to talk to OPB. OPB's smart. I don't even understand the claim. I don't like. Which CB is better? Probably Parliament. We do follow through on threat. I forget the exact requirements for threat more. There we go. Yeah. We'll just let them do it. No need to mobilize. I wonder if we feed it to them. They'll integrate it in time. I think we actually just want to take less antagonism, though. And we want the tiny little bit of prestige we get. Diplomat's not even back. I think we're kind of okay having these contracts, so... Kind of don't want the... Yeah, we'd rather actually just have the satisfaction on the nobility, though. We're blobbing up a little bit here. Are you okay, Tyrol? What is this? Tyrol, are you okay? Could someone send some support to Tyrol? Brother. Tyrol. The music goes so hard. It's dynamic too, so if you click a bunch... Here. Can you hear it getting louder? Dynamically responds to your APM. Sorry to everyone with epilepsy. Plays the hypest song and you just blast the fucking keys. Shouldn't you have gotten an event to get Tyrol as a vassal for free? We haven't gotten it yet. Tyrol just decides they want to throw down. I don't even think we need to mobilize for this. I think we might, since we avoided going after this guy specifically because we didn't want to fight Tyrol, but I guess we might go after him now. How fun is that though? I'm literally having a grand mal seizure. Hockey guide getting remade for that fact. Yeah, probably need to add. The hockey guide for whatever reason is in 720p and I have no idea why. I'm so frustrated. I uploaded it in like 1080. I might have to re-upload it. I don't know what's going on there. Like the actual file itself is not in, you know, that resolution. Son of a bitch. We're not reloading over that. It's fine, but we're supposed to actually intentionally fail that. We just forgot to. He's almost disastrous. Yeah. I cut that shit out real quick. I was like, you know what? Let's not misclick. Your vassalizing Tyrol. Control there looks painful. I think we're leaving Tyrol alone. I, like, don't want to take Tyrol right now. I think we're just vassalizing his subject of, Freising. So I think this is the peace deal we're looking for. What is the CB, though? Parliament approved claims on province. Hey, look! Look at the AI using Parliament CB! Brother! Yeah, re-upload. It was weird that it was 720p. Guy can't even fail. Yeah. Maybe we'll put it on private now. I don't understand what's going on with that. I meant to double check. It's like, maybe it's because it was uploaded like 20 hours ago, but like, bro, it's been up for forever. Yeah. I'm just gonna double check that I can't have it up higher. Yeah. Edit video. We'll set it to private so that the people who already watched it can keep watching it, but... AI can, into Parliament poggers? Yeah, I mean, the war was really, really stupid of them. Like, just to be clear, this is the most idiotic war ever. Like, they shouldn't have done this war. But they used the Parliament CB. It's supposed to fire for Duchess Margaret. That might be off the list already. Alright, fair enough. Fair enough. How much antagonism is it to just subjugate Tyrol, then? I guess we'll find out. No, Tarkus knows what I'm talking about. Tarkus is like, hell yeah, brother. They're using it. The AI's learning. It's evolving. The AI's pretty bad at, like... They do no CV a lot, which is real bad. And so it's very refreshing to see them not no CVing. Look, they're in the middle of their parliament. They got their parliament thing, and then they stuck their head in a wood chipper because they attacked our subject. Like, we actually didn't even need to mobilize. What are we doing? What are we doing here, chat? Let's put these levies down. Alright, Tyrol, Kempton. And that one. Yeah, this is actually just, like, not very bright. Maybe they can't see the Overlord. It has to be something like that. Do you have a Discord? Yeah, it should be in the description. I'm not saying it is, but I'm saying that it should be. Yeah. We definitely want all the buttons, so let's do that. So Tyrol will go hard for us. I don't mean like that. I mean that it'll be good for us. We probably won't integrate them for like forever. Kind of sucks because we wanted to get them... Are we anywhere... I don't think we're anywhere close to enough favors. Yeah, we're not. We wanted to get enough favors to improve... We wanted to ally them and get favors so that we could improve cultural relation, but I guess that's kind of off the table now. I think we just wait for the full 100%, considering how little we have to do here to achieve that. Like, we're actually just marching our army home right now. So. They get stack wiped there. I think that's enough. Yeah. Do we want Vassal, though? Actually, this is something that's super relevant. So, we have 20 loyalty hit from Vassals and only 1 from Fiefdoms. We want this guy as a Fiefdom. Yeah. And Kempton will join a coalition, and then the coalition will be gone. Alright, easy peasy. And then we'll start improving relations with the Tyrol. We already have excellent relations, actually. Bro, the start, it's so good. Look at this. Can you briefly expand how export production economy functions? Most people are saying are playing trade as a central economic driver. Yeah. So, let's find something other than silver. Right now, we're not like specializing anything or really producing like a lot of things that we're exporting, but let's actually just take a quick look at our market and look at trades and get rid of our own trades and local trades and just look at what is moving a large volume. So currently, we're not like really that production based because we have silver and just expanding the silver is really valuable in this type of thing. But we are exporting firearms. Okay? And so this means that per trade, we're getting 1.73 value in firearms. And this is because the firearm price in Vienna is a lot cheaper than the firearm price in Damascus. And so we are getting a value equal to the difference minus the trade maintenance, which is very low. So we have the price of purchasing the firearms in the market here. And then we're selling them here, and then the value we're getting per trade, or this is our trade profit, and then we divide it by the number of trade capacity used, and this is like how we get this. Okay, we're using 2.75 trade capacity to do this. So this is one way in which we're gaining value from the export. But also, looking at the goods here, and by the way, we can only do that because the price of firearms is lower. If we look at the price here, we have more supply than we do demand. And so what this is going to do, this is going to get the price lower than base price. So we've overproduced it, we've gotten the price low, and then we can trade and make money through that trade. Not only is this the case, but also, as we trade, you can see here, we have burghers exporting, our armies are eating some of these, and we also have the export of 1.23 firearms to the Damascus market. This demand is a influencing effective demand, which, to be fair, is relatively opaque. We're not going to unpack it fully. And so, because the math on it is... the way that it works is orders that are not from trade, buy and sell orders, impact price more. But it's still going to impact price. So the creation of this demand helps to prevent the price from collapsing further down. Okay, so it's keeping the price higher, which to be fair makes our trades less profitable, but what it is doing is it is also coming in, producing firearms here. It's also allowing this place to be more profitable, because if we take a look in here, we could see that, let's take a look at our profit. We're making in terms of net profit, 1 ducat. If this becomes below 0, the building won't employ anymore. And part of this income, or the income, is based on the sell price of these firearms. We produce firearms, they are sold at the market price, and the value that gets sold at informs the tax base. And so that's how we're deriving our profit here. So the fact that the price is higher allows us to produce firearms. There are a few ways in which we can acquire an advantage in this production. One of which is, hey, we're producing at a location that has iron. Another of which is, hey, we're capital economy oriented, and so on and so forth. By acquiring more production efficiency, this makes us have more output relative to input goods, which in turn allows us to drop the price of firearms lower without it becoming unprofitable, because it's just increasing the output. Because these things are operating on the margin. We have income of 7 and expenses of 5.38. When we increase this production efficiency, it only increases the income. And if we took this away, the building would actually be unprofitable, right? Because this is more than this percentage applied to this 6, like value of 6, the lead shot plus the wrought iron barrels. If we applied that, it would be greater than the income, and so the building would stop employing. And then if it stopped employing, we would produce less of them, and the price would be higher, and then we would get less money from the trade to Damascus. If we got less money from the trade to Damascus, then what would happen, or could happen, is that Alexandria could be better suited to, hey, we're just going to build firearms ourselves because we're not getting a good enough supply, because the supply from the Austrian market goes down, because it's not as profitable a route. Maybe we don't even run the route, something like this. And so if you really want to be able to dump goods into another market, having a really big production efficiency or really cheap inputs is going to be useful. I hope that answered the question to some extent. I don't think that was like a complete answer, but also we are trying to make forward progress. Revive the Great Qin Dynasty. Can you show a map mode that shows U plus subjects? I think the diplomacy one does. The light green is our subjects. France is in England. France is in England. Saw some stream for a second. We were playing Rome with the Basque culture. What the fuck? Yeah, so Basque culture is really good. Oh, Navarra's gone. Rip. Not a good way for us to check it then. Basque culture is insane though. So culture flipping to Basque makes a lot of sense. Hey, thank you for the 20 knock. Have you tried the US and EU5? I've not. If you were subjugated by Austria in real life, would you want to be a fiefdom or a vassal? Probably a vassal. Literally from Kempton, the truth hurts. What's the difference between a fiefdom and a vassal? There's not that much of a difference. Fiefdoms integrate faster, but the thing that we really care about, so these are fiefdoms, so they're going to integrate this territory faster. But the thing that we're kind of caring about more is we want to have a balance between fiefdoms and vassals, because this is going to pressure us, the country strength of all X relative to Overlord, and the pools are different from fiefdom and vassal. So, roughly speaking, we want to be 50-50, but to the extent that it matters, we are creating new subjects as dominion, or as fiefdoms, and we are releasing subjects that already have claims and historic subjects as vassals. Also, we have to create vassals in some spots, rather than fiefdoms if a fiefdom is not eligible. Yeah. How would economy function somewhere where trade is difficult? I don't know, getting trade bonuses more. Tibet, Yunnan, Central Africa. If too much of the price is dependent on export to trade, you'd have to try and get better trade range and efficiency overland, or like these types of things. Yeah, Florey's been playing Republic Navarre for the last couple days. Yeah, Republics are also just way better. So Like, in theory, you should probably culture flip Navarra as, like, everyone. I think that they have the best... you can culture flip without tag flipping, I believe. And, like... we get some stuff from being German, but not anything too crazy. We get this advance. Woo! We get regulars type in H3. That's kind of okay. Joint ruling, which is awful. Cool law, which we don't have the criteria from. Right to inherit, which is actually okay. This is a decent one. And then we can request to be a free city, except we can't. So, we would much rather be Basque. So there's no pure tax economy, non-dependent on trade, if I'm understanding it correctly. Yeah, the two interact in a synergistic way, both production and trade. And so just looking at it from your trade income perspective is only getting part of the picture, because, hey, that's new. They didn't used to have this as its own section. It used to be part of Diplo. But yeah, like Hungary often starts on import ban. It doesn't have import ban though. Okay. Well, the point we were going to make, often they ban the, export ban. Often they ban the export of gold, or they start off with a ban. And so the gold price collapses into nothingness, and then they don't get very much money for their gold. And so it's just kind of bad. Tuna's always blotting, they do. Where's your gasoline? We haven't finished the energy drink yet, so it's unnecessary to drink the gasoline, but we also haven't even mixed the gasoline. Also, for whatever reason, yeah, right now it's just water. What's the best move with gold? Probably export. This is something I want to maybe take a look at some point. Just exporting it rather than banning export has been my experience. Oh my god. Don't want to misclick that. Takes quite a bit of time. I think we do need to, yeah, have better relations with them if we want to annex them eventually. I think we want to annex Lower Bavaria as quickly as possible. And we can actually start, yeah, let's do that. It'll slow down this annex somewhat, but this is fine. We are the dominant culture, so we annex them fast anyways. How is it determined in which trade node stuff is? So we can take a look. It's whichever one has the most attraction overall, which is a function of market access, but also the market attraction. And we will have, like, this location will have less market attraction because of market protection as well. And so Hungary protects its own locations. And Bohemia protects its own locations too. So that's why we're not going to pull the Bohemian or Hungarian locations that easily unless we have way more access. And also why we have this little curve up here is because we took these locations from them. So our subject has more attraction to our locations. And so if we look here, Vienna is winning by 17. And so it's a Vienna. But here, Pest is winning by 11. And so it's a combination of market access and others. So when you build a bunch of roads, you will actually pull more places into your market, for example, because you're improving market access. And also rivers will improve market access and will make markets bigger. Rivers are just like super, like, it's just a super strong mechanic, but I feel like nobody uses this map mode. Very few content creators, I think, are clicking the river map mode, which is why the river map mode's unpolished. Yeah, okay, if OPB is referring specifically to the river map mode when he says polished, I'm with him. I get it. What's the advantage of low gold costs? Not a whole lot, considering... So if Hungary is investing a whole bunch of money into building out the gold RGOs, having a low price isn't really that useful, except to one regard, and that's in urban areas, you're going to have more profitable jewelry. but I'm pretty sure you want to export, and I'm pretty sure you want to export partially because of effective supply and demand. Like, without even looking at the numbers, this is one of the reasons why I think this is the case, because your exports of gold, per gold used, will actually increase demand less, because local, effective supply and effective demand, where your local supply is going to be, or your local demand and local supply are going to inform price more. You look here, the demand is 31.69, right? The effective demand is only 16.7 because of so much of the demand is coming from exports. And so that means the price is calculated as if it was 34 supply and 16 demand if it were only local prices. So that means like the 15 we're exporting aren't even, or like the huge amount we're exporting is not really upping the price that much. It's only upping the price. Let's look at the local demand. So the local demand is like 2 or something, okay? So we're just spitballing, like, kind of oversimplifying. So that means the marginal 29 demand is like only adding 14 actual demand. And so that means we get to uber double dip, because we get both the cheaper jewelry, and we get to run a whole bunch of routes when the price of gold stays really low, and get the margin between those routes. I intentionally don't use the river map mode just to spite you. Mods, can we time this guy out? Can you become the HRE Emperor as an extraterritorial nation? Like a nation outside the Empire? Yes. So. Oh no. Unfortunately, we have a woman. You hate to see it, but we can't become Emperor. You hate to see it. Sexism in the HRE. Terrible. I think we're gonna upgrade this place to a city. We're gonna collapse lumber prices first, though. Or attempt to. This is not our location, but that's fine. We're just trying to get the price of lumber down. Excuse me. That's supposed to be subsidized. Is the point of effective supply and demand to stop the player from making industries in AI countries unprofitable by dumping goods? I think it's to make trade more profitable, just in general. He means like Hansa or the bank? Oh, I don't know. I don't think so. In terms of creating the thing. Heavily cavalrymen, finally. We prefer the heavy cavalrymen. We have a preference for it. Can you throw her down the stairs? I mean, she can't she fall down the stairs? She could, but her stats are also really good. So I think we'd rather be governed by a woman here. Shout out to women. This is our heir. Our heir is good enough too. Or heir is kind of okay. She was a genius though, so. Hey. We annexed them. This is gonna give us an antagonism bump though. On some of these nations. And with that we get Salzburg, I think, is the only urban place we've acquired. So we're going to take a little bit of a look at what we can do in Salzburg. Is this really... God, this province sucks. So right now we're trying to get stuff where we have production efficiency bonuses, and do we really not get one for... Excuse me? Oh my god, I've been thinking this is salt the entire time. Holy snap. What uses salt as an input? It's just sand. Is it actually just pop demands? So this is just like a naked province basically, in terms of what it's gonna have a specialty in. We have the legumes, which are getting used in stone nothing. So something that we're often going to want is going to be tools. There's usually too many locations that need tools, or that we don't have enough iron locations to get production efficiency. Nice a paradox to call them heavy cavalry instead of fat cavalrymen. Big fan of women. Half of your favorite people are women. Big true. True if big. When should you upgrade towns into cities? There's a little bit going on there. When should you upgrade? Oh, towns into cities? Is that what he said? Or rural into... Towns into cities is like whenever you have enough money. Cities are basically strictly better. They are not like actually strictly better, but like the only difference is like you get a bunch of other positive stuff and you have less local food production basically. And that's like the difference. And so... but like whatever calculus you made in terms of the local food production to upgrade from rural to a town, you're gonna make it exactly the same. So like cities are just like better. The thing is like upgrading to a city costs like 1.5k, and so like the opportunity cost of 1.5k is what's like driving it for us. What were we gonna check? What do ruler stats give? All right, let's take a look. So this is what we get for having her as a ruler. Administrative bonus or cabinet action bonus for all of these. Crown power for the administrative, which is very nice. So early game, especially, administrative is very good. Building cost is also nice as well. I think, generally speaking, as the game goes on, Diplo becomes the best. State satisfaction equilibrium is really nice, and Diplo rep is really nice for taking less antagonism. You also have army morale and navy morale, but like we're gonna have a lot of army morale bonuses. Like the morale here, and I feel like morale isn't the reason you break as often as like, well, maybe it is to some extent. I don't know. I think that Diplo is like always good. How arcadey is the game compared to EU4? Way less arcadey than EU4, but probably more arcadey than like Vic 3. How much of a buff would it be for you to get direct sea coast access? Because you don't have it right now. What do you mean by direct? Because if we annex like this, the problem is we have like no control down there. We have like no proximity. So it's not that useful because we don't have more proximity. Matmo's vid was quality because he uploaded... Yeah, it got privated. Yeah. If you, for the map modes video, it's like the link is on the Discord if you really want to watch it, but we're gonna re-upload it, and I don't know why it's the quality's not higher. I have to take a look at that. Yeah, I'm gonna upload it after the stream and try and figure that out. Kind of a little frustrating, because I had scheduled to stream, so otherwise I would try and fix it right now, but I can't. Can we just take their locations now? We can't. We could just take this wool location off of them, so that we get the production bonuses and lints, which we're currently not getting from there being wool in the province. Milk now has... I think the... Yeah, we're using the migration thing here. But I think we're going to shift it over to here soon. We're trying to get each of these in a line to 30k so that we can build a conga line of pound lock canals along the river. And also along the easy terrain here. You think that Vic 3 was used as a testbed for EU5? No. I think they try a different... like, I think the teams try and release the game that they're working on, and it's not like some type of grander plan type thing. If you got sea access, would you be able to push control in the area with a fleet? We would be able to push whatever we have on the coast, which is 0, so we'd be able... No, we wouldn't be able to push it. We wouldn't be able to push it, because we don't have any... We don't have any control on the coast to push. Yeah, I mean, I suppose the Aquileia war is now, like, on the back burner. Let's maybe not get too good a relation with him. Imagine building a Congo line when the Congo's literally in game, basically. I think it's a... To be fair, we did say Conga, not Congo. Have we collapsed the price of wood yet? No, we've not. Are the burghers exporting wood? This might be the better question. Sometimes the burgers can be a little bit annoying. No, they're not exporting. You know, I was about to build a bunch of RGOs, but we have to get the wood price down. But expanding a bunch of RGOs might be better for us here than turning something into a city. I don't think we want Diplo rep here, because I don't think we're going to fight in the next 5 years and finish a war, so let's do appease the fickle estates. I think we could probably go speed 5. Can't believe EU5 gave the Danube River a mappy, they stole that from Vic 3, basically. They should sue for copyright, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Gory for von Habsburg. This prestige is so nice. I don't know, so like, I actually can't find what the flat modifier... I feel like antagonism does decay flat with 0 prestige, but I can't find what the flat modifier it is. Where's the ledger? Or... not this one. So this is entirely from... prestige, also annexing countries. And so I don't think this is the only thing that changes antagonism. Maybe it's just relation hit changes antagonism. Actually, that might be it. Base, like, just the decaying of the negative relations you get changes the antagonism, but, like, other than that, this is the only thing that affects antagonism. As far as I can tell. Let's actually take a look. It's going towards this because of the peace deal we did, and this goes down yearly. Yeah. And so what this does, the antagonism change just decreases this, and it decreases the equilibrium, right? I think that's how this works. Hey, thank you for the tier 1 sub, a Grand Mesa Fun. Big dice, much appreciated. Can prestige go negative? No, it just goes down to 0. Tarek, man. When do you conquer all of India? Some time from now. Have you played Denmark yet? I've taken a look at Denmark. They start out with this huge issue in regards to being in debt. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly. Let's see, where is our price going? Price is starting to dip, which is what we want. I think we're going to expand our geos instead of doing this, but the lumber is coming down. That's not what we wanted. Okay, so we will just need to find a fur province to make sure that the price is collapsed everywhere. Yeah, we're just gonna shift click. Little shift click-y action. Gonna expand our geos everywhere, and then we maybe decrease it in the fruit. I think this will be a little bit better. Cannon maker. Do we think this is better? So the copper cannon PM is just better. We don't have copper though. I don't think we have copper. We don't have an urban location down here. I guess we could build one. The woods plateau would be okay for it. This is also in this market. This market's not going to get a collapsed price of wood very easily. I think we'll build this here. Some cannons. And the hoof nice is coming in, which will be nice. Is England a lot worse now that the game now that their pop start got nerfed from 4.7 to 3.3 on top of the initiative nerfs? Do they not start with Northumbria integrated? Is that a change? I think that's kind of whatever. You can just annex them. It's not a big deal. Like, if they are subject and they have a bunch of pops, it's like, it's kind of similar. That's why France, like, effectively has 10 million pops. Although France is more pressured by their ability to integrate everyone than England is. England, you're just going to integrate your subjects just fine. It's kind of whatever. The initiative thing hurts more. And the fact that cavalry is just way better. They have, like, super good infantry, but now cavalry is just insane. Like, we're just building mono cavalry. And when we levy, we just put, like, the infantry in the middle. And the cavalry on the flanks and just crush. Take the prestige hit. The prestige is decaying at a really fast clip anyway. We'll expand these out a little bit more. Just because we would like the price of wool to be a little bit cheaper. Our market's expanding into the Nuremberg market quite a bit with our subjects. We are also annexing this guy faster because dominant culture. Which, like, when you have positive modifiers for annexation, it becomes a little bit better to annex multiple people. Just in terms of the math, and we're currently filled up on that, so... I don't think we want to annex Ferrara, though. Let's do some of that. What's our antagonism look like? We can get improved cultural opinion on Bohemia now. It's gonna cost us 50 favors. We could also do it on Bohemia's subjects. And we do have on these guys now also 50. Very nice. I don't think they go away, and we don't necessarily need it right away. So we are going to be improving Saxon and Czech, probably. I think we have subject interaction for that as well. We could do it on Ferrara. Ferraras will probably be more valuable. So, if we look at Southern Bavarian, we're already accepting it. How much is it costing us to accept? 0.15. So, I think we're supposed to do it on Ferrara, because Ferrara is not German. So it's generally going to be harder. And then that maybe makes annexing Ferrara attractive. The thing is, we can kind of make use of their territory with bailiffs. Bailiffs and roads. It's like kind of scuffed, but what the control would be is... Alright, let's take a look at our satisfaction overall, which is kind of like not very good because of the way we're taxing our peasants. Let's maybe rake it back a little bit. So let's say we would have probably in the lower rung of satisfaction there. We'd maybe have like 45 satisfaction. So that's going to give -5. Let's call it -5 control. So we annex this. And then we will have -5 control from satisfaction, and then +20 control from it being core, because we accept the culture, and then so it's 15 control, and then we build bailiffs, so then 35 control where we have the bailiffs, and then when we connect the roads cost maybe 12, and it's like 25 control or something like this. So are you flipping Sunni? No, flipping Sunni is kind of like a bit to go out of our way, especially with a lot of pops. Glad you're doing another stream before tomorrow. We're going to be doing streams constantly. As long as we get a decent viewer count, we will continue doing them. If it starts to dip, then we'll do less of them or do shorter ones. Yeah. My number's probably like around 400, so as long as there's 400 viewers, we will stream 10 hours like every day for the next 10 days. I think we're still ramping up today. Looks like we're maybe leveling off. So probably 4 or 5 hour stream instead of 10. But annexation of this guy looks okay. It's not insane. Now that accepting it was going to cost less. Actually, let's just double check how much a million will cost. Was it not going to tell us? The thing is, we can annex them. If you're not using your resource, you're losing it. But maybe they're just better as a subject to feed for now. Like the break point is like 20%. Alright, where would we build the bailiffs? Actually, let's maybe think that through. We could build one on the wool, connected to Modena. We could build on the fiber crops. I mean, I think eventually we want to urbanize the fiber crops, but that's probably fine. And build to Ferrara and build to the fish. It's the terrain here. It's wetlands. It's going to be kind of rough. Wetlands, and then this is woods, hills. So it's actually going to be not a lot of control. But we get flat control from town and flat control from city. The town will give +5 control, but 10 with the temple, and city 10, and then +5 with the temple. And we could honestly just take another subject. Yeah, okay. I'm talking myself into it. We also have a lot of Diplo right now, and also, like, antagonism's kind of okayish. But I don't think we have enough where we want to do this war yet, so... Or I think we want the antagonism to come down a little bit. Can you crash the price of wood by shuttering carpentry buildings temporarily? No, it uses an equilibrium. Excuse me. How is EU5 compared to other Paradox games? Everyone is love it, which is really annoying because 2 weeks... Well, so here's... everyone will probably be criticizing, just like with every... Yeah, I think people generally overreact to Paradox releases. I think this is going to be a really strong release. I also think that there's a strong selection bias. You have to keep this in mind. The content creators that are making videos and streaming right now are the ones that enjoy EU5, and the ones that didn't aren't doing any of that, right? So... I think Austria is one of the least interesting countries to you in the EU timeline, but this has been super fun to watch. I mean, it's agonizing because we just have, like, this wall. I hate this so much. Like, because I want to get to the coast, man. Naval, like, pushing naval's so good early on, and then, like, we were going to keep the capital in Vienna for, like, theme reasons, but, like, honestly, just, like, ratting out to Italy, like, moving everything to Italy is probably just better. Ratting out being a term from Civ. Or actually, it's probably a term from RTSs. But, to rat out somewhere is to, like in Civ, it's where you move a settler to the other side of the map before you can get finished off in multiplayer, and then you make a new city, and so that way you can't be taken out. So, like a little rat, you escape somewhere else. Because where you are is not okay. No, you are land. Yeah, we also want land values. I mean, we want to do land values considering what we're doing, but, like, bro, we just want to move the capital to the coast. It gets better. It gets better once we have, like, once we have some other stuff going on, but... It's gonna be nice for sieges. Okay, so we embraced the Renaissance tree. We actually should have swapped to Renaissance tree stuff earlier. I think we're gonna go straight for our Diplo rep. Whoo, baby. We like that on Austria there. And then we'll go for the cabinet seat and do the university. I think we're into the monthly diplomats and March. Subject type. And then culture capacity, probably. I think we don't really care about the other side of the tree very much, but we kind of actually do want to be able to invest in culture, so maybe let's pip that. Sequencing here is maybe a little bit loose, but we're just kind of getting the text that we want here. Oh, Nick, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Big nice. Hey, Ultra Reed, how's it going? Larking. You just had a spotlight shown on you by Nick here. Who else is getting the spotlight? Just like, just in the corner and like, bam, lights on. Neutral good human, hello, hello. Harkin, hello, hello. Levi, Deadly Fours. What's up going on, guys? You've been exposed. I think we want market attraction at some point. I think we'll actually go for Poundlock Canals. Actually, you know what? Let's change the order here. I think we want the Diplo rep into the Poundlock Canal, to be honest. Kind of into it. And then... let's go the can invest in culture, because we kind of have a bit of money, and we're throttled by expansion, and we're trying to do this low antagonism expansion. That's actually going to help out quite a bit. And so let's do some of this. And we don't have someone we want to turn into a march right now. Why not embrace land style? Our land country's doomed. Ugh. I think naval's just better early on, and then land kind of gets better once the roads get way better. But it's not that, like, land is doomed, it's that, like... rough terrain is doomed, and vegetation, and we're kind of, like, we have one vein out, and, like, we can kind of get to Bohemia, and we can get to Hungary, and this type of thing, but it's, like, it's rough. To be fair, it's going to feel a lot better once we annex chunks of Hungary here. It is going to feel better. Can we change our slider? I think we just want to not be paying so much maintenance. I'm not sure if... we still drill at low maintenance? What the frick? Okay, that's a change. We'll have to push innovatives again sometime. Currently pushing towards cap economy for that sweet, sweet production efficiency. So I think that's actually, for those of you seeing our economy go up a little bit, it's going to be a little bit of it. Kind of messed up. EU5's on the PC and they aren't letting you play. They let you preload it though. Hey Flapjack, how's it going? Alright, we're expanding gravel road network for the +10 centralization. We'll get up to 80. This one we want to pass. We have claims on Aquileia. Support for land focus, there we go. God, why is this... As someone who's like pushed naval values so much, this is so like frustrating to see because the naval push is 2 and the land push is 5 and I don't know why. Maybe we screenshot this and complain. I think we screenshot it and complain. I don't know, maybe the land boys need a little bit of a boost. God, this is an interesting question. I think we actually can't get another 50 support. Or we can't get another 41 support unless we roll good events. So we're gonna be done and just content ourselves with the big fat... We got +5 on the land, which is really nice. Proximity cost through land is very nice. And then centralization will be going up to 80. So that'll help with proximity. Proximity, we are starting to get down here a little bit. Oh, just kidding. Is that a bailiff? No. So that's a bailiff, but this is not a bailiff. So we're starting to get a little bit down here. Just a little bit. What's the best Christian religion? I think Anglican? Anglican can buy research. I think centralization should be stronger. It's the strongest value in the game. I don't know. You could make it stronger, I guess. Alright, I think that we have, yeah, over 30k there. So... let's put the flexible guy in. Maybe Graz a little bit of dev, because we're already have enough support for what we want to do. Okay, so now we're going to upgrade this to a city. The other one too. When we get enough money. It depends on the definition of decentralized. Or does the game define it? Only Napoleon could defeat the HRE after all? I don't know, central is, like, the entire thing's an abstraction, right? Of, like, various, like, sentiments and things. These guys, we won't have a very big bonus towards annexing. Our heir is of age. I wish there was a way to sort this by people who have heirs that are female. Milanese might be good. Ally here. Does that put us over Diplo cap? How are we doing? We're getting close. We're getting close, baby. I just wish we had more options in terms of values. I think there'll be more values. You look tired. I am tired. I am tired. We'll do unified external diplomacy here. God, that, like, absolute killer we got died. Why does it look like there's a huge splotch of blood on the map? What do you mean? 50 crown power is crazy? Do we have 50? I don't think we have 50. We have 28. Oh, you mean for centralization. It's so good early. It's not that it's, like... So, one sec. It's not that crown power scales, like... Crown power, like... Crown power is much more useful the less of it you have, because it gets diluted out, right? It'll take... So the amount of crown power percentage modifier it takes to increase your crown power by 1% gets marginally larger the more and more crown power you have. Just like in terms of how the math works, right? But usually you push centralization in the early game, and it's extraordinarily good then. But on top of that... proximity cost reduction is one of the best modifiers in the game, just like, completely. You think they allowed more values? 100% I do. So... Does this... Crazy how we can drill them while we're at low maintenance. Actually give them a better name, hey? Okay, Oh, did it change it so it's harder to get army tradition? Looks like it. You used to be able to just drill to 100%. That's good. I like that change. How long till we can... Oh, we need to improve relations with you guys. I see, I see, I see. My bad. My bad, my bad. I was gonna say, how long can we annex you? We needed to take him to dinner first. We're going to cancel some of the improved relations. Who do we want to cancel on? That should be fine. We don't want to get relations too high with people we might be fighting. We kind of want to keep it a little bit under 100. Excited for launch tomorrow? Got a game using code. Thank you for the support. Hope it brings more people. Me too. Alright, well, we don't care about Purg. So we'll support Wales. We don't even need to look at the other one. If it's worse, then we really don't care. A relocation with a mining raw good gains Schlad Ming. Monthly dev growth plus 5%. That's kind of nice. But we kind of don't like the migration attraction, I don't think. We like never use this migration map mode. To be fair, a lot of the mining locations don't have a lot of migration attraction anyways. But plus 25% on it. I mean, we're kind of okay with it on the silver provinces. The thing is we don't want a ton of pops going into these areas with like really rough terrain, which is what most of the things are. I guess we don't mind it too much. This is coming up quite nicely in terms of our net. Serfdom is slowly decreasing. We could look for some way to arrest it in place. If we remove this, this would lock serfdom in place. I mean, we should have done this a while ago if this was our plan, when we had more serfdom. I think we're just supposed to go free subjects a little bit. Kind of hate it because we lose out on some max tax, but honestly, the commoners being happy with you isn't the worst because then you get more satisfaction. More satisfaction, more prosperity. I think we haven't even capped prosperity yet, so we're actually just not getting a lot of dev growth. Yeah, and we're not, like, capping it very quickly. And if we're gonna push free subjects, we should push it a lot more, so... Maybe we'll keep it, well... let's start the transition here. I don't think we're gonna go, I don't think we're staying serfdom. Wouldn't pound lock canals be a big boon for control? They were going to be pretty solid. We don't have that many cities. But they're going to be nice because we build it on the capital. So everywhere downstream from the capital, which is every location, is going to be good. Can you hide the circular building pops? Seems like it would get annoying. Like you can't hide it. You can hide it with this. Max literacy for clergy for, like, nothing? Hell yeah. And a bunch of satisfaction. That's gonna be nice, actually. Very nice for us. Is it possible to break free from vassalage? Yeah, I think you have a war goal for it. I know EU4 had an American Revolution start, but I think that was DLC. Does this have a start like that? No, there's like virtually a 0% chance that they're gonna do another start date. Let's maybe show why. So there are 30,000 locations, yeah, and each one of them, they have meticulously researched how much pop it should have, what its vegetation should be, and all of these types of things for the start condition. There is no way that this is even remotely worth it for them to do for another start date, especially because looking at the start dates in EU4, virtually, like, nobody plays the alternative start dates. Everyone plays 1444. Blink twice if you're contractually obligated to promote the game and don't think it's ready to be released. I thought it was... I've been commenting, I think it's been ready for like a month. I think it's fine. I mean, I think people are going to have issues with it, but... I think over 50% of people will be happy that it's released now instead of released later and won't say, put it back in the oven, please. You know what I mean? And I think that it's like... We'll see, like, how people feel about it, and some people might bounce off of it, but I don't think, like, I think the number of people who are like, bro, you should put this back in the oven, is not gonna be, like, the majority. So... It was close enough. The wood's not fully collapsed in price, but we're gonna push that. The second. And so yeah, the padlock canals are gonna go along here. We do need to urbanize this. And get things going. So that's gonna be a city. The Hussitism has appeared. What problems does the current game have? We could kind of make a list if we wanted to. Probably. I think there's definitely a lot of things that are rough around the edges. I think that, for the most part, there's like a ton of situations, and maybe 50% of the situations like don't feel so good or something like this. But like, it depends like what your bar is in terms of how good the content is supposed to feel. Because like EU4 released without any content, but EU5 should have content, like, because it's just a different era. It's like 10 years later, the standard is different. But like, how good should it be over the course of like, if there are going to be like a bunch of different situations, how good do they have to be, this type of thing? And I don't know the answer to that question, but I think that if you're going to make a sort of criticism, one that I think is reasonable, is like some of the situations aren't very well polished. Chief KH, thank you for the follow, big nice. And so this would maybe be a critique. I think colonization, I wish it was in a bit of a better spot. That's like more interesting, and that there was more dynamic systems for colonization than the way it currently works. Something like this. So here's the thing, with our government reform, we could take it back. We could get the serfdom trend. I don't think this is worth... Kind of tempted to go Privy Council. Could wait 35 years to get the next age's stuff as well. I don't know exactly what we would be waiting for, though. Let's maybe think about what we would be waiting for. Loyalty of subjects is maybe tempting. Diplo cap, extra expected Diplo spending, conciliatory progress, kind of okay. Universal serfdom's kind of decent. If you go universal serfdom and the other food one, you actually get 20% serfdom trend, and you can kind of lock it in while giving out the peasant things. Wow, whoever, the person in charge of this just keeps dying. We're gonna probably put in that military guy, but... Is there League Wars? There are. Who needs 1444? I'm playing E4 and see no issue with starting earlier. Yeah. 1337's before Varna, so I'm automatically happy. Yeah, big part of it was the game was started like during COVID, and like they wanted to have the Black Plague. How's performance of the game look like? Pretty solid, I think. Although different people have like different standards. Yeah, I mean maybe it's just Privy Council for the 5% tax efficiency. We only have 15% right now. Oh, we accidentally clicked ignoring corruption? What is this? Luckily we're incorruptible. Luckily we're incorruptible. We're gonna screenshot this. It gives us a decentralization trend though. We have some decentralization to throw, but what do we have coming up in terms of things that we would want to throw it with? We have decentralized bureaucracy. To be fair, we could go serfdom and go decentralized bureaucracy. God. But then if we go serfdom, we have to use the government reform. Just like there's trying to claw at serfdom is like, it feels like such a ubiquitous play pattern, but in the end it always feels best to go not serfdom. Do you think the game is in a state to be bought day one? I would buy it day one. I think that there are going to be people who complain about it day one, I think. See, one of the problems with these questions in general is because, like, 40% of people are going to be happy, 40% of people are going to be upset, and the 20% of the people that are, like, could be either one, are the ones that I think I'm more referring to when I make an evaluation. And I think those people in general will be happy and having a good time. So... But I think that if you feel like games often release in an incomplete state, and every Paradox release you think it'd say, hey, Paradox always releases these incomplete games, this is a travesty, this type of thing, I think you'll probably be upset, but I think you would be upset even if it were later on in development anyways. Hi, why would I pay $60 better to play it free after 10 years? I don't know, so you can play it 10 years earlier? I think it's best to stay off the EU5 Reddit for at least a week after tomorrow. Yeah. Oh, people are gonna be... Yeah, we're gonna go tax efficiency. I think tax efficiency is fine. We also don't have as many modifiers. Gaming discourse has gotten pretty bad, IMO. Yeah, I mean, like... Sometimes I just don't know how to answer some questions. Hey, artillery is awesome. Thank you for the sub. Big nice. Much appreciated. Same with Mr. Smaggy. Thank you for the follow. So... One thing, though, with this, we are going to be getting more production efficiency. This number is going to double to 6.4%. So it's not going to only make the new marginal ones more profitable, it's also going to make the old ones more profitable. And this is one of our, like, more profitable buildings. So this is, like, one of the reasons why Upgrade to City is so good. It gives you +5 building levels. And also, part of our throttle is we've already built, like, the most useful buildings in each location. And this is why we don't have many useful options. Like, for example, the fine cloth is... Or, let's look at this location. Wait, no, let's look at... This is really all we built here? But in a lot of these locations, let's find one. Like, so example, this location, the best thing that we can build in is pretty profitable, is the Jewelers Guild. But we can't build any more of them. And so not only are you getting the extra production efficiency, you're able to get a higher density of buildings that are going to be more profitable for you. E5 Reddit appears to be constant waves of doomerism right now. Yeah, I mean, like... They're, like, dooming over shit that people aren't going to even notice. Like, honestly, like... So, I enjoyed Vic 3 on release. And I had a fun time. Vic 3 on release, the AI did literal nothing. Like, actual nothing. and was like so bad, and you don't notice it because you're figuring the game out, you're playing, and you're clicking the buttons, right? And so they are, like, to some extent complaining about stuff that they're not going to even really notice once they actually get in the game. Like, the AI is too weak in, like, these weird, like, particular contexts, and it's like, bro, you haven't even played the context itself yourself, and you don't even know how to play it either. Like, I've started saying to my kids when they do something minorly wrong, it's that this game is unplayable. Yeah, exactly. Literally unplayable. How are we doing on the food reserves here? This is something we're trying to keep an eye on. We still have a fish shortage? Let's actually solve that. That's a pretty easy fix. Make our pops a little bit I was gonna say faster, but that doesn't make any sense. Make the pops a little bit faster. Yeah, Alexandria, normally kind of the source of rice. I don't think it's going to be enough. See, the thing is this is not our market. These are our pops, I believe. Individually. So I think getting just a little bit of fish doesn't push the needle, like, hard enough. Have you made any progress on the reforms? We are not emperor anymore. And nor can we be emperor because we are a woman. I forget how you get dynastic power. This is actually one of the reasons why we're having difficulties. GP score and ownership over pops within the international organizations. Yeah, so we would want to increase our great power score. The fact that we're locked in on a duchy is a bit of an issue for that. But scaling up our income helps. So annexing these boyos is going to help a lot. What are we looking at? 13 years? Yeah, it's kind of a long bit. Let's do some of that. We can increase the max level here in a couple spots. You know what? I think that we have a few enough jewelry spots as well that we're just gonna do this. Jewelry's like the profitable thing. We want to build it in places where we have silver, but like honestly, this is probably fine. I don't hate jewelry in the capital often. A woman? Yeah, basically. A very competent woman, mind you. Our stats are tremendous. I kind of dislike the UI in EU5, the colors and the tabs and such. Vicky 3 is so sexy on the other hand. I love the aesthetic of Vicky 3. Yeah, I think Vicky 3 UI looks better. A lot of people in Reddit would prefer if the game had 5% of its current mechanics and instead just being an IRL history simulation with events. No, like half of them want that and half of them would hate that. That's always also the thing. It's hilarious to watch like the complaints be the inverse of each other. I hope to see multiplayer having good multiplayer compatibility with no desyncs. I think last I heard, MP, they got like 20 years with one desync or something like this. But it was probably the first 20 years. I don't know how you'd like to consider that. Burgundy's a little bit busy. Wow, we can pull in 2 other people? They don't push the needle very much. I mean, kind of don't want to fight the Papal States, but this is probably okay. I'm gonna kind of only levy up our core territory here. And let's get a unified stack and then reorganize it, because we have to. We hate the reorganization of the stack. Alright. Alright, we're gonna pull the infantry off the flanks and the cannons. And then from the center, we're going to pull the cavalry. And the cannons. And we're going to see what we're left with. Alright, well, let's get the cavalry half and halved. Alright, and marginally, the cannons don't really benefit from... So these guys benefit from having flanks adjacent to them filled. The cannons don't, so we're going to put cannons on the flanks as well. And then... we'll fill out the flanks to width. I think. And then let's overstack the flanks slightly, because we have 7k in the middle, but to be fair, the cavalry take less damage, but we would rather have a little bit more on the flanks in terms of units. So I think this is the way we'll play it. We could also just overload one side, but this is a fair enough approach. And let's head up to Bavaria, who is not the primary target, so we can piece them out quickly. And they get occupied super fast. Are they busy with something else? We also have some cannons, so we will be a little bit faster than before. Maybe we slow down the speed a little. What's going on here? We can vote for offense or defense. I don't think we want that. And we're not going to annex Ferret, like, anyway. Here. Where's the key bindings video? You can find the link on the Discord. It was in 720p for whatever reason, so I set it to private. But it's still up there, but you need to, like, actually have the link. I do love this song, too. Spam the map modes. Increase the APM to make the song go hard. Alright. It responds to your APM, so if you just click more buttons quickly, the music will go harder. Can you briefly explain the formation methodology? Yeah. Excuse me, it's switching songs is the issue right here. Or is it? Oh, maybe we have to click? We can't just map modes? Doesn't feel as responsive here. If you stop clicking, though, it generally stops. Okay, so the cavalry get a flanking bonus. Or actually, it's mainly driven by the infantry. The infantry get a secure flanks bonus. So if the flank at either the left or the right of them has troops in it, then or is still active, then they will get extra defense. So the infantry are best in the middle. At the same time, cavalry are just better as units, and we produce nothing but cavalry. So we have a lot of cavalry. So we put all the cavalry on the flanks, and we put all the infantry in the middle because it's better. Do you enjoy EU5 more than Vic3 right now? I enjoy playing it more, yes. I probably enjoy thinking about Vic3 more, though. Salvation. Oh, there's a big stack. There's a fat stack. That's what we want. Give it to me. Give me that. Don't you run from me. Stack wipe a 10k. Let's go. We call that less antagonism for us, baby. Is this... Diplo rep, nice. We will take less antagonism now. Okay, that's an interesting choice, but people make interesting life choices sometimes. Yeah, we just want to clap this guy. And looks like there'll be no dice bonus or penalty here. Sir Jane, man, thank you for the follow, big nice. I really like the music in E5. Yeah, the music is amazing. Oh, this guy just retreats immediately. Yeah, that's fair. This should be how you fight this anyways. You should just retreat all the time versus a big fat stack like this. Because they have a bunch of split stacks. If you don't get, like, stack wiped, like, this means you can be in more places at once. Right? So the cavalry will also get on the flanks really quickly, or some of our cavalry. The heavy cavalry is not that fast, but the light cavalry is. But currently, like, battles are really long relative to what they were before, so getting on the front fast is not as valuable. But here, we broke through on one flank, so now they're going to crash, and they're going to do a lot of damage. So I think in theory, also, you want... you don't want mixed fronts that are, like, half cavalry, half infantry, as much as you want to have, like, breakthrough fronts and holding fronts. Like Hammer and Anvil. You mean the choice I made when I subscribed to your channel when I don't even play Vic3? Yeah, that's crazy. That's wild. That'd be wildin', man. Oh, we aren't even going to need to... We have to remember, we only need to take the capital. This means we actually don't even need to take a fort from these guys. So we're going to try and see if we can siege most of the non-fort provinces and then subjugate them. Looks like they are doing fine in Italy. We aren't just randomly getting sieged by Aquileia. Oh, this is adjacent to the capital, so it's just going to automatically unsiege it, so maybe we do have to siege that. So what's this going to do to us? Who cares about this? So Ulm really cares. Let's manage some of our diplomacy. Something like this. And then Tübingen also cares. We should be sieging a little bit better here with the cannons. Let's see what siege bonus we're getting. +1, that's it. Damn it. We need more cannons. We can build more cannons. A little bit concerned about them getting waxed en route. I should start using map modes or the hotkeys for this a little bit better. I set them up. Shift R, yeah. It doesn't work, man. Alright, fair. Fair enough. Just double our cannons here. Like, the objective hotkey also doesn't work when it should. Alright. It really reformed all the guys on the left flank because we detached. This is why detaching's painful. No, it didn't. Alright. That was just our ally has everyone on the left. We lost a lot of troops from our left flank. Let's do something like that. And then the cannons should speed things up. They're not that far off of accepting, though. I think just one siege will do it. And then we focus on Aquileia. We don't want to get bogged down in, like, fight after fight after fight after fight, because these guys will conscript back up if we take out their unit. And we don't want any of that. We also don't want to peace deal immediately. We want a little bit of time to improve relations with these guys. Hey, these guys are in Vic 3. Old World Conquest? Not yet. Have you tried Trebizond? No, but they start out as an empire, which is kind of insane. There's a lot going on the map. Can one remove seeing the constructions while at war? Yeah, I think we could also just switch map modes, too. I think we could just do this. In theory, we probably should fight with this map mode. It's a little bit less clear. You can also fight with the war map mode. Right? This does have the hotkeys. This one doesn't, though. The tactical map mode. So this is probably the preferred map mode for, you know, this type of thing. I think let's put these guys, the cannons, on the flanks at least a little bit more. So yeah, it's a little bit difficult to, because you can't see the politics or whatever with that one. German gaming magazine said it was totally broken, however the game looks very playable in streams, which confuses me. So Not to, like, besmirch game reviewers, but I think if you have under 10 hours in the game, you will feel that you don't have a very strong sense of agency / connection to the game. And that maybe getting through stuff takes some time. And we are doing stuff like flipping through this stuff really quickly, because we have a bunch of hotkeys set up, yeah? And we know what the buttons are. And it probably feels accessing information, if you're doing this, probably feels pretty bad. Not to sound like an elitist, but I think if you play the game for 5 hours, there's a good I think if you are only playing the game for a very short amount of time, that there's a decent chance you bounce off of it in the short amount of time. It's really like, this is a pronounced effect in Victoria 3 where it doesn't feel like you're doing anything because everything you do has long-term effects and they operate on equilibrium, so there's no immediate feedback. And to some extent, I feel like that's going on with EU5 to a much less degree, but like, I also think like, it's much more bounce-offable, because it takes a while to understand the systems. Most game reviewers won't have an informed opinion about the sort of game unless they played a lot of other grand strategy games, this too. But even if they played a lot of other GSGs, like, how long are they spending playing the game before they review it? How do the game reviewers review Paradox games if they don't have someone on staff that has played Paradox games before? I mean, some game reviewer places do have one. Like, there was a Paradox, or there was a game reviewer, like, that was relatively active in the Discord, although I don't want to, like, be specific. Can landless countries conquer land? No. Do map modes hotkeys work in EU5 where you could stack several? No. It does not, as far as I can tell. That's why we have a bunch of different hotkeys in the video, which is now private. Because I have to diagnose why it is 720p. I don't understand why, because the video itself's not 720. Doesn't make sense to me, but... So Nuremberg and Bank of Welser. Let's improve with Bank of Welser. I think we want to get more stuff off of Bavaria, though. Not sure if we want to do anything to Württemberg here. What do you think about the game's general review opinion that the game is amazing, but unpolished, buggy mess? Depends when they had access to the game, too. So here's the thing, is like, if they were playing last week, like, from, maybe Thursday, up to, like, the 21st, so the span of, like, 5 days, the game crashed a whole ton, like, a lot. It was really, really bad. It was, like, the most crashy it's been in terms of versions since April. And that's because of a few things that they had, like, where there was a crashing bug in terms of combat, and there was, like, a crashing bug in terms of the outliner. So, like, if you touch the outliner, the game would crash, or if you touch the outliner funny, if it said stranger danger, the game would crash. And then also, you would, you'd crash a lot in wars, and you'd crash a lot if you zoomed in on battles and this type of thing. IGN has Lena, who very big Paradox gamer, specifically EU4. Yeah, I think she gave it an 8. 4K videos only. Really like a hotkey vid. Gonna have to modify it for myself, though, to keep WSD free. Yeah, there should be enough room, especially if you want to use Shift. But, yeah, I don't use WASD, so I mean, like, I don't use WASD, and I don't have, like, an alternative layout for if you use WASD, but, Yeah, I don't have an alternative layout. Maybe I should have done that. I don't know how many people use WASD. To me, using WASD seems so weird, but I do know a lot of people use it, so... Alright, I think that this is good enough. We don't necessarily need to peel as many ducats off of them as possible. I think we'd lose more troops if we get them out of the war a little bit faster. Or actually, we could wait for this occupation to kick in. We're not gonna bother with Treviso on that. Is this a flag location? It is, so several other locations are gonna flip. Hey, balance the budget! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! This is why we run the high minting. Or why we float a little bit. Looks like we actually want to pass this, though. We have a little bit of minting. I think that's good enough for us. It's like, it's mildly marginal, but I think... we probably end up paying more, honestly, from the extra minting over the course of, like, a game. You have to, like, try and keep it really low. We let it get to 1.7%, which is not really low. We also have, this now, which we can upgrade the stuff in. So let's get started on that. The city. And now we should be able to get more money off of him. Oh, just like 20 more ducats? Yeah, fair. Also, maybe we're in a better position this way? Not really. Are we improving relations with him? We're not. I think we're gonna peace out now, though. Some people will join the coalition. That's okay. Ah, we should have waited. I forget they can brick our allies. Not like this. No allies, bricks, no whammies. To be fair, the threshold we really wanted to pass was 50 favors with Bohemia. And we passed that. I think that's going to be enough for us to get a cheap enough acceptance on them, so... Has Paradox talked about why speed has decreased since the middle of October? I'm not sure, but what they were comparing it to also had the, like, infinite crashes. Before then, though, yeah, it was faster and some other stuff. I don't know, I haven't seen it. Did you beat the vampire game? No. Do you think you're getting bored of the game, especially the economic aspects of it? Do you think the game is too easy? I mean, I think I could get to the point where I feel like I have escape velocity pretty early. But you could also just start another campaign. Is it possible to bind shift and WAS together so the camera would only move if you hold shift? Probably. And maybe that'd be a way to do it. That'd be the most simplistic. What are you thinking of the game now? I like it. If reviews are made off an earlier build, that's going to be Paradox's fault. The game should have been polished sooner, so it got the best review possible. Yeah, I mean, that's... I guess that's fair. These guys rival us, so I think we're just going to rival them back. Feels bad to rival Burgundy, though. Maybe it's okay. Oh, we want to feed this to Bamberg, right? No, this is Saxon, so we would want to subjugate it ourselves. I'm not sure we can get away with that, antagonism-wise. Wait, what? Oh, Palatinat's huge. Okay. They're sieging Palatinate. We can maybe get... We can get 20 more support if we want something. What would we want here, though? Like, we don't need a CB. We're gonna be decaying down, like, a whole ton of antagonism. I don't think we'd even use the CB in the next 5 years. No, I guess on Ortenburg. I didn't realize they were isolated like that. Alright. We can just push ourselves towards free subjects if we're gonna push it anyways. And we don't care about the innovative backslide because we're backslide. Shit. Oh no. I clicked the wrong thing. You have to click it before because it takes. You have to have over 50%. Oh no, wait, no. You have to have over 50%. You have to have over 50% to click one of these buttons. You don't need to have over 50% to pass the parliament. Oh yeah, you do. God, that's so stupid. So this would be an example maybe of lack of polish that's kind of annoying. You have to, like, not accidentally go over 100. You have to, like, spend the thing. Fortunately, we could just get it, but holy inflation? Yeah. EU4 is loved, like, so much, and this game is really expensive. I don't know. You can keep playing EU4, too. It's not like they're taking EU4 away. Do you know when EU4's 5's tutorial video that you wrote come out? The one that I worked on, one of them came out today. I wrote, like, most of the script for the one that just came out today. What do you think of the late game? Is it developed at all, or do you fall in line with the same problems as EU4? Too powerful, riding through? I mean, I think that almost every grand strategy game or this type of thing, you tend to, like, really outperform the AI and, like, start crushing it. And that this is not, like, an exception to the norm. I don't think it's an exceptional case of, like, you really, really crush the AI and the AI can't do anything. But, like, you also, like, kind of just crush the AI and the AI is not that strong. I think we're just gonna, for the sake of, like, not needing a micro, I think we're gonna just do this. Just watch the second video of the Venice campaign shitting about the audio. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. That was a little bit frustrating, because I didn't notice for a while. I don't think we want to take anything off of Württemberg. Unless there is a multi... Ah, there is... They're not going to accept that ish, though. They would accept this. 17 antagonism. And we could release a subject out of here that will have claims on them. What's it look like culture-wise? And they'll just be a Swabian subject of ours? I don't think we have a Swabian subject right now. Yeah, I think that's kind of, we're into that. Ravensburg and Nellenburg we need to improve relations with as well. Mainz, I think we don't want to try and take anything off of. So we can just occupy them and like take money and get them out of the war. Let's cancel some of these. So we're trying to rake it up a little bit better. And trying to improve peace here. A genuine question, how much land can free cities take before it stop being a free city? I think they have to be a one location miner. Big Brabant, I hope the game comes out with a demo. Or maybe it just torrents it. Yeah, I mean, that's up to you. Why are there 2 Burgundies? I don't know. Is the Burgundy colored a second Burgundy? Let's take a look. Actually, wait, why are there 2 Burgundies? Well, one's a kingdom and the other's a duchy. This looks like Savoy formed Burgundy in some way. I don't know. What happened to the video of the map modes? It was, for some reason, 720p, so I'm going to re-upload it. If you really want to watch it, though, there is a link on... Well, I'd rather people just wait to watch it for algo reasons, but there is... The link is still available on the Discord in terms of the news. I didn't delete the link. So people who are in progress of watching it can still watch it. How can the player influence the stats of rulers during education and adulthood? Right now, you can only just change the education. So it's a relatively simplistic one. But we can change the education of our kids. I think, do we have all adults? Yeah, we have all adults, so I can't show you. Let's do this. Devs are so lazy they couldn't come up with their own country names. Terrible. Copied all the big country names IRL. I bet they left this European loonies in the game just because what the heck is... where the heck is NA in this game? Yeah, forgot about America. I'm pretty sure America's been there for a while now. This will be nice. Getting rid of some antagonism here. We can improve relations with Nellenberg now. What can we do with... Can we do anything weird with Mainz because they're an elector? I don't think we can. That's worth doing. Humiliation is so expensive. I don't know why it's so expensive. Maybe go for it though. We kind of like the prestige helping us out with the antagonism generally. I think Ravensburg we also wanted to improve relations with. We need a little bit more Diplo. What's up the slider? Get 20 coming in. Yeah, we just want humiliation and money. Alright, time to march our asses back down to the south. Oh, this guy we wanted to maybe feed, actually. As a subject to... Oh no, wait, we maybe wanted to subjugate these guys because there would be our Saxon subject. kind of taken a little bit more stuff than we kind of hoped or initially planned on taking here, but I don't think we have too much antagonism generated up here. So... And, like, what we do in Aquileia won't really matter up here. So... Paradox games, you take over half the world. I mean, this game's, the aim is to be a little bit more grounded. What does Prestige give? It gives you a little bit of infamy decay. Just finished watching the France vid so long. Makes me excited to get hands on the game. I feel it'll be hard to learn it. It'll just take a little while. You're sitting on a lot of cash. Sitting on some cash is fine. It's not the end of the world. We don't have hyper good opportunities for buildings outside of building in our new cities, which are throttled by promotions rather than what we've built. So, like for the most part, like our opportunities are not that good. I think also we are throttled, like expanding. We can't expand RGOs in places where they're not done employing up. Or it's not going to be very useful. The legumes aren't valuable. That's fully expanded. I guess in the capital we have an opportunity to max this out, which we could do that, but our opportunities for like big profit are reasonably small. That like it doesn't really matter if we do this now or in like a year. We also wanted to maybe subjugate this guy. And like, the antagonism's getting out of hand, right? I think up here it makes a little bit more sense, so we'll probably do that. Because we've generated a lot of antagonism in the south on those guys. These guys we haven't as much. Hanseatic League, Schwarzburg, we would be subjugating ourselves, so that doesn't matter. Ravensburg, 55, Vordenburg. Break that back. Let's get over to there to do our siege. They late game crisis like the Mongols? Not especially. Hey Arcad, how's it going? What's up? Good, sir. Little cheeky chip shot here. We're on the fronts. Looks like his flank is gonna collapse here pretty quick, and then we will just crush him in the center. Oh, the center crashes first. Amazing. We'll be much faster. We get a breach. We could assault. We just preserve the troops here. For the most part, we aren't going to be taking damage from marginal like battles very much. Oh my god, we forgot to do the things. We've been forgetting to do the things. We've been forgetting to do the things. We take less antagonism like this. Shoot. Let's improve with Ravensburg. We're gonna get a nobility revolt here as well. Not the end of the world. So this is the only guy who's going to be in on the rebellion, or not rebellion, coalition. So 2 months we can get him improving relations, and that'll put us in good shape. We're just leaving our guy on the thing. Padlock Canal is going to be nice. Going to be nice. Building these in a line so we can project control over to Bavaria pretty nicely. So... could pull off of this guy, I think. So that way we will get 25 next month, so we'll be able to start with the other guy. I think maybe we make him a fiefdom though. So this should be... with this... now that should generate no one who can join. Yeah. Because it's just 2 people we've subjugated. So we'll do that. Yeah, so now it's starting to ramp up. I think we could go for Aquileia, like actual stuff off of them, but this wasn't the plan. Let's just see what taking a little location does. Looks like maybe we could take a little bit off of them, and it won't be the end of the world. And so we'd have to try and think of what we want to take. I don't think, like, we obviously can't afford to subjugate them, but... we could vassal feed this guy, like, that one location. We can make it so that they will have worse control later, though. Maybe this is a worthwhile thing. Can we take these 2 locations? We can. So that'll isolate these. And we just feed those to our vassal. What does this look like? We're probably just greeting out super hard, and we're just probably supposed to piece them out here. Actually, the antagonism down here is fine. We didn't really notice. Oh, Papal States is in on this. Hold the phone. They're not in the HRE. Look, it barely pushes the needle on any of the HRE guys. Württemberg, Gura, and Schweiz, or whatever, are, like, a vibe, but we could take a bunch of papal stuff. When's the 8th date for EU5? 500 years in. So is this the first of your many EU5 runs? We've played a lot of runs. In terms of on-stream, yeah. Are fiefdoms strictly better than vassals? No, they are not. Vassals, I think... by virtue of you not having your ruler in charge of them, have a couple differences, but they're almost strictly better, I guess. Are you gonna do a video on the best way to get maritime power? Oh yeah, time to eat the Pope? Yeah, no, I think it's the Pope eating time. I think we want a chunk of Spoleto to go to our subject. I think we want this to go to our subject. Wait, why is that so much... Oh, we don't do it with the Papal States. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, the Papal States hates that idea, but So here we could release Spoleto from here, who will get claims. And then we could feed our subject several things. It's the HRE. Yeah, is this not going to give the HRE, messing with the HRE modifier? It's not, so we can feed that to Ferrara. And we could give our subject connection here to their other territory. Or some of it. I think this is... We just can't grab HRE land. So Bologna is going to be a issue for us. Oh, we're taking something from them. We can just not do that. Yeah, looks like it's just these guys pretty small. Bologna's still giving a lot, but this looks like probably the type of peace deal we're going for. Or we would like to go for. Something like this. Just big chunk off the Papal States. And we release it to our subjects, so we won't even get the malice that they want land that we own. Yeah, I think I like that. We're just gonna have to wait a little bit. Don't like that. It's crazy how effective the vassal feeding is. Makes me want to try my own Austria campaign. It is strong. How do you get lots of prestige? Looking at the 100 prestige, legitimacy, and stability achievement. You forgot execute ruler. Womp womp. That gives you a lot of antagonism. You can get a lot of prestige from humiliating people and also just paying for the prestige slider. Sir J-Man. Or that's not the baboop we are looking for. This is not the droid you're looking for. Gatto, thank you for the follow, big nice. They just waxed our one, yeah. That's why we were, whatever. Mistakes. It's like, the AI is much better at handling multiple stacks than the player can ever be. Schwiz and Gura. Schwiz and Gura. We got so much out of this war. Coalition's disbanded. Schwiz and Gura. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. A little fog of war action there, eh? Whoa, 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 whoa. Excuse me. Just trying to link up. I think one more tick, and we'll do the things, and then we'll get to spending our money for the person who's asking about telling us we have a huge bank. Because we kind of do. Oh, what's this? Oh, it's on here. Oh, we can maybe take one more location? Spoleto will have cores on most of the stuff, so... Schwiz kind of doesn't care. Bologna now really cares, so... Bologna's gonna be, like, big upset. And Papal States, too. Yeah, okay. I think this is fine. This is what we want. Bologna we're at war with, so we can't, get them... Or we actually don't care if they join the coalition, because we have a peace with them. The one that matters is Suez. Yeah, okay, now sufficiently large a number. Actually, you know what? We didn't, let's just take a little bit less. We don't have a co-belligerence CB on, like, the Papal States, and maybe we want to take more from the Papal States in the future, so let's just take a little bit less. Let's rake it back a little bit. And then here we're just, like, we have a little bit more breathing room. If we fight Papal States in the near future with a better CB on them, that will, like, function a little bit better. We could also liberate from Aquileia, but I think that this is fine. I think this is fine. And we have subjects to create. But first, we have country strength 13 for vassals, country strength 2 for fiefdoms, so we would prefer to create fiefdoms. We have a guy we have to create in Hohenberg, and we want a fiefdom. And then we want to also create Spoleto. And then we'll feed that to our other subject. Here, we got some baboops. Is plus 100 gold a month a lot? It seems like a lot after just 60 years. Not especially. Hey, thank you for the tier 1 from him. Why name is what? I agree. Thank you so very much for the support. Much appreciated. Alright, so Pop's coming up nicely here, and we don't even have anything here yet, so let's go tools. And then weaponsmith, we are going to have an advantage here. Yeah, we can't upgrade yet. And let's try and get more marketplaces towards the outskirts. We do have this here. And that new place. And then maybe this is okay. Something like this. We could upgrade Salzburg to a city, but I don't think we quite like it. We can't annex these guys yet. So, generally speaking, we're not going to have too tremendous opportunities here. But here we can go for die maker. Weaponsmith, I guess we need a better spot for a weaponsmith, and also a spot where we have livestock for the tanning place, which we do have livestock here. So we'll build the tannery here. Weaponsmith. Weaponsmith does use wood. It uses wood and stone in some of the PMs. I guess we could use wood. We would prefer coal, but maybe this place is a little bit wanting for things. And then we also have wood as an input here, wood and stone. We don't have promotions in either place, but we already have weaponsmith here, so let's expand out the weaponsmith all the way. And then I think we probably can go city in one of these, and this is going to make for a better city. Or town, rather. And it feels bad, but we'll build jewelry out of there. So that'll be, they'll get a production bonus. And then we'll take a look at civilian infrastructure. Actually, let's see if we can top anyone off with some of these things. Do we have any place that is using tools but is not expanded it all the way? Or is expanded tools? we have a sand look? Do we have a sand spot? We have sand here. We have a city. Okay. Yeah, sand. Not having enough promotions there, though. And we want to keep some of these places rural, because you get more pop growth in rural. That's one of our major throttles here, is the pop growth. We'll get that. Actually, we don't need this many. Let's just do 2 each. Like, it'll take forever to get all those promotions. It's fine. And then raw material production. Let's do the same for you. And then sheep. I think we still don't have really good sheep locations. Well, let's exit out of the Vienna market though. But we're kind of looking for places that we aren't going to urbanize, that produce food. Guess the livestock locations that we picked up. They have horrible market access, so these like won't produce a lot in the aggregate. Let's actually just do 1 each. And then I don't think this is that profitable. Let's actually find like a blank location, kind of. Somewhat blank. Actually, where was the place that had the really bad? Yes, Salzburg just says awful. And trying to figure out what's profitable here. Yeah, yuck, 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 yuck. Tools, tannery, yeah, stuff we're already have in the queue. I guess RGOs are the thing to push if we're not having many buildings that are going to be profitable. Maybe need to think through. This place can probably build a couple other things. I guess we'll go tools here. To be fair, we can maybe push script the books a little bit. Not a lot of it. Are we missing anything? Okay, so that I think is for our profitable stuff, what we can kind of do. Government buildings. Let's check if we have embassies. Actually, we have probably a couple decent bailiffs off the Schwarzburg locations. Yeah, the gems and the iron will be okay. Yeah, we're not pushing control to the tin or the marble very easy, so let's add to those as well. So some bailiffs will be useful. We don't have the counting house tech yet. We're building the pound locks. Don't think most of these bridges will be effective. The AI is usually pretty good at actually figuring out the bridge is going to be effective. Except, actually, these are just too far south. They're never going to be effective. We have a location in a subject which can get a settlement. We can get a little bit more food production and pop capacity if we start pushing irrigation. We'll add in locations that have a food RGO, just a single one, to kind of lay the foundation for more later. And because it's... well, the extra pop capacity will help us grow slightly, and it'll be much more impactful in low pop capacity locations, which will be kind of like the places that have terrible terrain. So let me do some of that, and then got 900 left. Make sure that we have everywhere. Temple. I don't think we can build these yet. No, we can't. Let's get these going. I think we'll pass. There's only 900 people, 9k people there. I think we'll pass on the library up there. And some farming villages might be okay. And the market village, kind of okay those. 700 left over. Are we anywhere near city time with this? Not especially, but we could still save up for a city, so. Hey Gene, how's it going? I was watching your France play and noticed you had seemingly very little pop growth. Is that simply the max in the starting years? Pops just don't grow super fast. It compounds though. One of the issues though is you not having early game prosperity, which actually is kind of our issue. We could actually change up our research a little bit here actually to deal with that. Kind of do want the universities though, but maybe let's hold off on the vibrant court stuff and pick up the... we only need bureaucracy. Actually, let's just get bureaucracy next, so we can put in decentralized bureaucracy and then go for the university into all this. Because this is an issue for us. We're not growing pops because we haven't maxed out prosperity. Prosperity equals pop growth? Yeah, this is a big factor for it. It tends to be low early on. To be fair, we were overtaxing the commoners as well, so maybe that's a bit of an issue. I think we're committing to free subjects, so let's go fewer levies here. Let's go fewer levies, because we're revving this bitch anyways. Nobility insurgents, let's go. Bring it on, baby. So no one's allied with you, right? There's not a random France. France waiting in the wings, right? If there was France waiting in the wings, we would make some very quick adjustments. France is not someone we can fight right now. Oh, but this is gonna brick all of our buildings. If we have more than one in the queue, I think we could get away with completing... one building in a lot of these spots. Maybe we slow down the... Let's slow this down a little bit. So we will have more months to complete the stuff. Type of thing. Hey, thank you for the Raiders. Rorston VT. How's it going, my guy? How was your stream? Were you playing EU5? How goes it? Slava Ukraina? Yes, indeed. Let's go. We'll take the... Ah, maybe we shouldn't have taken the antagonism. If we make the nobles happier, they'd also get off our back. But the thing is, I don't think there's too many... I don't think there's too much we want to give out here. I think this is just upside, but that's not going to make them way happier. Just a little bit happier. But we'll slow down the insurgents. Let us actually finish our buildings that we put in the queue. Oh well, was playing some FTD, taking a break from EU4. Got most of the achievements before tomorrow. Wanted to see how your Austria game's going. Going pretty good. Loved your ARs over the last few months. Thank you, thank you. How many personal unions we have? We have one personal union and one marriage union. Personal union is over for Rhett. Marriage union is over Saxe of Wittenberg. We're in pretty good shape to have that turn into a personal union. We can invest in culture now. I think we're gonna look to invest like 5 ducats, which isn't gonna give us a positive culture amount. Actually, let's just invest it all. This isn't even that expensive. We don't have that many artists yet, so... This is gonna allow this to stay higher for longer. Alright, maybe I was just overly concerned for no reason. It looks like we can get our buildings down. We just really didn't want them bricked. I just kind of spazzed. That's my bad. Let's instead go back to encouraging migration here. And then relation is getting up high with these guys. Which one do we want to annex first? To be fair, with these guys loyal, we could just peel locations off them to make them OPMs. Like an absolute menace. That's the capital, so we can't peel that off. And they have the best RGOs, like, by far. And the best border guard. Let's go. Give them market access preference to get them to a higher relations faster. Is this game really a nothing ever happens simulator in its current state? Can't wait to play either way. I would not say so, but I could see some people maybe thinking that way. And that's how a lot of people feel about Vic 3, and I just like really strongly disagree with the evaluation. I forgot we have this CB. Stupid mode. We declared when there was a winter. It's my bad. Yeah. So they're actually gonna get to mobilize their troops. Cute. Alright, fair enough. We have a claim thrown on Schleswig. Hey, thank you for the 5 gifted. Zero Moon, 17. Thank you so very much. You will get a baboop for each gift. Much appreciated, my guy. This game is much more revolved around war than I thought it would have been. I mean, to be fair, I think we're kind of also a lot fat. I think we're pretty fast at the gardening aspect of it. To be fair. I think we're not annexing this guy that quickly, so we could steal location from him. I think it costs us a diplomat, though. I don't even know if it's worth a diplomat. It's probably not worth a full diplomat relative to just annexing him, actually. And look, we're back up to 2k in the bank, so... Alright, we're gonna feed this guy to this guy. This is gonna give us less buttons to click later. Gonna humiliate for the sweet. What's it called? And then do this. Yeah, economically speaking, we're kind of starting to pop off, but we're super throttled by lack of pop. Yeah, we should have gone after the prosperity earlier. That's my bad. MS Deep now? Big true. Reddit Discord's been rather silly lately. People are so overreacting to, like, the expansion, like, thing. And, like, I don't know, like, it's also just such a small sample size, bro. Like, you watch one time-lapse and you, like, freak out is, like, crazy to me. Like, look at Castile go. Hungary's taking a chunk. Venice, look at this. Annex Bosnia over here. I guess, like, it depends how much staying power they have. Georgia often expands. Look at Georgia being spectacular. I mean, like, the Ottomans are doing well. France has landed in England. France kind of always blobs out, though, but... I don't know. I'm gonna get this insurgency popping soon. Oh, I didn't even notice the Diplo tab was off to the right here. Yeah, this isn't our subject, so let's rake it back. Let's rake it back on Ulm as well. Let's rake it back on Ravensburg. I think we might be having a lot of religious influence. I don't know if we're capped, but I believe this gives us like pop growth. We can only put one down in Salzburg or Macenta. Oh, we forgot to do the things. Let's do the things. Run him back. Let's give them the province. And then seed this guy the location. So that way he can court, and we want him to have 2 locations. That way no funny business if he revs. Or reduce the chance of funny business. Let's take a look at our Diplo situation here. Is this Royal Marriage? Yeah. Blue is Alliance. I think this is Rival or them being pissed. Or is it Truce? Might be Truce. Yeah, the brown is Truce. Orange, I think, is Rival. We've rivaled Burgundy and Aquileia, yeah. And then the light green is our subjects, so... pretty good shape. Anyways, I need to head out. Yeah, of course, the bathroom and the other stuff. Nice to meet you too. Looking forward to playing myself tomorrow. I hope your Game of Thrones many. I hope your thrones are many and your enemies or heirs are few. This is the goal. This is the dream. This is the way. How long have we been going? We started at 9:45. Okay. You got a boop boop. Capybara Demon, thank you for follow. Big nice. So hyped for tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be big hype. Big nice. We have a lot of these events that are pushing us towards traditionalists. I like that they put the traditionalist on there. We actually... pushing societal values, we might be done now. How much are we getting? Yeah, no, we can't push that as much. Let's see, what else can we push? I mean, if we're gonna push free subjects, we actually want to push into it, so... Well, actually, not necessarily. So what else can we push? We can push innovative back up to like 40-ish. We can push spiritualist, except we don't like it. Do we like communalism? We would like it a lot more if we were staying serfdom, because satisfaction's hard to play for. Yeah, I think we're just pushing back up the innovative. We want to get it over 50. Because once you get it over 50, it's a lot easier to get it over 100. Do you think it's ever worth going decentralization? Not really. Touch grass when? Probably not for a bit. What do the arrows colors mean in the value? So if it is purple, it means it's trending against your current flat amount. And if it's blue, it's trending towards what you have. So currently we have centralization, we're trending towards centralization. Currently we have... or sorry, blue I think means that you have maxed out your what you can get from your trend. So here we have not yet maxed out the innovative, and so this blue hasn't lit up yet. But these ones we have maxed out our trend. But now the purple is trending us in the opposite direction. I think that's the way it works. Rev time soon. A little bit of Christmas time is here. Something about good cheer. Alright, time to go decentralize bureaucracy and get monthly prosperity up really high. Which is been an issue for us for some time. Yeah, we're just gaining it so slow. It's not that we can't get to 100 with our current kind of way we're doing things, it's that it just takes forever. And one little nasty war just like completely kills it when the like place gets occupied or something. And so now it'll go up a lot faster once this law is fully in. It's not in yet. Getting closer to getting Bavaria annexed up here. There's the nobility. So let's call Milan and this guy and this guy and Bohemia. And then let's deal with this. I don't think we're gonna maybe we should conscript up. Let's conscript up a little. Plus 20 relations on every neighbor. Very nice. We're expecting most of our subjects to do the heavy lifting here. Do we want Dev here? For 500 ducats, that's a lot of ducats. We save a lot on not needing to go back up on the legitimacy though. Not quite 500, but we're also getting the stab. Yep, come swarm, my friends. Jesus, France is becoming so huge. Oh boy. We'd rather actually not really fight the rebellion's troops, because then that's our pops dying. We just want to put it down kind of as quickly as possible. Also, the occupation, I think, is going to really brick prosperity, I believe. Or like getting sieged. Yeah, under siege. Not exactly ideal. It's kind of quick for a lot of these places, but I think that's it for the nobles. And now they're happy again. I don't think we have anywhere near enough pops to city up. Yeah, we don't. So we're gonna see about mass expanding the RGOs. We're gonna do it just one market, because things can get a little weird. And then we're gonna hover this. That's fully reduced in price, and so is this other stuff. We don't really care if we build in our subjects. We could build in our subjects. I don't mind it too much. Oh, some of them have inflation? Never mind. Yeah. We're just gonna do a good old shift click. It's a lot of RGOs. Let's go. HOTTOGO something. We get piracy law as well. Yeah. Son of a bitch. We're not supposed to spend before we do that. Luckily we roll something, yeah. We're gonna intentionally fail this. We could just ship it. We could also tread towards free subjects here. Cost us prestige. To be fair, we actually want to peek behind here for land value. I kind of don't want to generate the antagonism here, though, considering we're, like, decaying it down. We can open our borders again. It's really not that critical a thing. We could request additional taxes. I mean, we haven't been using this. I don't think we need a claim here. I mean, I guess we could go for that and feed it to Upper Bavaria. That's probably okay. And then we're gonna go bellicose, just in case we can go get another thing. Aristocratic support, we kind of want anyways. Actually, let's do diplomacy, diplomatic bat mode. Oh, we're stupid! That guy's already a subject of someone. Wait, what? Yeah, okay, my bad. We won't, like, reload over that, but that's me being stupid, I guess. So Kempton has low relations. What does the war with Kempton look like, though? It's free city, so boho. Yeah. It's a free city, so it looks like a little like boho. What's... Are you a subject of anyone? Tübingen? No, you're not. But we have really good relations with you, son of a bitch. Is there a relations map mode too? Let's see, we do have... Vassal feed this guy to our subject. Maybe subjugate Onzeburg. Almost rather like go after Holland though. Oh, these wars that like are somewhat reasonable are like feeling harder and harder to find without us just going for some random thing back out in the middle of nowhere, which is probably correct. It's Croatia's. Yeah, Croatia's gonna have CBs on people. They're gonna have them on Venice. Maybe we do this for the Venice CBs. Max, thank you for the follow. Big nice. I want to see Yuan. How bad could it be? It's rough. You guys want Mali, but I want Dali. Like, Delhi or Dali? This would get us in a fight with Hungary again. To be fair... Don't hate fighting Hungary? kind of don't want to do it on our own, though. What's Croatia look like? I think it's the personal union that's driving that. They have an alliance with Padua, who I think we have a really good relation with. Yeah. We maybe could have planned out this a little bit better. I mean, we have... That's kind of interesting. We don't want to randomly fight Castile. This is interesting indeed. We could go after them. We're a lot stronger. And we get to fight Venice, which I think we want. Especially the Trieste. Yeah, we get to take a piece of this and then reconquer Bosnia later. Like this war. I like it. I like it. Took a little bit of a hot second to find it, but we like it. We're in it. Forget the requirements for you threatening war. Whoa. Mantua being a co-belligerent. Oh, we didn't see that Mantua is an overlord. That's fine, that's fine. We can send an insult to Mantua. Which feels bad because we improved relations over, like, kind of... That's why we were kind of trying to keep the... improve relations, like, from getting too high. Bangor Westler, we don't care, though. I think we're improving relations with them. Are we not? Okay. Let's do that. Get down with the Pope, go Lutheran also. No, I think we're gonna go... I think we're gonna stay Catholic. I mean, I want to stay Catholic for, like, at some point in time. How many vassals do we currently have? Like, 8 or something? Rip ERE. Generalist has a code? I do. My code is Generalist in all caps. Thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. Alright, so 10 stab hit. What happens when we co-belligerate Venice? Another 10 stab. I regret one of those improve opinions. We should have just improved opinions with 2 subjects. This is fine though. Also dev the capital. It's not insane to dev the capital, because everything always comes out of Vienna. And so, to the extent that it's giving you proximity cost reduction, it's kind of nice. I still think that us getting it on these 3 locations in a row that we're citying is, like, kind of okay. It's also kind of probably just we're supposed to go stab or something, or legitimacy, and just get more money. The thing is, we're not, like, I feel less throttled on the money than other stuff. Kinda don't want to grab that guy, because he sucks at other stuff. He's really old, too. Let's go with this guy. And how are you getting enough sleep? How long did you stream yesterday? Like 10.5 hours? Would you say there's a significant difference between nations' playstyles, or kind of all the same like Vicky? I think there's a pretty big difference. I think a lot of the things that are strong are kind of strong on everyone, though. But I don't think it's, like, that close to Vicky. There's a huge differentiation in, like, what you do based on the land you have. I would say maybe it's less, like, different based on the nations and more different based on, like, the land and the pop and, like, your material conditions and this type of stuff. Some nations have significant differences, though, like, in terms of what values you could reasonably push. So we have content that pushes us towards aristocracy, so on most nations I'd probably want to go Pluto, but here we're just going to stay aristocracy for the entire game. Yeah. 92 towards land. We would be 4 more, but we messed up. Okay, so we want to co-CB Venice. And I think we're into this, yeah? We can call Boho, too. Is Boho gonna get annoying? I don't think Boho gets as annoying here. Wait, why do you say no now? Okay, well, I'm glad we didn't call you, because that breaks our alliance if you say no. Oh, they need Venice to be... What is this? That seems like a lot of click-a-roll. I'm going to save, just in case that gets really weird. I don't know what that is about. We have 67 there. I think we want at least 70, because we want to isolate Bohemia from allies at some point. Okay. It is going to be nice that we don't have some random enemy in the north and they're just all south of us, because this way we don't have to worry about, like, weird fronts. Venice itself is going to be a trick to take, though, because we don't have a navy. So they have to somehow flub patrolling their thing. Which, to be fair, the AI is kind of good at. So for formation, I think what we're going to do is we're going to push the cav to the edges. This might take a little bit less time to do. Then let's even it out. And then let's push some infantry into the middle. I think 2 infantry from each into the middle is maybe okay. Let's push the infantry that kind of has... Actually, let's push cannon in the middle. No, infantry in the middle is just better. Let's do that. Just if we notice we have like a 500 stack infantry, we'll push in the middle. Something like this. We slightly overstacked in the middle. Actually, we could pull the cannons out to edges. Something like this. Okay, cool. That looks good. We should have an easy time getting down here anyway. And we have to think about what we want to take. We're probably just piecing out Venice, so we want to mainly go after Venice, and then we're using Venice to peel stuff off the Papal States, I think. Papal States gonna be big mad at us, though. We should have improved relations with the Papal States. Bologna. We want to send a diplomat too, I think. They're one of the more upset people at us in the region. And we're not decking them directly. Like Aquileia, we're decking on cooldown, I think. Can we try and get over here? No, we can't. We can't even try. That's actually okay, though. We kind of want Venice proper, but we don't, like, need it for a reasonable peace deal. Isn't Venice the leader? We co-belligerated Venice, no? Did we mess up? We co-belligerated Venice. Right? We had that checked? So is early spitting out vassals meta? Yes, yes, yes. Out of loop, why are you killing the Pope? Killing guys in the HRE is a lot of antagonism for us. And we're playing around it, but, like, honestly, like... supposed to expand outside of it, but he's close enough that it looks like we're doing normal expansion. So, it feels pretty good. I don't know. I guess we don't need to siege this guy, though. I guess we just need to siege Mantua, if Mantua's the war leader. We would like to take Venice, but since it's a province capital, and if this guy doesn't, like, vacate that coast, we're not going to be able to. No! Why you have a guy over there? That's so obnoxious. We obviously don't want to send the entire army over there to deal with it, so he's just going to occupy all this stuff up here. Unless one of our allies takes care of it. Oh, we didn't watch this, but... it's kind of pretty not concerned. So let's take the capital here. Who are we occupying here? Is that Mantua? Mantua! What are you doing? Florence is blobbed out pretty well. Mantua, I guess, too. We have to think about what we want. Oh, we can't take this off of... we have to take the Wargle first. Can we subjugate the Wargle? And then... yeah, we can. Cool, cool, cool. We'll actually transfer that to Ferrara and have Ferrara subjugate it. But then... Then, I think we're gonna... we care about going after Bosnia. There's some silver up there. The question is, where does Bosnia's capital belong? It might not matter. Like, in theory, we would want it close to the silver, but practically speaking, we want it close to the coast. That way we can maybe be able to support them. We could go for some weird border guard situation. You can just go for coast. Oh, Siena's in it? Siena's in the mix. Hypothetically, what does subjugating Mantua even look like? I don't think we can do it. We can do it. 23 AE. Hypothetically. We're gonna be accepting their culture. We have a bunch of resource on that. we check on Spain in the New World? There hasn't been any colonization yet. Spain's doing really well, though. Three-front micro-manipulations in Europe for a bit better Vic-3 systems. Yeah, I mean, this you have to micro, but, like, that's, like, you get, like, tactical systems and this type of stuff. Don't kill the Pope, he has a cool hat. True. Big true. Pope get rotated. It looks like normal expansion and it feels good. Pope Vassal. The problem is it's actually kind of really obnoxious to take this in terms of vassalizing the Pope. Oh, we can't even vassalize the Pope. It might not be possible for a Christian nation to vassalize the Pope, man. Zash? Thank you for the follow, big nice. What are some rules you use for whether subjects versus taking land directly? Usually I have to want it in an immediate fashion to take it directly. Or my subjects have to be really strong. Blackfire, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. So, I considered taking this land directly, pretty closely, but ended up not. Yeah, we're just going to be able to peel a bunch off of other people just occupying Mantua. This is kind of like one of the weird gameplay patterns. You don't need to actually take the person you're taking stuff off of. Very curious what take Mantua looks like in terms of the antagonism. I'm pretty sure it's like not doable, but we'll be able to check once we have their capital. A breach, we could assault here, but actually we really need to not ever assault because we don't have any infantry regulars, so like compared to our army, we are really, really bad at assaulting, but that's fine. I think we could go speed 5 here. I think we're just kind of chilling this out. I guess we maybe want to try and deal with Venice, just trying to keep an eye if like something... I don't think there's any stack that we're afraid of with our army. Mainly because the participants here are not huge or this type of thing. X14? XIV0. Thank you for the follow, big nice. Antagonism is just a number, but we're trying to play around it. You're right, but... what does this look like for us? 72. It's not even that bad. I don't think we like it, but it's not that bad. I don't think we like it. I think we would rather play this as a setup war, so... make a Mullah a vassal. Transfer it to Ferrara. Maybe Ferrara can annex it before we annex Ferrara. If not, we'll annex them. And then take a couple locations. Can't go after Ragusa unless we take the thing, so we can't seize the market capital here. We could march our asses over to Ragusa, though. If we had access through multiple people who hate our guts, I'm not sure we can achieve that. It's cheaper to take non-HRE stuff. Imola is not going to matter. Bank of Peruzzi, Bank of Bardi are going to be upset. We feed this to Spoleto. I think I'd just rather take more stuff off of this, though. We could just take an entire province. and then release the entire province. And that makes Venice really upset, but the Pope's already upset with us. Actually, then we could Borgor. We could do one of these. We could do one of these. Can we actually just get all of Bosnia? And Hun? We can. Venice gets really upset. But we could do one of these. The horrible Borgor. Chat will be so upset. I mean, I kind of like this as the peace deal. I think this might be it. We will then get Bosnia, and Bosnia will make claims on Venice, and so we will get a good Venetian war. Could maybe take one extra thing off of Pope Man. I'm not sure how mad Pope Man is at us. Bamify, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Let's take a look and see if we can see how bad Pope is at us. No antagonism? Bro, real? What the hell? How upset are you with us, though? Yeah, you're real upset. At war. So you'd be plus 100. Wow, actual no antagonism. So maybe we take a little bit off the Pope. How big claims do we have at Spoleto? We want to make sure we keep at least one of Spoleto's claims open. Don't hate something like this where we get a border. Save the Pope from Generalist? Not like this. We're just trying to be efficient, man. Once we finish occupying, like, these things, we should have enough war gold to take more of what we want. What is this? Who is this? Oh, we want to... Do we have a subject down here? We want to feed this to a subject. Or subjugate it. Do we have a subject that is this culture? No, you. Okay. I think we just feed this to Hohenberg. Because we just prefer there being fewer, like, OPMs just kicking about, and then we feed this to... Ferrara. Well, we have to just take the province, that's fine. And then rake back the money. So we'll just feed the location to our vassal. And we transfer the subject to Ferrara. A little bit of antagonism. Looks pretty nice. Just having a little bit of a think. Do we want to do anything over here? We could also take out Tortona in a similar fashion. I think we'll leave them on the map for now. Yeah, I think this is good. Very kind of cheap. That war was so good for us. Very low investment. We get Bosnia. Let's take a look at what we're getting loyalty-wise. So fiefdoms are -8. Minus a whole ton more from vassals. So we're going to release them as a vassal. You ever been to Bosnia? You ever been to Bosnia, son? You ever been in this shit? My dad was. Alright. Alright, we have nothing that is unintegrated. Subjects are integrating for us. So we're giving this to them so they integrate it for us, and also this land's not going to be very useful for us right now at this juncture. So that's like kind of why we're doing it like this. We're integrating this guy right now. Claim throne against Schleswig. I think the claim throne CB doesn't let us take shit though. I think it's like minus, like, yeah, or plus 100 conquest. Not more for subjugate. I mean, we could use this to get in on Hungary. Plus 100% cost. I mean, it's not the end of the world. This is actually a decent CB. Or it's like a decent alliance matrix, because we're actually not having to fight anyone real big except for Hungary. We could even maybe subjugate Denmark. If we're allowed. We might be not allowed to take them. You're an American? Yes. Big meta question of how smaller vassals future or better bigger vassals. Smaller is better because they tend to use more dev province. Leafy Green Carl, thank you for the follow, Big Dice. And Bamified as well. Welcome, welcome. France not going after Aragon, shake my head. No, he turned his eyes westward. Tortuga? What did I call it? What is it actually called then? Tortona? Yeah, close enough. Close enough. What's our antagonism look like? Very manageable. It's about rotations. Yeah. HRE expansion, what do you mean it's difficult? What do you mean? I think we're gonna throw this down in our cities, our newer cities maybe. Kind of cheap on the price. But university is expensive. Look at that. Look at our money go down. I think we go education of the people. Give us more push towards innovative. Yeah, I think that's just what we want. And more literacy on, like, everyone. It's gonna give us a lot more qualifications. Kind of one of the things we are getting throttled on right now. We have too many diplomats. We have people really pissed at us. Russia is... I think we can do the cultural opinion improve here. Oh, did we feed this to Bohemia in that war? We might have fed this to Bohemia. Yikes. Bohemia and France are so scary. I think we're outpacing them in terms of growth, but they are growing real fast. Bohemia actually probably has a bigger tax base than us. 750. Yeah. A lot bigger. Oh, we forgot to not leave our army in the middle of nowhere. I don't know why it's bumping the, like, hype music. What do we have research-wise coming up? Sovereignty, diplomats, March, alright. Oh, we wanted to annex a subject, that's right. We wanted to start annexing one of these guys, this guy. And probably stop improving relations. Because we don't need it. We are American, yes. I think I answered that, yeah. Can you can't you PEU Hungary like you did in EU4? It's not as streamlined where you just, like, get it for free. And if we just wait around for forever, then we're just gonna be cramped for forever. And Hungary's a softer expand than Bohemia. Yo, I picked up the game, but I don't know shit about EU. Once a good nation to not be completely head over heels confused playing. I think Ottomans is a pretty good shout. I guess if you want a really, really easy experience, Vigianagar is probably really good. Is the centralization mechanic for the HRE? Like, can we unite the Empire? You can. Indeed you can. To some extent we're doing it right now, but I know what you mean. There's a revoke the privilege HRE thing. Yeah. Let's get County of Tyrol up to speed as well. Not that we're planning on annexing them anytime soon, but we just kind of want subject relations, and we have a lot of the antagonism stuff down. Blah. Blah. We're pushing free subjects anyways, so let's see. I think we already have all the free subject privilege doled out. Yeah, we do. We just now have the decentralization privileges, which we kind of don't like. What privileges do we have? We have no labor on Sunday, too. That might not be necessary. We could maybe pull off of that, but... We really don't want to tangle with France right now. We're getting close-ish to the point where I feel like we could fight France in a reasonable fashion, but I don't think we're there yet. We stop getting this event, dog. Treviso is asking us for gold. Yeah, they could honestly probably make decent use of the gold relative to us. I think we upgraded one of these guys, yeah, down here. We made a city. These guys are going to be good at jewelers, but look, see how our opportunities for buildings that are profitable, like, keep, like, slipping more and more? Like, the carpentry one is okay, but it really consumes a lot of wood, so it's kind of rough. Speaking of... I'm gonna import this so there's a little bit less demand of it, and then... They didn't randomly release this as a subject, did they? No. Steel do be looking like a snack, yeah, with 2 C's. At Revoke, you have to pass, like, all the things. You have to pass a bunch of things. We're not Emperor yet, though, so we can't do anything, because we're a woman. You hate to see it. But you have to get a bunch of things that, give the Emperor more power, and then you have to, like, forget where it is. They've changed the UI for this so much, but the entire empire shall unite into a single nation state. So you have to pass this, but the requirements for passing this, you have to have a bunch of, like, other things passed to be able to do this. To be fair, these are also going to create buy orders in our market, which is going to be nice. So you can see here, for paper and books. And so, there will be stimulus. Let's take a look. I mean, I guess we can max these out here. And this will plus 50% our qualifications gain. Because we have flat 10 base value. Oh, we don't even have a library there. What the hell? That's a little bit of a leak. The library is good. Excuse me? Libraries should really count as infrastructure. But they don't. We have an employment system where the infrastructure gets employed first, but since the library is not infrastructure, it's not getting employed first, and obviously it's not profitable. But the library actually gives us pop promotions, so it's a little bit annoying. You get less of this effect on plutocracy, but... King OPQ? Thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Did Discord just shit the bed for anyone else? What's going on? You mean my Discord or Discord in general? Nothing looks crazy on my Discord. Would you move the capital to unite the HRE? Probably. In the aggregate, this is not a terrible location for the capital if we also grab Hungary. But... I think we could get a better CB than that, though, where we can just grab a bunch more stuff. Oh, what's this? Let's give them that. Yeah, that's gonna be so nice, where we're just gonna get CBs on them. Or freezies, good DLCs. I think we have enough to, like, get these guys accepted really easy anyways. We're gonna spend, like... Oh... We maybe want to try and play nice with Naples now, actually. Discord in general, sounds like it's on your end. Yeah, I think it probably is. What's your tax base right now? Not incredibly high. It's like close to 400. Our prosperity should be kicking up pretty nicely though. Yeah, it's coming up. It's coming up. It's gonna help our pop growth. Yeah, we should have done this forever ago. That was my bad, I think. We should have gone we should have prioritized decentralization. Decentralized bureaucracy a little bit harder. This guy's almost done. How fast is this going? Do we get the bonus for them being way smaller than us? Much smaller. We do get a much smaller bonus. But Hungarians have more cultural tradition than we do influence. Womp womp. That'll help a lot as we add more universities, but... Maybe we put weaponsmith somewhere. We could weaponsmith right here. Let's do that. And then, where do we actually have clay? We have clay over here. So let's do the pottery guild over here. So, hey KZ Kaziliup, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Can you explain how the market gets its borders and maybe the goods mechanic? So the market, a big driver of it is going to be market access. That's kind of like the baseline driver. And so how close you are to the market center and what infrastructure is there in terms of roads and rivers, but also you'll see market protection, where Hungary is protecting its own locations, and so they're more likely to get pulled into their own market, and you can see this is driven by control. And so that's why that's why the market borders look funky, but also like our subjects are going to have a huge attraction to our market as well, or huge extra attraction towards our market. And the markets themselves have this market attraction bonus for various things, which will pull more locations in or out of your market. So like one thing is we went Diplo focused this age, and as a consequence we have this in the tree, so this will make it so we could have bigger markets. We can research this next even if there is less market access, but market access provides like a baseline value, and then that baseline value gets like modified. ATQT, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. But so that's why some of these will look really funny, like really poor market access here, but they have the market attraction and they have negative on the market protection for this, because I think this is a subject modifier. Like subjects really get pulled. So they have really high control. What? Not sure why that's that way. But yeah, is something that's very strange for her. We want to go after Nuremberg at some point. We're gonna have to attack Nuremberg's allies though, unless we want to fight Bohemia. Bohemia's so caked up now. He's so hot right now, Hansel. So maybe not very good to have a large market. It means you have less market access in some places. Some things you don't mind having low market access in, like if it's like an RGO, like wood. You don't really care about the market access on wood, because what you care about is it as an input and having the price low, and so this type of thing. But like you would want market access on silver because it really adds a lot to your tax base. Prosperity is coming up. We have some decentralization coming from the privilege we just put in. Treasury or Privy Council. It's kind of somewhat marginal one, but it is helping us make a lot more money. Yeah, we're not upgrading these things for pop reasons, basically. This is going to be soon a city, though. Let's actually expand out what they have. I think we don't have any civilian infrastructure in some of these new places we just got. Let's build some embassies as well. Ferrara, we're gonna annex soon. I forgot we have... I forgot we... they're just like off the side of the map, so I forget that we have them, but... Yeah, we have claims CBs here. We have claims CBs from Transylvania. So we can insult him. Don't like that Naples is an ally, though. We can maybe bust that up a little bit. Likely a targeted coalition is only a +10, but Bologna is one of the bigger ones, so let's improve relations with him. And I think if we get Bologna down, we can maybe ally him. And then break up his alliance with Hungary, make it a little bit easier. Or we could just fight him. I think we prefer this little diplomatic shuffle, though. A little bit patient. We kind of have a lot of antagonism anyways in some spots. And things we can go for, so... We can even do this. We can run this one back again. I didn't realize our peace deal was them. What's up? Market access impact tax base? Yes. By a big amount. It decreases the amount of goods you produce, so if you produce less goods, they contribute less to the tax base, and RGOs, you just get less to the tax base. But it doesn't matter, it doesn't affect the quantity of RGOs produced. So specifically, if you just have rural areas where you're just producing RGOs, like this here, this location, if this has low market access, we really don't care, because most of the value it's providing us is it's just giving us 9 lumber. Right? Well, speaking of, we should put in sawmills. We should put in sawmills everywhere. Why does the shift click not like the sawmill idea? Crazy. Normally the AI builder, auto builder, is pretty aggressive about picking up these multiplicatively useful buildings. I guess it's not doing it right now. So let's do some of those too. These are force multiplier buildings. A couple of them are pretty good. And I guess you need markets to supply all the needs of the very small markets that don't have RGO production and have the polar capacity to import it all. Yeah, I mean, if you have, you can have a big-ass market and then you produce, like, the input goods on the periphery and do the production in the middle. But the point is you really don't want production on the edge. Massacre for the boat game, how does the Navy feel? Kind of similar to EU4. How many years played so far? For this session? What year did we start it? I think the title has the number of years, what date we started. We started in 92. So we've not played too many. I'm kind of a little bit of a slower player. I kind of think a lot, let's say, on some decisions that's maybe not. We've played 22 years. So it takes me a long time to run a campaign. -4. Trust, positive opinion. We can increase trust by a lot. On a temporary basis. We're not improving opinion, though. We can improve opinion, and then probably be able to get alliance. Yeah. And then we'll increase the favors pretty quickly. E-Force Navy system was met. Yeah, so this is something I think could be improved. I think the colonization system I'd like to see improved as well. Promote member of the burghers. Bolster government. Kind of our first parliament in a long time where like everything blows. We could take the army tradition and the extra support. Bolster government. While it's debated, the +1 legitimacy is nice for income, I guess. And if we pass it, crown power, revoke privilege cost decrease. She's old enough that we don't necessarily want to spend resources increasing our stats. Arcan, thank you for the follow, big nice. So we can do this. We don't need a CB. And I guess it would be nice just to spend 50 not to lose stab. So maybe we just do this and we just try and pass it and we click some values if we got anything good. Like conciliatory, we want to push this. Why don't we reduce opinion first? And then let's do conciliatory. We're not going to click naval, but let's do supported communal values, I guess. And that's fine. Let's see, what are we pushing, though, actually, as well. We're now positive towards free subjects, so we could push it up if we want more pop promotion speed. The thing is, as we push it up, we're going to lose max tax. And max tax is actually something we would benefit us because of our satisfaction situation, which means now the pushing tax parliament is actually useful for us. Is the HRE fixed yet? It looks fixed, but yeah, the UI for the HRE looks completely different. But I haven't clicked a lot of it, but it's like it's showing who's voting for what correctly. Which I think was, like, the most frustrating part. When it wasn't doing that. Window. Not sure how many of these we want to keep rural. Problem with windmills. Wheat's often on the chopping block. We just probably should be doing this during this parliament. Let the parliament handle the increase in that, so we make a little bit more ducats. Not the worst parliament. We just don't have a lot of value to extract out of parliament right now. I mean, we could go for 50 tax. We could also click through traditional economy, not because we want it, but because we want to another look at land values. We would have to re-push capital economy, but I don't think we've gotten any push towards capital economy since we did the things. Or let's improve relations with the Papal States, actually. Work on that antagonism. Here's our current diplomat mode. So, getting some stuff done here. I'm feeling pretty good about this. Yes, yes! Give me the centralization. The characters of the game just noticed Oblivion Potato Face vibes. Love your content and personality. Thank you so much. Are you still live? I just stepped away for like 90 minutes. Yep, still live. Probably going to be a little bit shorter in terms of the stream, because I was planning on keeping the stream going if we're over 400, like up to 10 hours. And then also, to some extent, just Salzburg. Well, I wonder, I don't know what the requirement is. I don't know if our religious thing is... We can accumulate up to 1,000, so you could just wait. One of the powerful things you can get is antagonism reduction, but the antagonism reduction, it's like, it stacks additively with, like, the HRE's, like, penalties, so it ends up not being worth too much. This guy's our subject. Maybe we just actually want to improve relation with him, too. And then let's break back some of the improved opinions that are not going to be that important to us anymore. Like, County Vass, Sopran, something like that. Maybe Brescia too? And now we'll get revoke cost. That's actually like really nice in the early game in some situations. I don't think we have anything we really want to revoke. It did make it cheaper though, and we have a decent amount of stab. We could just cruise through and see if there's anything we really want to get rid of. I don't remember there being anything we did, but yeah, I think we're kind of set. A lot of countries start with obnoxious ones, but we don't. Archimorge and Aethilius, thank you for the follows, big nice. Is Sweden a bad starting nation? You don't have a lot of pops, it'll be a slow start. Why do you think France is the only ad that can expand? Well, Bohemia expands, it's just not as noticeable. And I think it's because France has a ton. I think the biggest driver is money for the expansion. And France gets a lot of money. France has a lot of pops. France is really strong. That's all good, dude. I hope you have a good night after your stream. You get a good meal and rest tonight. Love your content. Thank you so much. Autos expand? Autos expand not super as aggressively. Hungary also sometimes expands. Hungary took Bosnia, and then Venice took it off of Hungary. They also took a chunk of Wallachia. We see Volhynia is completely gone, annexed by the combination of Kiev and Helich. Georgia often expands. That's just kind of more the Golden Horde collapsing and opportunism, but I would say. Look, Brabant. Brabant's gotten fat. Munster's gotten fat. And we're like not even 100 years into the game. Right? I don't... But look at, like, Bohemia. Dog. Bohemia's got all the... Look at all these green bits that Bohemia's got. Bohemia often expands. Let's look at France. Look at them go. France is going to be a nightmare. Monthly Diplomats feels nice right now, yeah. We could rake back our Diplo spend, or our Diplo spend if we wanted. It's kind of buying us a lot of wars. Satisfaction's coming up too, which does help with the prosperity. Yeah, prosperity's coming up real fast too. Get that pop growth. I think we can ally Naples now. We just need a diplomat? No, just kidding. -3. Border distance, likely target coalition. But we're improving relations with you, friend. I think they built army that we didn't have. Let's add a little bit of that. France seems to be pounding England. They are. So is the HRE fun to use now? How easily is it as a formable? I don't know how easy it is as a formable now relative to before. YouTube seems so much smoother these days. I remember I was watching Roomba before and I could barely see a thing. Too much lag, much solder. I don't know, that might be on his end. Although I think he's like streaming. You could check. Brent's doing some payback, yeah. What's your opinion of Milan as a First Nation? I recommended it in my video. So I'd say, yeah. My Good Starting Nations video. I hate this event. Minister gains power. Like, we care about it when it's our heir. Our heir is threatening the legitimacy of our crown. Oh, we do want to actually re-increase cost court. Whoopsie. Ah, why isn't the spacebar button not working? I hate this like thing. Okay, fine. Alright, so let's upgrade this to a city, and then it's probably going to be the last place we encourage migration to. This also can upgrade to city. So the city upgrades are going to be nice for us from perspective of getting us to get good stuff. We could go more carpentry. I think we're going to push the tailors guilds here though. Running out of profitable things to build. What are you gonna do? So many flavors. We're about to annex them, so we can actually expand stuff here. Well, kind of a terrible province. Wow, why do they have actual nothing? Actually, since we're about to annex them, if they have anything that's urban that we don't want urban, we would want to kind of downgrade it. I think that we probably could do without urbanizing this cow place. Unless it's a critical... How do you trace your infrastructure? I guess if you trace it through there, you would eventually want this as a city. Wild game, we definitely want a city on top of. Yeah, that's fine, I think. Just actual kind of doing nothing, man. I guess he's expanding wool. That's like all he's doing. Bro, where's your economy? Not even probable to have open. To be fair, we're strangling out all the other production within our market. We're strangling it out because we actually have a lot of production efficiency and they don't. So like if we build something, it just collapses the price of the cannons too low. So like let's take a look at those cannons. Like this is not profitable, and that's also one of the reasons they're not building it. They just straight up can't employ because the profit would be negative because their production efficiency is 5%, right, or 0.5%, and then we take a look at our cannon plays and the production efficiency is 25%. So this means like the cannons, like. We would just be producing, here actually, what is it? Our profit is 0.11. And without this, we would be producing, what is it? 3/4 of the cannons. Oh no, wait, no, that's not how the math works. If you have 125%, it's out of 5. We'd be producing 80% of the cannons, right? So 0.8 times this is what, 1.4. Is it actually 1.52? Yikes. So 1.52. So it would not be profitable without this production efficiency whatsoever. And so what this is doing is it's pushing down the price of cannons and making the building unusable for him. And so we are like turning them into like a resource gathering backwater by virtue of having more production efficiency than them. How do you determine when to stop making professional troops? Is there some metric for manpower I should have equilibrium at? Usually having twice as much manpower monthly as army maintenance feels pretty comfortable, but you can push it more. Do pops assimilate and convert passively at all? Yes, just not a lot. Can you raise the cannon price by exporting it? Yeah. Yeah, you can. Were you lying in that video? Wait, what? Is Venice a good starting nation? No. Who controls Thrace? It's one of, like, I think Ottoman subjects. Does develop affect pop growth? A little bit, because it affects max capacity level with this. I'm not sure what you mean. Is Cav so important that now that you build Cav, even when it gets Cav nations? Well, there's no, like, infantry pikeman bonus, as far as I could tell. Someone mentioned it, and I was, like, confused. Like, another creator, but I think that they were joking or something. I don't know. I'm still confused. Bemused. Amused. I think we're gonna actually just make a bunch of marketplaces. Because we're about to annex him. We would like him to have more marketplaces, I guess. But we could see what an export of cannons looks like for us. Wow, we have a huge surplus. We actually, let's see if cannons are already getting exported. Cannons. No, they're not. Okay. Let's cancel our worst, kind of, a little bit. And look at goods. Can we export this? Not very profitably. We could export it to the Pest market. It would make slightly less, but yeah, we could export cannons to make them in a little bit more demand. This is, yeah, how we would have to approach it. 4 out of 5 dentists. Thank you for the follow. So yeah, this would be like one of the approaches that could be taken. We don't really want to build up the cannons here though. We're kind of fine letting that founder and not be profitable. And I think I actually like the idea of these being in here, so we could expand these out a little bit. Because there's like nothing doing in terms of bonuses here. Kind of a miserable thing where we actually want to urbanize all of this, and then simultaneously we have like no production bonuses. Rough, grim. Because if we're headed north, we're gonna use that river, and if we're headed to the left, we're gonna use this other river. Oh, I guess we're just gonna always use the other river, so maybe we keep this rural, the grain. Feels bad, man. I guess in that sense, we get to keep this rural. You might benefit a little bit more from rural production buildings. Like the sheep farm. I don't know if we have to urbanize that. I think we might. We'll hold off. Actually, then we should hold off on this. Because we have to urbanize it. The Emperor's died so many times since we've had a woman on the throne. It feels bad, man. Sure, stats are so good, though. We just haven't gotten to play HRE. I don't even think we're winning the HRE election, though. Yeah. We need to expand out more, basically, is kind of the... We just need to get bigger and stronger and faster. And more attractive. The truth hurts. We can run this war back. We are kind of looking at the Hungary. Hungary's losing a war right now, guys. Chat. But Boho doesn't want to help us. What's more important, breaking the Naples alliance and us actually having a Naples alliance, or... I think we'd rather break the Naples alliance and just wait a little while. Because if we have an alliance with Naples, I'm pretty sure we don't generate antagonism on them. And we're kind of getting naughty in the peninsula, just generally. So we could do something like this. And we could co-belligerate Bologna. Ah, they like us now. Too much. But subjugating Bologna maybe is the way we want to approach it. Kosi being this guy is also somewhat attractive, but we have really good relations with him. We could just subjugate this guy despite having good relations. That's actually probably decent, and feed him to Bavaria. Because we gotta get rid of these guys at some point. And we can insult Bologna and then come in. Maybe that's our next war. Aquileia, we will not be able to annex if we subjugate, by the way, because we will have infinite... Or actually, we don't have too many recently declared war with malices. It's interesting. I live in Bologna. Please translate it right. I don't know how it's pronounced, man. If you spell it phonetically, I'll try and pronounce it correctly. How much of an economy consists only silver and RGO, jewelry manufacturing? A lot less? I don't know. Bologna? Okay. Like lasagna? Bologna? It's Bologna? 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 Bologna or Bologna? 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 That's kind of similar to what I was saying. I don't know. Not like this. I don't think we got any new padlock canals. Maybe let's keep it going even though we're like kind of reading chat mostly. No, these will give us more padlock canals. So this segment is getting cheaper by virtue of us having the padlock canal. So you can see now we have, it's cut in half from the gravel road, and then we have over 50% percentage reduction. You can see bridge and padlock canals 10%, itinerant courts 10%. Lawgiver is really nice for us, 5%. Land of mountain and rivers, another 5%. Centralization is giving us close to 10. So this is helping us get around 50% percentage reduction, which is huge. Coming through here. Bologna. 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 It was not similar, except any way you pronounce it. Okay. Bologna. 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 That sounds so similar to me. Okay. Fair enough. I try to do the pronunciations. It's really hard because everywhere on Earth. I'm kind of, for a Westerner, I'm kind of okay with the Chinese ones, but that's like, my tonal inflection is probably all wrong. Like, I get the phoneme right, but not the tone. On a lot of the Chinese ones. How many crowns does the Habsburg have? Not as many as we would like. Half as many as we would like. Only 2. It's like that one time I got a 35 on my math test and I wanted a 60. I was like, that's half as many as I would like. Bologna. Bologna? Pretty sure it's not pronounced. To pronounce correctly as an American, sound the GN as YN. Bologna? Bologna? Bologna. Bologna. Okay. The problem is half of chat is misleading me. And impossible to ask. We probably could build bailiff on this stone, because we could get proximity to both these urban places. Yeah, this is probably okay. This is probably fine. Oh, and we don't have roads here, so we're not getting development. Alright, alright. Yeah, let's actually... Maybe we gotta lock in a little bit here. Not getting the sand cheap. Rim. Alright, let's expand out the sand. Okay, and then... I think we were doing that because wood is an input for sand, so... Where has a lot of pops in here? Is it just the silver province? I guess we can put sand in the silver province. Let's do silver and salt. Something like this. Get that sand going. Ugh, we don't want that iron to be urbanized. I think we're kind of okay with that hill being urbanized. This is coming in soon. Bologna. 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 Okay. Woman Hangashing. English only though, because I can't read Chinese very well. I can't moderate in Chinese. My Chinese is extraordinarily limited. Do we have a river down here? I guess there's a river here. We'll take the prestige. Yeah, we could do this while we're waiting for the Hungary war to be right. Bologna? It's just Bologna in Chinese. Bologna? Bologna? Ni hao. Yeah, I think we're into it. Alright, we're gonna send a Raven. We're gonna send an insult. We can cancel... Well, we want to improve on Mainz because they are a elector. We have several of these going in on electors. I guess we could just kind of be patient here. Yeah. Sand, please. What's demanding the sand, even? Oh, we have a deficit of sand. Jesus. Oh, we built more in lumen glass. Yeah, fair. Burgers are importing a ton of sand. Actually, then we need to produce more sand than we are right now. We thought we were fixing a different sort of problem. I didn't realize how much sand we'd kicked up in terms of demand. We can build it in this province. Let's maybe add it here. And we can build it in this province. Lumber and iron, maybe. We're just gonna subsidize it, so we don't care if it's like not profitable. We'll get more if we just build it in a bunch of different places at once. Sand-based economy challenge. Let's go. Everything comes from sand. Sand only. Alright. We will have them next up. We just don't have very much proximity, but the way that we're pushing proximity along this path is kind of nice. This proximity map mode's a lie. We need to wait a month. It's gonna update. Yeah. But you can see that we get pretty good... We are almost getting it all the way this way. Oh, but this lies. We do go that direction. So the livestock we can keep. Gonna keep it rural for now, at least. Why can't we just go through the middle? Ah, there's no river in through the middle. But it's just flatland farmland. Maybe through the middle is actually just better. Should we go here? Even if it's better, it doesn't matter if we build a city there because the river, there's no river, so no padlock. I guess today was a good day, and tomorrow there will be no loud cars. What's the best capital for Spain in the current patch? Depends what you want to do, but I still think it might be Sevilla. I think you use Sevilla, and then you get to push North Africa here, up here, this direction, and Aragon in this direction. So you get 4 directional pushes, kind of. You're at like a crossroads of the world. I think that in Sevilla, you are in a really good province still, and it's really big, and deving this province is decent, and it gives you silver, and it gives you a bunch of development in places you're going to urbanize, and you have enough of a natural harbor here, yeah, that you can reduce it to 0 cost coming out from Sevilla. I just think that your adjustment is you keep your capital in the north for longer. Like, a lot longer. Like, the 150 years or something. Especially because you have more pops there. This is, like, an important detail. But the climate is Mediterranean down here. So there's more overall pop capacity, so you will get more pop growth down here. There's just not a lot of pops initially. And you'll probably always have less pops down there, but, like, eventually it catches up, and it's like, it's close enough. Like, nah. Like, what? Like, nah. Alright, lumber is also an issue. Let's resolve that as well. Something like this, maybe? Let's also make sure that they're subbed. For whatever reason, they unsubsidize sometimes. I don't know what the cause is. We just, like, we don't care about eating the subsidy cost, we just want to produce more of it. We are going to want to urbanize some of these locations, but not a lot. The legumes here. It's flatland farm, or it's flatland. It just plays nice. We're going to wait until we're ready to spend, though, until we get these prices down, which is probably going to be when these cities finish producing. Oh, we have to actually improve relations with them. Okay, damn it. We stopped doing that. They have... Oh, we shouldn't have done that. We should have just solved... There's a different way for us to solve that issue. The annexation stopped because the relations hit that we got from annexing a subject. We're about to fight, so let's do this. I feel like someone else is in here now that wasn't before. Is it these guys? I think we're gonna feed these guys to this guy, but we're just not going to. Yeah. How concerned are we that Milan takes land that we don't want them to? I think this smooths things out for us. Hopefully that guy's not too vulnerable. We hope we don't get waxed. I don't think he has a big enough army to wax us, though. I suppose we should just balance the army just in case. It's just a bunch of cav and cannons. That's what we want our conscripts primarily for, is the infantry that just we put in the middle. I don't know why we're going for this first, but we should be really... We built a lot more cannons. And we should be in pretty good shape on that front. I'm gonna move the infantry to the middle. Let's move one infantry out, and then... This is probably fine. This will move a cannon over here. It'll be a little bit more balanced. Yeah, look at that. The speed of those. Is Sicily a good starting nation? No, because Naples is going to come after you. I would just play Naples. Portugal did get clapped, yep. The fact that climate is more important to grow like that, like food availability, seems super strange. Well, you have a bunch of food in both. Yeah. Are you gonna do any economic tutorials? Yeah, the official, like, I wrote the initial script for the population video that just published on the official channel, and I wrote the initial script for the economic video that's gonna publish. I don't know exactly how it was edited, though, or, like, how my script was changed, but I did write the initial one, so it's gonna be fairly close. And I didn't watch the entire... population one, but it seems very close to what I had written. Just with, like, some stuff taken out. So that is, to some extent, my economic tutorial. Excommunicated ruler against France, though. We can break the alliance with Bohemia, so we wouldn't have to fight Bohemia. We have enough... We maintained enough of those, just in case we knew that that was going to be a thing. I think we could also annex this guy simultaneously. And we get more overall annexation speed if we do this. And we have enough diplomats to run this. 3 annexations at once. So in some way, by the way, like, if we conquer stuff directly, we have to incorporate it, right? And generally speaking, incorporation is pressure on your cabinet. By subjugating people and then annexing them like this, it shifts the pressure from the cabinet to your diplo. Is like a way to think about it. Full annex? No. We're not gonna full annex them. We gotta come siege that though, so we can subjugate them. I think we're gonna fill... The AI is pretty good about storming forts, so we're gonna fill this fort when we finish it. We're gonna kick around Ferrara, I guess, a little bit. We have to go against... We have to subjugate this person whose name I can't pronounce. Okay, interesting choice. We'll refill the garrison. And then... Actually, we're gonna head up towards this guy. I want to get the antagonism ticking on them first. So I don't think we have antagonism up here anymore, like at all. What are you even researching right now? Blooming Renaissance, 20 years for 1K. Monthly research progress, alright, yeah. 5%, that seems fine enough. we get our cities finished here. So one thing we do want, for infrastructure reasons, is the Panlock Canal, which is improving our propagation by quite a lot. Or is there not enough dev here? There's not enough dev here. How much are we at? Wait, why can't we build a Panlock Canal here? Your city, yes. You have over 20 developments, yes. Is there another requirement? Is on a river, has a river, is adjacent to a lake. I believe it's on a river. Just kidding. Alright, we messed up. We needed to urbanize this location. That's my bad. Ugh. That's so painful. Yeah, it's gotta be this one. Let's actually encourage migration there, because that's gonna be more valuable. Pain. Pure pain. How much pop did we get over here anyways? 18k? Alright, fair. Got our nice little river complex thing. Did we get stuck in the... yeah, we got stuck in the mountains. In the severe winter, not like this. Get out, let me out. Wait, what? Whose capital is this? Surely not big. Yeah, no, it's not Burgundy. I was like, no way Burgundy's leaving their capital like that. We can't cross the Alps in the winter. Let's just come back here so we can get our troops recruiting back up. Oh, a 10k stack. That's actually kind of fierce. All right. We're gonna allow attachments and try and pick up this 13k stack. Yo dog, ride with us. Ride now. To ruin. To wrath. To ruin. The world's ending. No, not like this. Alright. Battle. Slow the speed. I think there's gonna be more people here, so... there we go, we join in. Cav immediately starts crashing. Center's broken. Alright. I'm glad they split up. That makes this way easier. Yeah, they just get blitzed down here. Getting a lot of damage before they even get in. To some extent, that is some power of the high initiative units. They're a lot better at just absolutely rolling. Like, they win harder when they're winning. Do we know exactly when EU5 drops? I think usually they do it at, or someone else hit you at the time. EU5's not an auto-buy for me, not patient or smart enough for all the complexity. You can automate a lot of it, but yeah, there's a lot. I think people are making it bounce off of it a little bit. Is it worth giving all your overseas land to your colonial nations? Now you can't build bailiffs overseas, so probably. They also get super big bonuses for dev and pop growth. So yeah, it's probably worth creating colonies. Rookie mistake, not consolidating your army before... it doesn't make that big a difference, and I don't want to consolidate because you effectively lose money, and I don't want to detach the levies, reconsolidate the levies, reattach the levies, resort my formation, and it's also going to brick my general. My general got bricked anyways, though. And consolidating is not as important as it is in EU4, because when a guy only occupies half the unit strength, he only has half a frontage, so he only takes half a spot up. So it's really marginal whether or not you're consolidated. And we don't want to consolidate our guys that cost 120 ducats and have to repay the 120 ducats. So... do you want to get after that guy? You do want to go after this guy too. I guess we're down here, so maybe it makes more sense to go after him first. I don't know. We probably want to feed this OPM to Ferrara. Could feed it to Imola, that's cuter. A subject within a subject within a subject. I think generals did accept Slovenia. No, I'm gonna convert the Slovenians. I don't have any bonus towards accepting the Slovenian from them liking me more, and I don't have a good way of getting it, so... the game plan for the Slovenians is going to be... to not, to just culture convert them. Which is gonna pay better in the long run. Wow, it's really 18 antagonism. Really pisses off Venice. I think we might just do it anyways. Just to get someone off the board. Oh, they're a subject? Who are they a subject of? Probably Venice, right? No, Venice isn't in the war. Are they subject of Venice? The Papal States? Alright, fair, fair. Fair, fair. That is also why they haven't gotten their wings clipped yet. Most of the OPMs are getting blitzed unless they're in the HRE. You see the consolidation? The little guys get wrecked. Have we improved relations with these guys yet? I don't think we've improved relations with Brandenburg in a while. Yeah, let's do that. Just trying to keep our Diplo going in terms of stuff. The things. We can now upgrade this all the way, all the way. Do we have sand collapsed yet, though? We really want to get these roads down. No, we don't. Not like this. Lumber, neither. Slovenia is just a geographic term. Will you form Bavaria? Probably not, because that's, like, kind of off-theme. I mean, here's our integration level if you wanted to know, and then, like, Slovene is a culture group, so... We haven't accepted Slovene, and we're not planning on accepting Slovene. I think we tolerate it, though. We will siege this faster than he sieges this, and then we'll go relieve that siege. I don't think he's gonna assault, so I think we're fine. We don't see any big stacks running around, so we could maybe increase the game speed. We do need to find someone to improve relations with. We could go back to improving with England. So maybe do Bulgaria here. Grasping at straws a little bit. To be fair, we could do Venice. We don't want to get Venice over 100 though, but we could do Venice to reduce the antagonism here. Because they're one of the few people we have antagonism on at this point. Alright, let's see what we can do tech-wise. I think we have most of this tree. We would like the culture's capacity, I guess. I don't think we have a use for it right now, but when we finish annexing Ferrara, we might not have enough capacity to accept them. Diplo range would be okay. I think we're... oh, Counting house, yeah. Rag paper. Yeah, these are good. We're just gonna click entry pot. I don't know if entry pot's the next most useful thing, but it is something we know we want eventually. We're kind of running out of useful text to grab. And then I don't think we care about the reinforcement speed. Recruitment law has some stuff on it. Plated knights is an upgrade for the levies we raise. Noble levy size. Do we care about getting 20% noble levies? We're not even using all of our levies. We're trying to swap up to regulars. I think we maybe... just initiative's not as good as it used to be. I think we want the flat morale, though. %, construction speed's kind of attractive. Subject to income 2.5% also is not dead modifier. Oh my god, we definitely want that. Alright. We'll do that. I think we maybe want the subject annexation stuff faster, but we'll do what we have for now. What's the broad stroke strategy for Georgia, the Externalist? What's your plan with Bohemia? Eventually we're gonna force Bohemia to break the French alliance and then fight Bohemia, yeah. Looks like they broke our alliance, but we have enough favors on them to do that. For Georgia? Georgia's a little bit tough. They have like really bad infrastructure. I don't know if you're... I think eventually you're supposed to move your capital to the coast and like play naval or something like this, rather than like try and play tall in Georgia. But like in theory we maybe are supposed to do that with like Austria for similar reasons. We're gonna subjugate this guy soon. Yeah, I mean, Bohemia's been a little bit naughty. You can see they have expansion elsewhere. They've expanded quite a bit up there. It's unfortunate that they move away from us. Kind of don't have very good guys. Maybe it should just be a little gardening a little bit more. Is the culture capacity better spent on cultures of the same culture group? Yes. So that's kind of the idea here. As we look at our expenditure, we're spending very little. We're spending, the most we're spending is tolerating Slovene. And I believe we start with tolerating Slovene. And for us to accept them, it would be an additional, like, we could afford it, but that would be, like, all of our capacity. Whereas, like, the people who are in the German group are much cheaper for us. Can we hover it and see it here? So, here's the tooltip extended. Hopefully my face isn't blocking it, but a lot of stuff in there. And it's just reducing it to the floor, the absolute minimum cost. And so, I don't think we need to do more than improve cultural relations once on Czech in order to accept them, which is what we did with Bohemia. And was like a big point. Why we were doing what we were doing. Surely the sand is cheap now. Let's actually make sure that the sand is being subsidized. One of the annoying things about the sand is it eats the wood, actually. It is being subsidized. It eats the wood. You need the wood to get the sand. It's coarse and it gets everywhere. It's not collapsed yet. Dag nabbit. Because we want to build all the roads, basically, that we have available. Which is going to be like several thousand. And so we really would like to get that price collapse in. Ferrara, we're kind of getting close to the Edicts. I wonder if they're gonna annex Imola in time. Expand gravel road network. Slam dunk. Clear. I think this is gonna get us up to 95% centralization. We don't want naval movement. We could do increased opinion. We could wait before doing it to help stuff out a little bit more first. We're gonna do this demand. And then I think that's our parliament. Shyman, thank you for the follow, big nice. Why not convert Bohemia? So check, right? They are in the German culture group. So we're going to already have a bunch of discounts on them. Which Slovene is not. Hello there. How does East Asia feel to play? Asia's very strong. Feels very good to play. Well, China and Japan don't necessarily feel so good. Just Asia in general. Like, Majapahit's like super sleeper. That's kind of... you don't really have people that are spooky, though, around you, and maybe you want some spookiness. One day we'll get it. See, this guy we cannot turn into a Dominion, or Fiefdom, rather. T Unicorn, thank you for the follow, big nice. So we're gonna just eat this. Oh yeah, we're chilling. We're in super good shape here. War reparations. Humiliate. Why do you know say yes automatically? What? Why do you know accept this? Not sure if that was correct, but now you accept this. And where's Augsburg capital? Right there. Let's go for it now. We're going for you. We're actually taking care of you first. Then we go for the capital here. Billy Maybo, thank you for the follow, big nice. Do Europeans end up threatening Asia? If the Asians could discover the Europeans on a map, it would be the other way around. The Asians aren't allowed to explore in the game rules, so they kind of just stay put. But if anyone's jacking up anyone, it would be the Asians jacking up the Europeans. It would be the other way around. Where's the releasable here? Savoy, right? Piedmont? The fact that we can't release Savoy implies to me that somehow this was formed via Savoy. But Bern we could release. And so we could take something like this off of them and release Burn as a subject. I don't think we have any subjects really in the region, do we? Or these guys? They're subject of a subject. No, they're Hornburg. Oh, Hornburg. Burn would be High Elmic. We don't want to release anyone who we can't use to get claims. To be fair, we can use that. Piedmont. Might be Piedmont. We're just gonna do it through these guys' things, but just grab this and this. Release Piedmont, feed it something relatively low on the antagonism total. I think we'll do the peace deal on Verona last, though. Or, I mean, sorry. Obviously, we will do the peace deal on the Verona last. Have we collapsed the price yet? Please say yes. I want to build the roads and stop feeling like I forgot to build roads, because they're really good. Alright, the burgers aren't exporting too much, so the price should come down still. You know it's bad when the burgers are exporting sand. You know something went wrong. Yeah, just dropping more. Minus 26% price. Minus 27. Yeah, so we have more than enough culture capacity to... We're gonna accept the people over here, I think. Although it is a little bit more expensive, but we have improved relations with them. Well, maybe we're supposed to culture commit them too. I don't know. To make them more immediately useful, I think the Ferraran land is better than us just getting, like, patches of the Slovene land as well, because some of it's already cored. Do you think Castile, France, and England are too big to manage your first playthrough? No. You just play a little bit slower. What happened to the hotkey vid? It was only in 720p, so I gotta re-upload. Legends of Total War posted a video 7 hours. That is long. I think there's a game roll. Yeah, man, she's so good. Tax efficiency, procs cost. Just actually the best ruler we've had. She's gonna die soon. Oh, womp womp. We're gonna feed these guys to Bavaria here. I guess that gives us coverage. That's probably more force than we need to pay for, but... we do it yet? Almost. Almost. We're probably just 2 more months away from the fully collapsed price. We want to annex that guy relatively soon. We could afford the nobles hit right now. I mean, we could generally afford it because the revs just aren't that bad. As long as they're not supported by an enemy, they're not really that bad. Feels like it's getting a little sticky here, so I think we're just gonna build the roads. To be fair, improving Diplo relation does also increase by a lot, what is it, sorry, improve relation speed. So we might actually just stay on this, right? Yeah. So I think we're gonna stay on this from now on, and it's gonna give us more Diplo reps, so cheaper on the antagonism. Liberate Augsburg, wait, what? Yeah. But we want to transfer you to them because they can actually get stuff on you. They can get control. We can't get control over there. They can. So how does this look? Looks like we're chilling. Can we even transfer this guy to them? What's the culture look like? Augsburg's not even the right culture here. But this would connect all of Bamberg's territory, so maybe we would want to feed this guy to Bamberg. Let's see what, like, 25 antagonism looks like here. It's kind of okay. We need to improve relations with Kempton. Because getting these guys off the map increases... We don't have to improve relations with as many people, so it just puts us in better shape. Wait, where's your capital? It's right here. Okay. I saw Wurzburg's capital. I got confused. And Bamberg is... Bamberg's the right culture for this, yeah. This is what we want to do. We want to feed... Because the AI is actually kind of bad at accepting other cultures. Oh, right as we're saying it. No, they just culture converted this. No, they accepted these guys. Okay. The AI is, generally speaking, though, a little bit bad at accepting the cultures of other things. And so if you're going to have a vassal, feeding them all one culture that all their locations are in is significantly better, because they are going to... Oh, this is a lot of antagonism. Württemberg, Kempten. I guess we need Württemberg on board a little bit more. And then... Nuremberg and some others. Nuremberg we maybe just like let be mad at us. I think we want to... There's a situation... There's context where we want to fight Nuremberg, not directly though. So I guess we can improve relations. We want to fight Nuremberg so we can jack up take their market and move it to somewhere else, like down here. Is this actual gameplay music? Yes. The music's spectacular. Colonial Japan is my favorite thing in EU4. Yeah, just... Thing is, I think you have to start as a daimyo, and like, I think that last time we touched Japan, it was not functional, and that was like, not that long ago, so I would just proceed with caution with regards to Japan. Everything might be fixed, I just don't know. We need more Diplo resource. We want to keep Venice under 100. So that works for us. I think one of these annexations finishes soon here. Yeah, it does. We kind of want to get on another, but this is going to be good for us. This guy's actually kind of huge. He's much bigger than I thought. You get weird expansions in HRE. I don't think we're improving relations with either of these guys. Brigands, we definitely can. I think the other guy's just gonna decay out on his own. Sucks that our alliances are kind of getting bricked out here, but... Or our alliance with Bohemia got bricked. And I think that that should put us in good enough shape to do this without generating... We can just wait out Ansbach. We gotta do a little bit of this. You hate to see it. There's an annex on this guy. I think we almost certainly can build something useful out of here. Yeah. Let's do that. And then probably that is fine. Okay, surely we can build our roads now. Alright, that's good enough. Anywhere other than this that can go to a city? No. I guess it'd be easier to look at the pop map mode. Any other place we want to urbanize? Probably this. I think most of our ways we're going to be chasing proximity are going to be through here. Is this a river? It is a river, so this, we do want a city here. So we'll urbanize. And then everything around the capital will be urbanized, which is usually pretty solid. Japan has around 10 million pops, which helps with colonization a lot, but Alaska and California aren't really valuable compared to the other regions. Yeah, but you could get all of Indonesia, too, and, like, Africa. Have we seen the biggest chins this side of Russia yet? We're working on it. We're working on it. We're working. We're in the mix. Alright, can we... What does this look like? Yeah, so you have a lot of pop. We're gonna urbanize you. Because wheat has a lot of pop, and we wanted to urbanize it, I think. Can go up to a city. We have pops there, but they're already urban. What do we have in terms of resources here? What are we working with? Nothing good. How about over here? What are we working with? Not a lot of pop. Fair. Here, do we have anything good? Not really. Not good for bonuses. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Up here. Sturdy grains, probably worth building over. Only 8k pops. Not really gonna... Okay. Actually... We want to be a little bit careful about when we go on a building spree. We definitely should have built all the roads when we had pushing a centralization thing. But if we're right before Parliament, we don't want to do it. 23 months ago, we're not right before Parliament. Alright, we can build... Let's improve our cabinet here, actually. And then... Wood's cheap right now. We could do little bit of this. Action. Probably okay. And it's much more straightforward here. Yeah, I think this is fine. We can build civilian infrastructure once the new town's complete. That's gonna be fine. And then a new month just happened. Did we have the peace on this yet, or is it still... Alright, well, we did. We want to feed them to Bamberg, though. They might be bigger than Bamberg. Maybe that's more than Bamberg can handle. I believe in Bamberg, though. I believe you can do it, Bamberg. I believe in you. We gotta occupy more of them. Alright, fair. Alright. I think this little one might be enough. Counting house. Counting house. Let's put one in the capital. That gives us plus 33% crown power, which is going to be kind of nice. Alright. Now we can humiliate you. Perfect. No, we don't want it to come to us, though. Actually, we could do it to coming to us. Does it make sense coming to us? The problem is we want this going to these guys and this going to these guys. There's more stuff in the north, though, is there? I think we want it to going... Because Bamberg will actually be able to generate control over here. I think we want it to go to Bamberg. And then... Aquileia... We kind of don't really care too much what we grab. We do want to grab this down here. Ansbach cares a little bit about what's going on. So we'll improve relations with him. And we'll move this army down this direction. Proximity is kind of looking okay-ish. We're going to need to figure out what places are going to be good for bailiffs too. We're going to need to expand more bailiffs. Two more months, and Ansbach will be okay with us taking that stuff. But I think we'd still peel some more stuff off of some people. Maybe feed more Papal States to Spoleto. Hey, Tarkus, how's it going? How you doing? Guys building more roads than a Roman Legionnaire. Huge counting house pog. Basically, applies to so many pops. So many pops. What are you gonna do? So many pops. What are you gonna do? Next month we can do it. We'll just take the prestige, dog. That's antagonism decay. Right there. Look how big we are. No antagonism. Nobody hates our guts except for the people who hate our guts. Who we're at war with, basically. But yeah, we're waiting for the end of the month so we can improve relations with Ansbach. and see what maybe we could else resolve in this war. The Hanseatic League's really not going to care overall. Neither will Ansbach. Ansbach just is pissed about the other stuff. But here, take like quite a bit off the Papal States and probably not make anyone go over. We don't want to feed Spoleto all their cores, that way they won't be able to gain claims, but maybe we can feed them one more. They have 2 more cores. Hey, Bob Loki, thank you for the sub. Prime subscription, big nice. I've never felt so excited to spend a bunch of money with the PC. Huge PC coming in. Rationalist in chat, doesn't chat to me, only chats when Tarkus comes in. Feels bad, man. Feels bad, man. I think we maybe take a little piece of the pie for them. They've been a good boy for Verona. And we have to start whittling this guy down to some extent. I think we want to humiliate and max war reps and max other stuff, and then we can kind of see from there. We have so much to work with still. Are there any places that he has that aren't in HRE? No, it's just all considered HRE, so it's all gonna piss off HRE people if we take it. Like, it's so much cheaper to take this stuff off the Pope, man. Just wait another tick off of Ansbach, feed that to Spoleto, and then we're like cruising. Ramming speed, basically. We have a subject over here, no? We go Hohensberg. What culture is he? Oh, he's not even the right culture here. It's like at the corner of his culture. We could release Bern as well. Oh, we're already releasing Bern. Well, what about the... Oh, no, wait. Those were the 2 locations for us releasing Bern. And so we could take those as well here. That's gonna make a few people pissed. The Hanseatic League... We can improve relations with some of these cats, though. These guys will just decay out. Or actually... Take a little bit less off the Pope, man. No, these guys don't give a shit about the Pope, man. It's all just the other stuff. It's the burn stuff. Yeah, you know what? We won't greed over this. We're gonna get claims from this. And so we won't do that. I think... Yeah, we just need to wait another month, and then Ansbach is gonna have the things. And hopefully we get to keep our alliances around. I think we got our alliance kept with them, and then we could force them to break the Hungary alliance, so that's perfect. Yep, all according to plan, chat. Look at this. Plans. Plans within plans. Alright. Oh, we can't feed it. We can release this guy, though. I think... No, we wanted historical. Piedmont. We could make a march. To be honest, how close are we to getting control there? I think we're not going to make a march, but that's like kind of at the edge of reason. And then burn also. We will make... Oh, did we click march? Oh, I think I brain farted and created a march. Where's burn? Where are my eyes? Oh, we didn't take it. We said we weren't going to greed. That's why you can't release burn, obviously. Okay. Makes sense. Brandenburg's gonna cancel soon. Nuremberg and Kempten will keep on. Tyrol we can probably pull off of. Just trying to get a little bit more Diplo. Oh no. What are we gonna do? I think Naples doesn't get here in time to actually do anything. Milan's good for cleaning up this stuff over here, which we're like far away from geographically. France expanded into Catalonia, obvious common from all we've seen, but how often they expanded to British Isles? They don't get it very often. My least favorite chatter. Can you confirm the game has Chocon culture in? No, not like this. Well, Mao got him. Yeah. Got him. Austria's gonna casually take Rome. That's gonna cost you about 30 antagonism. Don't worry about it. We're just giving it to Spoleto. I don't see the problem here. I don't see a problem here at all. Wow, we're not having to fight any fights. This is so great, because every time we fight a fight in Civil War, boy, we killed guys on both sides. Civil Wars are bloody. Not super bloody, but bloody enough that we kind of don't like it. Oh, it bricked a bunch of our roads. No, no. What a world, what a world. Our roads are bricked. I really wish Civil Wars didn't brick your construction, but it does. Oh. This is the worst day ever. God, we spent like 8K on that big spend and like just like lost 3,000 gold there. Oh, that like shouldn't be a thing. And now the price isn't collapsed anymore, so we can't just respend. Brother. I'm so sad. Can't even do the Ligma because the delay? Yeah. I'm just keeping them on I'm keeping them just on it. Because I actually just want the improved relation speed as well. At this point. I think it's good enough modifier for me. To justify the cabinet action. I mean, that's part of why we're... I mean, we just started doing it, but like, that's part of why we're able to do this so comfortably. Oh, I'm so sad about the roads, though. We're seeding the location to the subject so they can integrate it for us. Yeah, Aquilea just says, "Thank you, sir. Can I have another?" And this is even-ish, except for we could get Naples out of the mix by forcing them to break this alliance. I'm so upset about the roads. It also bricked an enormous amount of RGO construction. I think that actually just cost us like 3k gold. That's so fucking tragic, man. Just kind of keeping an eye on, now that we have a lot of roads coming through, we're just, like, slowly being able to kind of push control. A lot of this is also bailiffs, though. We have bailiffs kind of scattered. And so when the bailiffs connect to with the roads, like, that kind of improves things a little bit, but we want the roads for the... Big sad. Those don't care about input prices, so we could just build those whenever. What happened to the roads? So we had a civil war, and what happens is if you have whatever construction you have in the civil war, when it goes in, it gets bricked, and we had like 8k worth of total construction, and so when we lost like 30% of our locations or 40%, it's like 3k of pain. I think one of the best parts of EU5 in terms of minor changes from EU4 is that huge impact is Diplo capacity instead of Diplo slots. I love the early game Vassal pad. Fees were really good. Yeah. Road system is awesome. And insane that Vicky 3 will never recover. I do like that infrastructure matters. And you're not, like, incentivized to do random shit, like go after South Africa. Pain. But we're kind of doing all right here. Kind of getting some little bit of stuff in. Wow, got him. And part of this is that we pushed these padlock canals. Not an enormous part, but part. I think we might push the sand a little bit more. Actually, no, we just have to wait. It's not like we have a ton of sand demand. A lot of this sand demand is just stuff that's being built. Well, I guess it's only like 1.5 of stuff's being built. Maybe we could expand out sand a little bit more. We'll expand it in the spots that are getting economies of scale closer to the capital. Shave my head and beard wig, make like a generalist. If you fuse generalists and targets together, they'd have lush hair, or be bald, or regular hair, or have regular hair size hair. It would be, left side would be bald, right side would be long hair. Obviously. Come on. Be reasonable. We can't annex you, no. We can annex you though. Yes? Or have we not owned you long enough? Yeah, we can. Cool, cool, cool. That'll be real quick. And let's come in here. We actually don't want this, we don't want the iron with 6k pops to be upgraded to city, and we don't want the marble with 10k pops to be upgraded to city. So let's do that, and that'll make the annexation faster as well. And let's improve relations here. God, I'm like foaming at the mouth to build those roads again. I just can't even... The sand, we're just waiting for the sand prize. Alright, we get a new duke. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. We have an adult heir that can use Marion. I wish you could see which ones of these characters are like... She's first in line to the throne, so this is perfect. That's kind of what we were after, is people who are first in line to the throne. So now, the union, this union, might expand as this guy's heir is our characters, or our ruler. Only getting it for a month is better than getting it for 5 years. That's why we do it like that. Witch Hunt's kind of an annoying modifier. The thing is, I don't want to forget about building these roads, so I'm about to, like, rage build these roads. Which is, like, the most milquetoast gamer thing, like, you could say. But it's true. Rip my progeny daughter, she'll be missed. Yeah, she was great. Did you see her traits, Tarkus? She had the 5% proximity trait and the 5% tax efficiency trait. Just absolute banger. I broke my goddamn keyboard one day before release. Feels bad, man. You know what you can do instead? You can watch my hotkeys video. That way you know what key bindings to put down. I'm sorry. I couldn't resist. Which will increase the size of our market here. Our market's starting to get kind of big. I think we could start annexing this guy right now, but we don't want to yet. We currently have 3 annexations going, so I don't think we want 4. I think 4 is the point where we're not actually annexing faster. So... They have the much smaller modifier for 300% though, so they'll get annexed real fast. Like 6 months. Bum, bum, bum. Can feel the road rage building. You know what? This is close enough. We don't have that many roads to build. I don't care. I just want to build my roads. And not forget. I'm gonna forget, and then, like, it's gonna be so much worse if I forget than, like, saving 5 ducats or something. Oh, we didn't need that road. That's... Okay. Now our other prices are collapsed. We can take a look at some other things. Looks like we already kind of took a look at bailiffs. Yeah, and the bailiffs are actually kind of what's supporting this down here. Oh, we have a sand RGO. Is it even the market? It is. We'll just max expand it. I don't think we have any potential for this. No, but this... The bridges. Will play quite nice. And then from here, we want some migration attraction there, and we want it there as well. And there, because we want to get all these up to cities so we can pound lock Canal them. You know what I'm saying? And then if we're gonna city the places, we want them to have libraries. We're out of books though. Shout out to being illiterate. And then we want temples everywhere. I don't think one sailor is gonna make a difference. Oh, we can't even build. The one naval, the one thing we own is like urban. We would want this to be a town, though. If we get dock, can we even get enough sailors to do an exploration? I don't think we can, with just one location. We need more locations to make that work. We're getting Ferraris, though. Soon. I guess not yet. And then, I guess we do the RGO builder and mass expand. Just because some of our expands got bricked from the rebellion, and those are probably good enough. Let's just double check. Yeah. Yeah, you see all the expands? They're all in, like, just only a couple locations. Almost 20 hours of pure Habsburgian content. We're working on it. E5 looks too overwhelming. No art schools. Bridge is my beloved. Big if true. I don't want another noble rev, man. Incidentally, we should be doing kind of okay on our prosperity now. Yeah, there's that pop growth. Let's go, baby. Oh my god, if it has the road building thing, I'm gonna freak out. Alright, just kidding. Didn't mean that. Yeah. So we're gonna intentionally fail this. Break alliance with who? Naples? No. Minus 16% satisfaction on the nobility is kind of not something we're into. I guess we could just fail this and not click anything. Yeah, that works. We'll just +2 bink. Feels bad. That's like my least favorite parliament, where you click the parliament, you click your debate, and you're like, oh, I can't click any of this. And then you're like, we're done here. So. It's kind of what it looks like, though. We're gonna need 2 diplomats. And then we're isolate from allies, and then deck on them with the help of the other. What are we getting for tech? Army morale? Okay, that's pretty good for us right here. U5 looks too overwhelming. I'm sorry. No art schools. One thing though, I don't see Emperor doing anything to stop you from now when I quarter the HRE. To be fit, well... to some extent I'm with you. Oh, they made artists just cost a reasonable amount. We're gonna hire them. A flat reasonable amount. Bridge is my beloved, basically. I think we've been... I think you have to micromanage stuff really well to be able to order quarter the HRE like this without being dogpiled. But it is, like, possible, yeah. You get a lot of antagonism from expanding the HRE. We've been trying to manage it extremely proactively, sinking almost all of our, like, a ton of resources into Diplo just to be able to do this. But yeah, maybe this is too fast. And the decay should be just slower. I think we'll just take the faster diplomats until we get 2. I mean, I guess we could have them break alliance now. It's kind of whatever. Isolate from allies. Hungary. No, we don't want to free up Hungary's capacity until we are going to declare war on them, so we're going to save for the diplomats. We want more troops for this. Our army maintenance isn't even that big. Well, we could be drilling here. We have more cannons than we have, like, regular regiments. Let's do that. If I recall correctly, the war last time we did it wasn't that hard. So now we're at 96 land, which this has in part been helping us a lot here. What is this? Why is Bulgaria... Brother... What the hell? I know we built something that gave us +5, but that's insane. Where are your roads, Steppe Hungary? I guess this is why. So this is another effect of roads, by the way. You push the market access further. So, like, even we were building roads to even places we don't have control. It pushes the market access better. So this is going to pull more guys into our market. I was not expecting this, though. This is disgusting. 13% market access. There's no way the AI doesn't make a market here. That's like a location you want to market anyways. It's kind of a dead zone, so... That's interesting. E5 is such a shallow game. What do you mean the knowledge in each unit of book is subtract? Not like this. Are you playing with spreadsheets on the side? No. Means you can't distribute erotica. Yeah, that's big true. Broke my ankle today, which sucks, but I can watch more Generalists and have time for EU5. So an absolute dub. Happy broken ankle in the most optimistic way possible. I think, yeah, we just need a couple more months here. We get a better general. Oh, baby. You know what? We're actually super into prestige from battles. That's a nice guy. It's nice. This is going to give us a little bit more proximity over here. I don't think we're connecting that well. Oh, we are connecting all the way over there. Yeah, just to 1%, but... You're saying there's a chance. Alright. Oh, we need 3. We have to insult him to not lose 10 stab. Alright. If we break back, we'll only have to wait 3 months if we break back several of these. Let's break back the Kempton. So we'll now only have 2 months to fade them getting some random ally that's huge. Wait, why are they good relations with us again? Do they get over 50? We don't have good relations. Oh, son of a bizzle. Our opinion of them is high, so that's doing that. Unfortunate. Oh, how the turns table. It's the, what is it? It's the enemies to lovers arc, but in reverse. They call that a divorce. Alright. And I think we're going to be a little bit more generous picking up the levies, because we do want to actually win battles and stuff. Not the most comfortable war for us, but I think it's pretty manageable. Let's meet in the capital. And the war goal is Posavina, so... Okay, so we do have to work our way that way. Kind of. We're not planning on taking their capitals, so, like, really, we just need to develop war score, and you could get quite a lot from just winning battles, but ideally, we take that. And we have a ton of cannons, so it should be pretty manageable. Poland's going to be coming through, though, so we do have to be cognizant of that. I think we want to improve relations with Boho. I don't think we want to fight them in the near future, so... I think we want to really get Hungary beaten down before trying to fight Bohemia, because we really don't want a dogpile of Poland, Bohemia, and Hungary against us. So, we are going to consolidate. Balance army. And then... now the formation comes into play. Let's pull back all the cavalry into the reserves. And then put all the infantry that's in the reserves on the center. And then... we are now overstacking, which is effective. It's not supposed to be. In terms of design, but it is. And then we're going to move, like, one infantry from each flank. Now, we can keep the flanks, some infantry in the flanks. Actually, let's do this. We don't want, like, an absolutely insane amount of difference. Let's do one levy on that side, one levy on that side. Okay, so this is our unit. Suck my unit. Alright. And then let's start heading down and see what's up, and then slow down the speed. Enemies to lovers, but in reverse, also known as lovers to enemies. Wait, we do it twice? The boomerang. Is there songs from EU4? I think the release version does, because we, like, satisfy the requirements or something like this. I'm not sure what we want to take yet. I think we should focus on the battles before the sieges. We could siege really fast, but we were just looking for an army to fight. And this is pretty easy. Clip their wings. Excuse me. Oh, I hate that. Can we actually not? Oh my god. Not like this. We are trapped. We are trapped by the exploit avoider. No. The only province we can move to is Tata now. So if you... not the exploit avoider. No! We got played. We got played so hard. All of our army ruined. I'm forced to sit here as we get occupied. Oh my god. Not like this. The pain. We can move to Tata, though. All those years at the academy wasted. Son of a bitch. We have gaps in our fort line. We maybe should have done something about this. Let's put in castles. I know it's too late, but to be clear, the way it's an exploit prevention to prevent you from slingshotting past forts. And so when you enter a fort, you can only return to the fort through the location you entered on. And it cares about what you have occupied. And so we entered this fort from Tata, and then we could move here because it is our province. I don't know exactly why we can't move back here and reoccupy it and run back all around, but it's to prevent cheese. Except we're the ones who got cheesed. The truth hurts. This is too little too late, but... the castles at this point don't really feel expensive. They're not like the throttle. God, this is so painful. We could also assault, but we really don't have that much infantry. So we kind of suck at assaulting, because all we have is cav, man. You got outplayed, I did. It's a pre-order bonus. Yeah, it's a pre-order bonus how the AI plays the shit out of you and traps you on the thing. Is that a bug? That's intentional? It's intentional to prevent a particular exploit that was present in EU4 that allowed you to, like, paratrooper your troops past enemy forts. And, like, we could lose half of our units and full retreat if we really, really wanted to get back, but I don't want to lose half these guys. I just want to eat the... It's not so bad that, like, we need to do that. But if this gets a breach, we might assault it. Also, it looks like we maybe are winning these battles anyways. We got absolutely wrecked by the AI, though. Just straight cooked. We maybe could wait for more valuable marriage. Show this all the people think the AI is bad. Yeah, basically clip that. I need to ask my chat to, like, clip more of my stuff. I've been meaning to make shorts out of clips, but then, like, I never tell my chat to, like, I need to put that in the help generalist section of the Discord, that I want to do that. I'm not sure I want to highlight that the first week of release, though. Because I think some people will think that that's really stupid. I mean, I like that they prevent the exploit, like, actively. So, like, I like that that's a thing. I just don't like that I have to play around it sometimes. And this is a very weird circumstance where I get trapped. Thank God. Freedom. Alright, we'll refill with the garrison. And we'll unsiege our thing. Pain. Suffering. Feels Caveman, basically. Any flavor for Wallachia? Yes. I don't know if it's a ton, though. Can you occupy Tata and move there? No, I couldn't move there. I'm not sure exactly why I couldn't move on to Haunt, though. That, to me, I'm not sure how that exactly works. But we should be kind of doing pretty well here. I think we're gonna siege down this to free up our stuff. We're just looking to get battles right now and slowly move down towards down towards the war goal. But I think we want to unsiege our thing. To be fair, this is a lot of different provinces. It's a hot mess. But now I think our prosperity gets bricked here. Yeah, no, that's satisfaction. Yeah, prosperity was maxed out and now it's minus 40%, so that's kind of annoying. Also have to think about what we want to take in the peace deal. Probably want to feed Transylvania the rest of their province. Whatever province that is. That is a weird shaped province. Does this give you the negative modifier? No, it doesn't. Cool. Because they will use Dev Province more often if they have an entire province. So, you know what? We could make a market over there. And then they would use their own market, which would be better for them. And then eventually we could move it down there. That's such a, like, long way off type of thinking, though. The truth is we would want a market, like, down here. You know what we could do is we could take some land down here. Just for a market, and just hold on to the market. The problem is if it ever revs, we'd never be able to get to it. That is the problem. I'm not sure how I feel about that. This would be a nice place for a market, though. Yeah, we're probably just, like, overanalyzing that. That's probably just not worth. Yeah, the issue was the territory that was our territory was occupied. And because it was occupied, we couldn't retreat back onto it, is my understanding. Because you can't retreat into controlled territory. Or you can't move onto controlled territory from... You can't move from a if you move onto a fort, you can't move into controlled territory or enemy that's a territory that's controlled by the enemy, with the exception of the location you moved into the fort on. And so that means Tata, we could only move back to Tata, we couldn't move back to Győr. And even if we took Tata, we still wouldn't be able to move back to Győr unless we controlled Győr. We maybe should have shown this. Classic blunder. Yeah, you guys know the like parachute like technique though in EU4 though. Little did you know, complaining about the AI being too passive, they're trying to bait you. Yeah, exactly. I activated their trap card. Not like this. I don't like that guy over there. God damn it. I think we'd rather clean it up and care about the prosperity of this type of thing. Do we own this guy's capital? Do we want to do something to Croatia? We could landlock him. That's kind of cute. I don't know why we specifically would want to go after a bunch of Croatian territory, though. Especially when he's not a co-belligerent, and there's plenty of stuff that we want off of them. Off of him. I don't know exactly what we want, but... almost certainly we have to occupy Buda, though. Alright, looks like he's moving away, so... we'll come back. Do we have a food supply here? Or is it draining? Looks like we have supply. Oh, we forgot to start annexing someone. RIP. Emissary authority, what is this? Antagonism change, minus 0.02. How are we getting proximity exactly down here? So we care about the river. I think is there a river here? No, there's not. We link up with the river down here, though. It's just easier terrain. You can't. How do you vassalize a bank? I'm not sure exactly. I know you can do it, but it's like landlocking Croatia's peak irony, basically. We're trapped again, chat. Wait, how trapped are we? No, we're not trapped. We can get away out because this is the return province. We just have to reoccupy this, and then it's also gonna occupy the other things. It's fine. $20 prestige or 5 legitimacy? I would rather take the 5 legitimacy hit, honestly. So now we have control of this province. So I think that makes it. All right. So we have to wait for that. And we'll just go in Pex and we'll siege it. He's not moving up into our territory, so it's kind of fine. No, if this guy's gonna come and grab this, not like this. Once this is flipped though, we can march back. Yeah. I don't know how dependent... Well, maybe we're supposed to peace out Croatia just to get our allies to dogpile the right person. I think that's probably correct. This should be pretty straightforward. The cav crashes in, eviscerates the fronts. Our levies are still better than regulars, and the flanks for us are entirely regulars, so that's why, despite the fact that, yeah, we have more units on the flanks, I think. A little bit rough. So these guys will redistribute. Can we just march to here? We can thread the needle, baby, right to the war goal. Hell yeah. I don't know if this is gonna lock us in where this is our only return province. Is it? No, it doesn't, because there's a way all the way back. We're not, like, zone of controlled up. I'm not sure the exact rules, but I'm very familiar with the mechanic. So why don't you occupy Pest? Pest isn't going to give us as much war score as the capital here. Also, Pest is not their capital. Buda is their capital. It's not one city, it's Pest and Buda, not Budapest. Come on. Yeah, but I think that we're comfortably just sieging them down here. We won a couple battles, we pushed them back. We got them to the size where our subjects can deal with the stacks much easier. Whereas, like, when they had their biggest stack, it was a little bit less. We need to improve relations with people. So if we take a ton of... We just want to see what happens if we take a ton of stuff. We control... Let's add the... Yeah, okay. If we take a bunch of stuff... Yeah. Who do we need to improve stuff with? Oh my god, we could take so much stuff. The Hanseatic League? No way. Who's getting pissed, though? Actual... This isn't the peace deal we want, we just need to see who we need to improve relations with. Württemberg, Hanseatic League, Croatia. We have so much Diplo rep that the only people who care are the people in the HRE. My god. This is more than a full peace deal, so it doesn't really matter. Alright. I mean, we have a lot of Diplo rep. That's crazy, dude. We have 22 Diplo rep. What's the hardest thing to learn about EU5 compared to EU4? I mean, understanding how the market stuff works, probably. But you don't need to know it super well to play. Maybe block off Poland. Maybe we want to take Clay from Poland, actually. Considering what the antagonism profile looks like. We probably want to maybe grab a little bit of this. We can probably get access through Bohemia. So going for this, so that we could get a future thing is maybe reasonable. I don't think we could take this off them, but going up there and sieging, fighting them a little bit. After we take the war goal here. And just piecing out Poland for some extra stuff. Maybe makes some sense. Oh, I saw a 12k stack. I don't like that. Our castle's going up, but it's not going to be finished. We have a gap in the forts. By a gap in the forts, I mean like 2 gaps in the forts. Saxe-Wittenberg has been integrated here. We'll bribe. Which one doesn't matter. We'll bribe the clergy. What will we give them? We lose legitimacy. And they gain some gold. They'll get less taxes for the clergy, I guess. And that will fully catch them up to speed. So that means we'll be able to annex them soon. If we wanted, which I'm not even sure is the case. Yeah, we could take so much off them. I think that we want to take at least... Maybe we want Budapest, dog. Buda and Pest. And then we could move the capital. We could just take this massive chunk over this way. Or we can move the trade center to here. I think this is where we like the kind of trade center to some extent. Over a little bit here. We moved it here when we played as Hungary, but as Austria, we might want to give ourselves even more breathing room for our market capital and move it down a little bit. Actually, I think we want it here. So, if we're gonna grab this stuff, we're probably gonna want to grab... Oh, this is just an absolute menace of a peace deal. Yeah, they don't like the... And then we release the subject in Buda, give them Pest. We keep the trade capital. We move the trade capital over this way. Much more centralized for Hungary. Gives Vienna a lot of breathing room. And it's alongside a river. So it's going to flow upriver really well. So it's going to flow into here really well. And I'm not sure if it's upriver this way. And then downriver also gets a bonus. We've looked at Hungary a lot in the past, so I think that's probably the location we want. This is gonna be such a big war for us, man. I'm shocked at how much we could take. We're just like, it's just we've just hit a critical threshold where like they just don't full the guys who aren't part of like the peace deal just like full don't give a shit, or they're yeah, nobody cares. Nobody cares what we do to Hungary. Go for the eyes, boo. Go for the eyes. Are you planning paint over Hungary or just rage bait them a little? Placing the market capital in the river would decrease the cost of moving between the markets. Yeah. Why not just, why not to have 2 markets? Habsburg is big enough? What? We're gonna move this Pest market over. We're not making another one. We're moving it. We're moving it. We just need to take both locations. Like the target location, which I think we want to move it here, and the Buda. Or actually, we need Pest. We don't even need Buda. To be clear. Yeah, do they hate this? Because no, they don't hate it. Alright, cool. is gonna be such an insane peace deal. They're close to accepting kind of what we want to take off of Poland. We could take a way bigger chunk off of Poland, though. Like goodies. Hanseatic League kind of cares about that. Hanseatic League's a lot closer to Poland. Maybe we take this, though, to release the subject. The historic guy, and then feed him. Yeah, I don't know. You guys think this is, like, too pushed or too easy? Is there a subjects map mode? I don't think there is. The diplomat mode right now is capturing our vassals and our subjects in the same way. Or sorry, vassals and our... I don't know, let's do a little bit of a poll, and I'm gonna use the bathroom. And it is in the HRE too. With how you pay borders, you're now the second worst painter in Austria. Good. Soon will be the worst. Not like this. Galicia's rightful Habsburg land. That's what I'm saying. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back, chat. Chair stream? Hell yeah. Sorry, apologies. You guys are okay with this. Alright, cool. I think we're playing relatively tight, but like, Diplo annex cost is going to be nice. I think that will complete one of our annexations. We will refill the garrison and then come back. Oh, we get the defensive. Oh, it doesn't matter. He wanted this though. Okay, bombard. We have 25 discipline. That's a lot of discipline. That's a lot of discipline. 2.25 military tactics. I actually don't know exactly how the damage modifiers stack, to be honest. And we get 10% extra frontage. Although the frontage shouldn't be super wide here. So we can look what damage is getting done here. Base damage 0.5, so disciplined. Not really a lot compared to mailed knights as a modifier. If this is stacking additively. What is this as a modifier, man? Plus 300%? I mean, there's only 8 of them. It's not a full regiment. Maybe that's what it has to do. I'm curious more about the defensive modifiers. I think I understand the offensive modifiers a little bit better. But so the fact is, like, tactics give defense, and discipline also gives defense. So we get discipline, but is that cavalryman is giving... Is that really how it works? You have a generic base strength modifier with 1. Is heavy cavalryman just give you additive? It doesn't give you a different flat rate, it just gives you plus 300%? That's so weird if that's how the math works. I'm amazed by that vote. Yeah, someone was complaining about it, but how many hours do you have right now? Around 1,400. I think a little bit less. Mailed Knights of Noble Levy still cooking. Yeah, I'm just... Is that actually how... So here's the thing: the heavy cavalrymen, they have a combat power of 4, right? And I took this to be a base rate of 4. Right? And we see the base damage for them and the base damage for these guys to be the same, the levies. And these guys have a combat power of this. But it's just adding plus 300% rather than increasing the base value? Is that how this really works? Discipline's so useless on offense, then. Also, if combat power adds, like, additively here, combat power's not very good either. But the thing is that if the cavalryman is doing this multiplicatively, then it's strong, right? But that's the expectation, is that it's doing this multiplicatively. But even then, it should be like 400% or whatever. Or times 0.4 rather than plus 0.3. Remember early access? The patches ended within a day? Yeah, like instantly. Now the battles take so long. Which makes the initiative feel like really terrible, because you're going to get to saturate the fronts completely. Like, this guy's going to get to saturate the front. He's not going to get single filed out. Right? Even though I have heavy cavalry and, like, a bunch of cavalry on the front, and, like, he's got not a lot of guys on the front, he doesn't get single filed out. He gets to get everyone in there. Right? Okay, this guy has a different base damage. Oh, is this a negative modifier from them taking less damage? Okay. No? I need to know if this stacks multiplicatively or additively, man. I want to see if the AI can keep up with the player and remain a threat. Well, we're threatened by France, but France starts way stronger. I thought, I was surprised by the vote because I thought everything was acceptable. Look at you have the mostly solved game in under 100 years. Feels like it should take longer. It's about 20% of the HRE, 100 years, 20% of the game, sure. Yeah. X4 equals plus 300% is a different way of saying it's not the same thing because you're getting other modifiers. If these modifiers are stacking additively, it's so much weaker. Right? Because discipline, if your discipline is 25% extra damage and you have a flat rate of 4 instead of a flat rate of 1, you will do 5 damage, right? But if it's plus 300%, I understand that it brings you to 4, but then that also means that you're only getting up to, instead of getting to 5, you're only getting up to 4.25. It makes the math different, right? If this is additive with a plus 300%, you go to 0.425. If it's multiplicative and that it increases the base rate, then it's 5. It's like, it's so much different. And this makes dice roll maybe what impacts the base damage? Oh, maybe. But additive or multiplicative usage of the percent is a different question. Yeah. Well, no, even then, like, yes. No, yes. That's exactly it. Is it multiplicative? And I don't know that. I assume these have to be multiplicative for, like, discipline to actually be useful. And if they're not, then, like, the base stat of this being 4 is so much weaker. They just have to be multiplicative, right? But I don't know how the defense modifiers stack. I guess I'm assuming they're stacking multiplicatively. I forget exactly how tactics is supposed to work. I think it works the same way in EU4, but I didn't play EU4. Yeah, no, I understand. I'm just saying whether or not I'm saying I understand that 4 power and plus 300% are the same thing of a base of 1 power. We're somewhat limited by the frontage here. Otherwise, we'd be able to get more guys in. We have to occupy Buda to get the peace deal we want, I think. Oh, I forgot we had a source of serfdom and rights of the nobles. We could have stayed serfdom, son of a bitch. We could have stayed it. We could have done it. Now we're just free subjects. I guess we like this because we know we're staying ability. We're kind of into monthly prestige, to be honest. We are staying Catholic, so expected cost of court is decent. What's the literacy of nobles do again? Cultural tradition and monthly control. No, thank you. That's not good enough. We are going to take that out of our queue. I guess we can just do this for now. We'll comb through what we're supposed to... Actually, no, we want to make sure that we get all the advances that we want from Age Traditions. Because of the way the math works. I think we actually want this, and definitely max our geo size and roll. That's actually probably what we really want next. I don't know if we want construction speed. We are going to want the Diplo cap, and so... Considering how quickly the next age is coming up, I think actually we're just going to cancel... the stuff that's not that, and do this first. We hate the small stacks. We hates it. I mean, this is the point in the game where it starts getting good to have our annexation also finished. What is this culture-wise? Yeah, this is gonna be weird for us in terms of how we're gonna decide to release subjects. Can we separate piece you now? No, you're kind of in it now. You're like, nah, dog, I got this. Actually, you know what? Maybe we go deal with him. Because our subjects aren't dealing with this guy now. And our subjects are kind of dealing with Hungary, so... Are they, though? God damn it, they're not. We have a full mobilization, so we could hire mercs if we wanted to be higher impact. But that's the kind of the only way we're higher impact here. Slovak? Does Austria not become an archduchy? I don't know. The Intrepid Traveler. Wait, that's not the right thing. We gotta refresh. We just heard the boo-boo. Thank you for the follow, though. But it's Carnivore? That's a cute name. It's like carnivore, but carnivore. Phonetically carnivore. Very nice. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, let's get after the Hungary guy. We want to get this stack weak enough, I think, that our subjects can deal with it. Although he re-raises it, and then it's a problem again, so... What's this? He's got +1. I mean, I think we're fine taking the +1, but we can go... Yeah, I think we're fine taking the +1 with this setup. We got our bombard in. Front stacked. I mean, he's taking a little bit of time to stack up here. I still think initiative feels a lot worse when the battles are a lot longer. Because initiative used to just buzzsaw people, and they wouldn't even get a chance to get on the fronts. And now we see, like, that never happened. He's getting in his licks here. Taking at least a decent amount of damage. We could put what we want off of this guy in on the other war. Actually, can we get just like a small portion of that? No, we needed to peace out earlier. And we had all that occupation. We got greedy. I got greedy, that's my bad. I think we were just supposed to actually peace out. Poland way forever ago. $1,400 gold for 5 research. I mean, I guess. How badly does this guy want peace? Pretty bad. Let's go to Buddha, I guess. I think this is just one taps him, so this is why we don't care about our morale. I guess not. Pretty close, though. We're improving relations with Hesse already. We're not? Alright, perfect. Brunswick, I think we could use. Munster. Just trying to make sure our Diplo is constantly being used. How's the army composition work? What do you want to have? I mean, like, I wish I knew how some of these modifiers stacked, but from looking at it conceptually, I think you want infantry in the middle and cavalry on the flanks, just in general. Cavalry take less damage, like half as much damage, which makes the math on the cavalry when you compare the powers, like, highly favor the cavalry if it's applying multiplicatively. I guess if it's applying additively, you suddenly don't like cavalry anywhere near as much, but I don't think it's applying like that. And so the cavalry go on the flanks, and then infantry in the middle. What is this? Kind of okay with that. Infantry go in the middle because infantry get like plus 200% defense in the middle. And then so you try and break the flanks and then kick in. Yeah, so now these guys have the same integration level. I don't think we could get a personal union with them. They're like a republic. And we'll never have the same system that they do. But I think what we could do is try and improve relations more with bigger powers to maybe get stuff with them. So let's do a little bit over there. Mana Wargs, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Much appreciated. We see that there's a 7k stack for Hungary. I think Poland's walking down now. Or it looks like, oh, looks like Poland's getting occupied by the subjects again. Just kidding. It did look like it. And we were taking war score here. There's Poland. Poland's coming in. Actually, do we beat Poland? Oh, we don't beat Poland and we don't beat them together. We actually might need to run. Okay, they're just sieging. Good, good. Is this breached? It's not breached. I think if we... Poland, please stay away from us. Stranger danger. Sure to Bohemia. That's a vibe. That might have given us a decent amount of... Here. Can we improve cultural opinion? We can't. Okay. That's fine then. We definitely want... We would not mind a personal union with the Palatinate. We don't look at the dynastic map mode a lot, but it kind of matters when you're playing the HRE. I wonder if we've spread our dynasty. You can tell I really don't check it very often. It's gonna be in here? No, I mean in here? I don't see it. It's gonna be in here probably, actually. Yeah, Dynasty. Are we not Habsburg? When did this happen? This is a calamity. No, it's because we're linearly Habsburg, but there was a woman in charge. I always have an all of your stamina. I feel like at 3 hours I'm fried. Oh no, I feel fried, I just don't seem it. I've been fried. Actually, that's my secret ham. I'm always fried. It's my secret ham. My secret is I've I've been sleep deprived for a couple months now. You merely adopted the sleep deprivation. I was born in it. Chin's been cut off, basically. This calamity. Okay, I'm glad that Poland went back up to deal with this, though. Because that actually really works for us. I think once these finish occupying, we'll just take what we can from Poland. Just to get them out of the war and to get this a little bit more locked in. Something like this. And hopefully we can get an entire province. Just kidding, we're gonna be greedy pigs. I wanna be a greedy pig. Chat, give me the strength to not be a greedy pig. Alright, I think we like this. Oh boy, we can take so much off of him now. What's the river look like? Also, all around this, we can build padlock canals. You can build padlock canals adjacent to a lake. Nobody cares. Is there more gold up there? There is. We have to take the entire province if we're gonna take. Are we just gonna actually dirty 100% war score these guys? Actually, we should just look at the resources from here and just grab any gold. Alright, this is gonna be what we go for. Refill. And time to go clap the army, because the army... I think we have more war score available from beating armies. Be greedy pig. Stream failed. Qin Dynasty's no more. It is. 100 war score is usually a waste of time, but see how you can get... No, we're not going to get to 100% war score. We're going to enforce 100% peace deal. We're only 10 off, see? And after this battle, if we stack wipe him, we will, he will, like, view it as, like, oh, there's, like, no chance. Or, like, the balance of power is so bad for us, then he'll probably be willing to accept it. I agree that generally you don't go for a 100% peace deal and you just, like, chip them down, but, like, we're very close to a 100%. And also, we're not concerned at all about the antagonism level, so... Cool. And we can't take anything else, so... Yeah, this is just the peace deal, dogs. And then we improve relations with Hungary and Poland. Although Hungary now might be beyond recovering. In terms of how upset they are at us. Alright, so we're gonna lead with relocating the pest market. Pest. Hey, thank you for the 200 THP. What currency is that? Perfectly balanced game, basically. My favorite play in EU4 are France and Aragon and Ming. What are your opinions on those? I would play France your first run. Aragon gets dogpiled by Castile. If you're determined to play Aragon, I would make sure you annex Mallorca very, very quickly, and also give Castile back their core, because it's not worth it. Just sell it back to them. And then I would... Yuan's a little bit rough. I would leave that alone for now. How hard is it to do a Byzantine world conquest? I'm not sure how possible world conquest is. In the current state as the Byzantines, I think you maybe have to try someone who's not kind of... has a better first 50 years or something. Oh, we could have put a better person in charge here. Womp womp. I think we want, yeah, we want someone who's good at multiple things. This works for us. I think we might even keep some of this land ourselves instead of releasing to subject. Custom subject. No, we can't do this yet. We have to move the market. We gotta move the market. Focus, focus. Relocate market. Here. That will change things. We'll wait a month. Recalc the market. Okay. Reasonable. Now... I think we will release a subject here. Custom subjects. Are there any historic subjects here? I don't think so. Oh wait, what's this? Pisani? I think that has Pisani as some of the territories we have integrated already. Interesting. Ooh, nope, 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 nope. Did I accidentally break my stream? No, no. Not like this. Okay, it doesn't look like it. I accidentally clicked the back button on restream. Stream is still going. Yes, so let's release this. As a subject. Create subject. Custom subject. Here. We want a fiefdom. They're Buddha. And then specifically we need to feed them Gior in the other two locations. Oh, we can't do that yet. I think we're going to want to release another subject here. And maybe another one here with Pest. And another up here, something like this. Another here, maybe. Or is this a small province? No, that's mixed. We have to feed the mixed provinces. Because when you release the subject, they take the entire province, so... Market regulations, fund farming estates. Let's do fund farming estates here. And then... lessen levy obligations. I think. then goods, open RGO builder, sort by farming. All our owned locations that are farming. Expand for 22 a pop. Let's check the Vienna market versus the other markets. Here's 22. Here's 34. So maybe just do the Vienna market. And in this other market, it's the other price. Paris market. We have some in the Paris market? Cute. The Nuremberg market. Alright, it's cheap enough that even though we have some market, one market that's kind of scuffed, we're just going to expand all everywhere. And we're just going to buy a bunch of stuff on the cheap for the farming stuff. Yeah, it looks like it doesn't like the locations over here anyways. Oh, baby, we have so much proximity down here. This is so good for us. We haven't even done the road stuff. We actually probably should have done roads instead of expanding out the farming stuff. I don't know if we just want the 7th stab. A lot of these guys we now have, like, just too high a relations with where we don't want to declare war on them. Yeah, like 200. We just want, if they are in a different war, to go after them. I think Baden might want to be one of the lower ones. Lorraine, we can get low. Lorraine's being in a little bit of a bulwark against France. Bulwark against France, my ass. Jesus. They learned how to core everything too. France, that was been a struggle point for France. I think we want to accept Hungarian. The problem is... Oh, we might have to convert all the Hungarians. Oh, this is going to be so expensive to... Magyar Carpathian. Accepting is more straightforward. We don't have the conversion yet. I guess we get 7 years, we maybe get cultural hegemon. Take a look if we're kind of okay on the fiefdoms front from the loyalty from subject size. Yeah, we're super okay. I think we're gonna feed the guys the locations here and not create more guys, because that's gonna end up being more diplomats. These will be the subjects we create to integrate all of our stuff. Been waiting on this guy to get annexed. What's the deal with this? They are a subject, right? Wait, are they not? Yeah, they're subject of Tyrol, but Tyrol doesn't want to annex them. If Tyrol annexes them, we could just take this territory off Tyrol. They're being sneaky, tricksy, and false. Their spot EU5, how's it? Good, good. He destroyed a stream. Not like this. Restart campaign. Not like this. THB is type bot. It's 615. Alright, very nice, very nice. I'm sure you haven't gotten that question 200 times today. That's fine. If I didn't want to answer questions repeatedly, I would do really short streams. I don't know, that's just how it goes. How quickly would control spread downriver in those new territories if not released? We have pretty good proximity. We're conquering, we don't need roads. This is what our proximity looked like. Like, downriver, it's actually insanely good, and it's flowing downriver this way. So this is actually some of the better locations. Great Chin in Austria? I'm confused. Me too, because we're no longer a Habsburg, but it's a Habsburg joke. No. We're no longer Habsburg, though. The truth hurts. Yeah, we need more. Yeah, we need more of this, so we need more money to do anything. So we're actually just in super weight mode. I'm just angsty, because I want to give all this stuff out and release the guys, but I can't yet. Actually, I can release one. Yeah. This guy will make a vassal. Actually, we could maybe make this guy a march. He's close enough, we'd maybe get control up there. A reason to release fiefdoms, by the way, is that they have the same dynasty ruler. So, that is a reason to maybe do that. Ooh, we finished annexing a Ferrara. And we were considering Emilian we can accept for much cheaper. We can accept the Emilians right now. I think we do. I think what we're gonna need to do is somehow get a discount on Hungarian. We will improve our culture, or our opinion of them. Alright, just one more. And we can start feeding these guys. We're gonna keep this location, though. So... let's do this. And let's swap this guy to... I think we got enough guys there. Yeah, we do. To work on wells. And then this place, we can upgrade to a city once we have enough money. But we're going to give this guy... seed location. This location. And then this pest guy. We're gonna try and spread out the locations between these guys. One thing we're doing here is we're clicking escape to look at the other map mode, and then we're clicking back to go back. We're specifically giving them locations that aren't integrated for us. So like this place is conquered, we just want them to have it. We're just gonna kind of try and split them even-ish between them. So I guess for this guy, that means we're giving this guy this entire other province of pest here. And then this guy... but we don't... we have some of this province, so... not the right map mode. Thank you. Let's do this. This guy's gonna end up getting the lion's share of the locations, actually. Go. Transylvania should maybe be a march, but they're not. Is one full province in a couple locations. And that is... We now own no territory that's unintegrated except for this, because we want this because it's the market center. Yeah. Hi from Iraq. Hello, hello. We got some questions in chat. Shining example of European diplomacy, basically. Enjoy your cut for my purchase. Thank you so very much for the support. If you wanted to support the channel, a really good way to do it is if you are purchasing the game to buy from the official web store and use the code Generalist in all caps. It doesn't give you a discount, but I do get 12% from that sale. Hey, Yankees fan, how's it going? How you doing? How you be? Pre-ordered with your code? Thank you so very much. Much appreciated, my guy. He holds his head out the window to let the sun burn the hair off. That's basically it. I only go outside to burn the hair off my head. Stole all the polish from the EU5 dev team. Yeah. We opened the stream, someone was asking about that take. But this looks pretty good for us. Overall. Who else can we integrate though? Because I think we want to integrate a subject now. I think we want to be integrating two at the same time. We're integrating them already. Oh, we can also already integrate Bavaria. I mean, I think we want to integrate Bavaria. They might be integrating this guy. How's that going on? Because I know Augsburg is a subject of theirs. It's going to take us a while to get Bavaria integrated, though. The thing is this is kind of at the limit of our control. Or let's look at... It's at the limit of our proximity. Like, we won't be able to get proximity there. We will next stage, actually, though, with roads. With the paved roads. So maybe you just integrate knowing that we're hitting next stage. Something like this. And then... How are we on the road price collapse? Oh, we are still doing a parliament. I think we just wanted to pass this parliament just to preserve. But low-key, we like the push towards humanist a little bit. Actually... We might have this guy push values afterwards. If we can get a little bit more of a humanist trend, that'd be nice. And I actually think we can. If we swap onto any religion. Because we don't care as much about converting people faster as we do. Like, it's better to tolerate, I think. As we do culture, converting culture. And you kind of choose one or the other. To some degree. We have really bad tolerance of heathens, though. Tolerance of heretics is maybe more what we care about. So right now I'm thinking of a law change. If we ask to law change off of... I think I like limited censorship generally, but... we could law flip off of... a law that's giving us quite a bit of... Where is it? Air religion. We could law flip off of this onto the other one, which would give us 20 more trend towards humanist, because we would go flip onto any religion. A little less tolerance of the true faith. Also, the satisfaction recovery. It's annoying to lose that, but it's not the end of the world. We're expecting heretics, though, not heathens. So the tolerance of heathen beliefs kind of not doing it for us as much. But we still want to get to the point where we're converting culture faster than religion. I think we'll have plenty more opportunities. We'd rather just take the 7th stab here, but... We have several parliaments kind of coming on up. Nice for us. We have to accept Hungarian. at some point. Or I think we could just convert all of Hungary. Maybe that's the play. They're so expensive, and we don't have like a clear avenue towards getting enough favors from Hungary at this point because of what we did to them to be able to ask to improve cultural relations. You haven't played the latest DLC for it on Vic 3? It was pretty nice. I've seen a couple vids saying this game's unpolished, not finished, but watching you and others stream the game, it all looks very well put together and functional. Yeah, I mean, like, figuring out the UI maybe is a little bit rough, but, like, figuring out the UI after watching someone play is, like, different than just figuring it out on your own. I don't think that it's, Do you think it's ready for lunch? Yes, I think it's ready for lunch. I'm kind of hungry, too. You have spare cultural capacity to accept Bavarians, or is the same as yours? It's the same as mine, so it's gonna be all cord. You're planning to make a video of Mali? I already have a video of Mali. I'm just gonna be publishing it later. Were you putting together a review for EU5? I have a review, I just haven't published it yet. Assimilate Hungary, it'll be based. Alright, cool. It'll be based, not cringe. Target's confirmed. We don't need this fort, I don't think, anymore, but kind of like this fort because it does block avenues up through here. We maybe could move and build a fort in a different location, though. Kituga, thank you for the follow, big nice. Will you convert Sunni? No, not this run. We have too much pop. We have too much pop and we're too far from Tunis, and like, I'm not gonna do that every run as well. I mean, it's probably decent every run, but like, chat would lose their mind if I did it every run. We could upgrade this. I think what we want to do is get roads. This is what we were trying to think of. And I just couldn't... No way that... Oh, they all have bad relations of us? That kind of sucks. Why do you have a negative opinion of us? Annexed another subject, fair. Alright, okay. Okay, I see you. I see you. Our max control won't be tremendously high because we don't have these places scored, so it's like minus 15 of what it would otherwise be. Athanatos? Thank you for the fault, big nice. I'll take avoiding the question as no. I'm not avoiding the question, I just didn't see it. Generalist knows what chat wants until he asks for, or before they ask for it. Do you enjoy the game until the end? In the 1500s starts to get a little bit, you just feel like you've kind of won. Kendrick, now that you have a male ruler again, are you going to take the Imperial throne back? Most likely. Yes. I couldn't turn it down if I tried. I would in fact riot if you convert to Sunni every game. It would be cringe, not based. Yeah. I mean, like, I do think I'm probably going to do it a decent amount of the time, because I really do think Catholic sucks. But... we can check and see what the HRE thinks in terms of the votes. Yeah, their vote is just, they have so much dynastic power, dog. I don't know how our great power score is not higher, other than our country rank is, like, I mean, it's just that our country rank holds us down. We have cannot become kingdom, so we can't become a kingdom. And I think we have it for forever. Alright, let's build roads into Buda, which requires us improving relations with this guy. I think that we could cancel some of our improved relations as well. We don't need Schwarzburg. Scotland we don't need, kind of want. Yeah, I guess we kind of want some of those, so. But we did pick up these territories. How's our proximity there? It's actually good, what the hell. But we need permission to go through Buda in order to build roads there, proper roads. Proximity is decent. Oh, this is gonna be so valuable for us. Dyes, lumber. Elaborate court life. I don't think we want the expected cost court. We'll take the thing hit. I think maybe we want to... We get actually a decent amount of tax from the nobles. That will relieve the situation. I like how he still has 25 trust of us. What the hell? Our Diplo rep is just so high. I think we've taken every choice to increase Diplo rep. He's avoiding questions because he's a loser? Nah, it's true. Big true. What about Protestantism? Protestantism would be better. I'm staying Catholic as part of, like, role-playing the Emperor. I don't think it's good. I think you're supposed to flip Protestant. As soon as our relation's positive with this guy, which I think is next month, we can build the roads. Oh, just kidding. It's flying, but not that fast. We can go after him again. And subjugate Mantua this time. It's like literally just like on repeat, on cooldown. A million also we accept, so integrating this guy is decent. We also want the bailiffs and stuff down here. Where's the... So Venice has the market capital. We don't have any specifically really good place for masonry. But, why is this Vienna? Let's maybe look at bailiff price down there. We don't have the prices collapsed personally, but maybe the AI's collapsed them. It's kind of okay. And then we can build a road to here and here. So this bailiff will provide proximity to all three of the surrounding urban locations. And then, because we now have some stuff... Oh, also here. I think we want to urbanize this. We could urbanize it, or we could subsidize this. Oh, it's actually... So the thing is, this gives us sailors. We're actually generating sailors now. Hot damn. Hot damn. I think we don't have control here long term, though. We have control? Yeah, we have control, but we won't have... Yeah, it'll go down to 17, and then we won't have sailors. We maybe have one explorer in us. Better to steal a map. You should get Grand Duchy at some point. I'm not sure exactly how that works. Is that the equivalent of a... kingdom? What do you think of Anbanar? Do you think play it moving forward? I'll probably play mostly vanilla unless there's a huge demand for me to play Anbanar. What is this? Let's get the growing businesses. Yeah, I still think could use a market there. But now I think with the market closer, I don't think... Now we don't have this weird thing where Vienna is like... We're using that and they're not going to have any market access, and then they're going to build their own market. What does this market even look like? Current trades. We know there's gold in there, and silver and stuff. Yay, positive opinion. Okay. Now, we should be able to build into here. Is the price collapse? Yeah, it's super collapsed. Perfect. We'll give them a little bit more development by doing some of that, and we want to build towards the silver. Silver is already built out. Okay, cool. Everyone's connected. Which means we're going to have decent proximity there. Do we want to annex this guy second? So we'll improve relations with him. Currently we're just annexing this guy, but it'll take forever. Bailiff? How are you doing? Pretty good. He's actually just in a super obnoxious spot. Where's the new capital of Hungary? Oh, Jesus. That's not good for them. There's no gold over there. They have also not built any bailiffs. No, not like this. I love Diplo up into U4. I love it in this one. Oh, I don't know the names of all the songs by hand. Also, the songs probably changed. So your 1,500 hours were like 3 campaigns? No, we're playing a little bit slow because we're responding to chat. I do agonize over decisions way longer than other people, though. I think Playmaker was streaming and he was like in the 1,500s on the first day. I was like, bro, I do not play that fast. You monster. This is such a bad location for them to have their capital. I mean, I guess we're fine with it, but that's so bad for them. Yeah, we're about to really pop off power level-wise. Yeah, I mean, we're just culture converting. In which case, we actually really care about making sure we get full areas. So we want to make sure we pick up next war all of Trans-Danubia, and in order of annexing, we want to annex Trans-Danubia here. So we can culture convert. Alright, we didn't really take a look at how we wanted to maybe urbanize here. There's not a lot of pops. Okay. Fiber crops you can get from other stuff. We almost certainly want to urbanize the fruit and the fiber crops and the wine, though. So, and then here we don't want to urbanize the gold or the silver. We don't own the other location. I don't think we want to urbanize dyes. Yeah, so I guess just not urbanizing anything. And then down here, did we want to urbanize any of this? Well, we really want urban locations in the same place with iron and wool. So, it looks like they don't have a lot of pops, but I think we'll just urbanize this. Because we want the production efficiency on the other stuff. And looks like we're actually starting to get control down here, so we can maybe think about doing some more stuff. 22,000 pops in a sand location. I mean, that can go urban. That's not terrible. I think the stone we want kind of urban, but the problem is it's providing the other 2 urban locations with proximity. I think we want to proximity the copper, or bailiff the copper. At this point. And then this is going to be the best urban location in there. Or actually, I mean the wild game one's probably okay. Not a lot of things in there. Oh, it's not even in the same thing, yeah. Not the best, not the worst. What does our fortifications look like? Is this just a super obnoxious place to put a fort? I think it is. Here might be better, though. It looks like there's better. Yeah, that covers, like, everything. Oh, does it? It's adjacent to this, right? It just doesn't read as covering it because it's not our territory. This is, yeah, just hyper obnoxious. And then this gets us super wide coverage too. Maybe don't care. Yeah, we already have coverage on there. So we could just put one here, and that'll do it. Just, this is to avoid loss of prosperity and headaches later. Just generally. Do you think 1337 as a start date is a good idea? Yeah, I think it's fine. I would have preferred earlier than 1444, just in general, because I like a little bit of a build-up. I think if you get too much earlier than 1337, though, the colonization starts getting too far away. Archduchy is tied to petitioning the emperor for the event. You get the equivalent of a kingdom. Let's maybe take a look. Interesting. How much pop do you have? 2.6 million? We still have less. Bohemia just seems a lot stronger. The abstract. Assaulted us against Basil. Where is this? Oh, bro. I think you might have made a mistake here. We're doing that to decrease relations so we don't take a stab hit when we deck on them. We can support a much bigger army, by the way. I forget exactly how we check our expected regulars. Expected army of 4K. Yeah, we have much less than that. We're approaching the next stage. I kind of want to hit the next stage before the end of the stream. Okay, so we have all the things from that age that we want. From the first age. We're not, like, creating any CBs. We do want to dock eventually. Army morale recovery speed is probably okay. This is just gravy. I think we want the prestige. Something like that, I guess. I wonder how far we are from the capital with this. The bailiff's making this kind of not be completely useless to us, but it's probably not going to be very useful. We have maximum control. It's going to go up by like 5 or something. We're going to have like 20 control there. Maybe we are supposed to urbanize that. effectively increases our control by a lot, because urbanizing places gives flat control, like a good chunk. Rip Hungary, basically. Are you at the point where no one can stop you? No. Bohemia and France are allied. If they decked me together, I would probably not be able to do it. I don't know. Paradox fanboy, I appreciate it, but the song changed by the time you answered. Yeah. Yep. Bohemian is always OP. Best touching the game in CK, at least. Solid in Vic 3. Feels like it's perfect for EU systems. Yeah, it's very tightly condensed. The thing is, like, your top end is a little bit rough, and you're, like, all front-loaded, because you have to, like, push through, like, this stuff, but you're really condensed. Bohemia's kind of a good one. I think Hungary is a little bit better, but it's kind of marginal. Hungary just has, like, a lot more top end than Bohemia, is the thing. Bohemia's better early. But, like, the AI, like, is bad at playing Hungary here. Like, so just to be clear, like, Bohemia AI is always going to do really, really well, because, look, they have all this proximity, so they're going to have a lot of control, and it's all over all their gold provinces, so they're going to be, like, fantastic. I can't think of a name, to be honest. Thank you for the follow. Big dice. So you're going to have this, and then Hungary is not even building bailiffs. Which is unfortunate. But I understand why they're not building bailiffs. They're not building bailiffs. Oh, actually, I don't understand why they're not building bailiffs. They should be. I was going to say because they only have one level of silver, and it's a chicken and the egg issue. Because they only have one level of silver because they have no control, and they have no control because they don't desire to build a bailiff because there's only one level of silver, but there's 5 levels of silver there, so they should actually value the control. I don't know why they don't. I don't know. At least they're expanding out the silver, though, I guess. That's definitely something we want. Where's my button? I think we have the most trade advantage here. Yes, we do. We just have, like, no capacity in here. Okay. Let's fix that. With not a warehouse. We will want a warehouse eventually, but let's go entry plot. Because these trades will be worth a lot to us. Because we're gonna be just moving the good stuff. Dude, none of our locations fall in there? Yeah, none of our locations fall in this market. This kind of works though. I think I like this location as a market. There's like another like long one. I think that's kind of okay over here, but I like this a lot better. You could also, I don't hate like further down here. Like if you move it anywhere, I think I like it further down, but I forgot we have counting houses. We haven't been using them yet. We'll do one in Linz if we... Are our prices collapsed? To be fair, though, I don't think we really need that much crown power. Yeah, we could kind of use a little. 30 is a nice zone. Best shape for the country is an egg, says Generalist. It's a sphere, yeah. Unless you are using naval. If you're using land, then yeah. If you're not, then no. Basic industry. Give me those. What is the price about? What are you doing? Isn't it cheaper than this? I'm losing my mind. Let's do that. We could go for this right now. It would help with proximity. We also want this for proximity now. That we're like actually caring. Maybe we care more about that than this. We're trying to get these places to 30,000 pops so that we can build a padlock canal. So they're on a river. And we're going to be tracing proximity through that location a lot. basically everything to the right is going to go through that location, which is a lot of valuable stuff, so... I think we do this. We see what the cities are up to. We don't have money. Fair. No money for us. Wonder if we just need better relations with Bohemia to become Archduchy. We need beach property. We have Ferrara. We should probably increase relations with this guy. So I think we're kind of cruising now. I guess we maybe could start another war. God, the wars are getting a little bit... There's a lot of them. But... I mean, I forget which one's the opinion map mode for us. Or we care about antagonism. We could go in on Aquileia again. Even here. And then co-CB Mantua or Florence. And then just grab them. Then they say stranger danger. And we continue our reign of terror. Subjugating Florence. Doing everything but actually taking Aquileia's stuff. Can we dig greedily and deep? Yes. Is there any other way to dig? When is the great pound lockification of the Danube going to begin? It's already begun, brother. The plan is in motion. We are improving... We're sending migrants here, because we need to have 30k pops. The fires burn bright already, brother. I forget the Bane quote. This is gonna be nice, but it's gonna eat into the Vienna market a little bit too. Which is maybe not bad. It's gonna make the market expand. Let's maybe get our tooltip out of the way. Can we see the expansion a little bit? I think so? I'm not sure. So here's another thing, is we want to build roads out everywhere to connect stuff to the market. Now, a lot of these guys are not upset with us, so we could take, or they're loyals, so we could take a location off of them. Unfortunately, there's not like a clear location to take off these guys. Maybe it's fine. I think it takes us a diplomat to steal a location like that, though. It's maybe not worth the diplomat. Wonder how we get that HRE thing. Or us being an Archduke. Did we start the fire? Yes, the fire rises. There we go. Yes, the canals rise. The canal rises. We have the liberties and whatever government reform. I think it might be to relate to change to an archduchy. Also changes the law to dynastic cognatic primogeniture. We're already that. But you're saying this? That's a bummer then. We would like the kingdom title. I don't think it's fully employed yet, is it? It is. So the best we got is 2 procs there and 0.18. God, that's rough. This is at least giving procs to a bunch of different places. 2.75 procs. Feels kind of bad though. I think we go cannon. Because the copper is good for that. And then we connect this. Already a gravel road. Are we getting anything? No, we're not. Need the higher tier road to get the things. What's the max control? 35 is not useless. We should be building up in here, but it feels bad. I think we're good for paper. I mean, certainly good for this, actually. Us just getting control of this market would be nice. we're not gonna break that amount of trade control off of Venice though, without taking a lot more locations off them. But we should actually have a CB on them. Ooh. Unfortunately, Milan would not be amenable to that, but Milan, we can get enough favors with. To do something about that. Starting to get a couple hundreds, hundos. Proximity cost reduction is really helping out in that regard. We have like around 40%. We could show where it is at. For people who haven't been following everything. We got minus 10% here. Actually, let's just show the location where we have about 40%. So from land values, we have close to 10%. Itinerant court close to 10%. Centralization close to 10%. So that's 30%. And then 5% from our unique tech. So we're actually at 35%. And then development often gives us around 5%. So we're making it. Is war against Aquilea? Again, not in the cards, it's definitely in the cards. Downey was full of canals. The canals rise, brother. Would it be rewarding to hunt down precious metals in Tyrol and Bohemia? Bohemia would be very valuable because we could actually get proximity there. Tyrol we can't as well, but I think we might... Do you CX? It's not very good, CXs. Carthage is formidable, it's Lath, not you, releasing the video. Venice Run, we're still forming Carthage, and we might be doing it 2 episodes from now. I don't know. I have to reschedule stuff because I have to re-release the thing. Feels bad, man. Hashtag. Oh, we can't do that because we don't have a diplomat. Bro, we are just gonna max spend on this. It is kind of expensive. Our biggest expense is the diplomat spending. Like, we're putting so much in on being able to do this. Kind of like nonsense, but like also like we don't have very good marginal spends on like ecoing up. I guess we could eco up more though. How do we save more money? To be fair, we're making good amounts from our subjects here in diplomacy. Like, I think that we actively don't want to annex Tyrol because we would never have any control there. Where's their capital? Can we help them out a little bit? What if bailiff? I think the AI is underbuilding bailiffs, so we're gonna build bailiffs for them actually. Now that we're kind of seeing what's wrong here. Specifically on the silver is a big deal. The canals rise, brother. We're just gonna build whatever's the most profitable, I think. This is our new town. And then I guess we're gonna build spinners guilds there, because there has access to wool. Dyes are really nice. None of those things have enough population for a village to be useful. Smooths out things a little bit for them though. Such good resources in that like little pocket. Bro's Bane impression is flawless. I actually, in philosophy, I forget which philosopher it was. I think it might have been like, was it Descartes? But philosophy professor recommended reading in the Bane accent, and that it would make more sense, and it was true. I was born, therefore I am. I think this is the war. Yeah, I don't think we want. I don't think that's the war. Although we are mildly concerned that Milan uses this opportunity to gank Mantua, I guess. And we subjugate Florence. I think we should have our subject improve cultural opinion action soon. We don't have a diplomat. We do have a diplomat. Can we get a different alliance? We could get a France alliance. Why is Poland willing to ally us? That's so crazy. Getting an elector maybe makes sense. Did we already exhaust our ability to improve cultural relations with the Palatinate? We did. Now we should ask them for money, but... You could offer market access preference. That would just completely dick the Nuremberg market. The Nuremberg market's already kind of trashed. Sometimes I want this not to pop up, dude. So, here's the thing, chat. We have a chat poll thing. Let's take a look at... So the thing is, which scaling do we like? We're at 130%. People have complained that they can't see anything, but with 130%, the freaking tooltips are absolutely massive, and I really think I'm not a fan. This is at 130%, so we like try and like show anything, and it's just half the screen is a tooltip. The other option, and I'm trying to figure out what's best, because the thing is like the text is too small. I don't like the way the GUI scales here because the tooltips are too big and the text is too small. Where's the GUI thing? So this is 110%. And now it's not like half the screen. But it's hard for you guys to read because it's so small. Maybe Nietzsche? It wasn't Nietzsche. It was Greek philosopher. Because I remember the professor was by like Greek and early modern. So like Greek through Descartes, and then post Descartes it was I had a different professor for like Hegel, Nietzsche, and Kant. Right, but what do we think? Like, can you guys read it? You guys like 110%? Because I keep feeling like I'm hovering something, and then this tooltip just like is impossibly large, and I can't like show anything. Like, whereas here, like, I could show the Vienna market and have my mouse be still, but like with the 130% scaling, it's just always in the middle of the screen. Heraclitus? It could have been Heraclitus. I don't think we read that much Heraclitus. It would have been like Aristotle or Descartes or like I guess it could have been Plato. I don't think it was Plato. Plato's not that hard to read. I think it might have been Descartes or like yeah. Let's vote for unification of crowns, baby. Not that we're trying to like annex them right now anyways, but soon we will have our pound lock canal headed this way. We will have our extra 5%. We really could use these though. Counting houses. Counting houses create more demand for goods and allow us to keep more profitable. Yeah, you know what? Our margin just sucks ass, actually. Our cultural investment has gotten more expensive as we've gotten more artists. Let's break it back to this. Before it was like 10, and now it's altogether too much. And then our fort maintenance, I don't think we need this grass fort anymore. I don't think we need this for it. I don't think we need a Salzburg for it. And these are relatively inefficient. Okay, double our margin here. And we kind of want to think longish term about how we protect against Bohemia in a war. Looks like Linz won't be covered. These two have a connection. So we need this in either here or in Linz. Either way, this is going to be covered. So we could do this as a fort location. It's Vettel. And then do we want Linz or the other place? I think we would prefer the city. So let's do that. Change our kind of setup here. General tone of discourse would be arts and sciences would feel Bainey. Plato. What do you major in? Philosophy. I think I ever read for my philosophy classes, I just showed up and listened. And then espoused philosophical opinions based on vibes during class. Was that your major, or was that Gen Ed for you? Doing that if that's your major is wild. Not because it's wild, but because your upper division courses should be harder. But yeah, the lower division courses are generally kind of... Since they qualify as electives, like... Or my experience was if something's an elective, like, it's just kind of a pushover class. Although, to be fair, I didn't do... Yeah. I didn't necessarily always do the reading. Or, like, the only homework for, like, a lot of philosophy courses is the reading. I did the reading, but, like, not extra stuff. I usually did the reading, not always. There's, a double-digit percentage of the reading that I had to do for university for philosophy is stuff I read on my own in high school. So... Yeah, I like this much better, where we're actually having a decent margin. We're just, like, getting overbloated with some of these things. Specifically the prestige. Like, the prestige is also decreasing, like, increasing the rate at which we can expand, though. I guess maybe that's kind of hard to evaluate. So we have to do this one. That's actual claims on province, so I think we actually have to take the location if we have that. But we go Florence. Now, why can't we do this? Florence being co-CB, they are really happy with us. Damn. We could take the 10 stab hit. Or we could go after Mantua. Is Mantua also pleased with us? Mantua is not as pleased with us. And we can send an insult. I think if we're going after Mantua, though, we don't want to call in Milan. Because Milan, we're concerned that they'll take Mantua stuff. Or occupy Mantua, and they want it. So... Wait, what is this? What is this, like, UI here? We CB Mantua. Okay. Yes. We could co-belligerate Venice on top of this. A little bit tempting. And then it shifts everything around. But we still have the check mark next to them. Where's Mantua? Mantua still has the check mark. I think we have a good relation with the Papal States, so we can't do that. Sometimes these chains is just weird. But Venice doesn't add really much to the mix. So we should still be in good shape for this. Aquileia. Co-belligerent. They're co-belligerent. Everyone's co-belligerent. Cool. I think we declare this war. We could have just chilled. We should have just chilled. That. So everyone's in the war to the south of us, basically. Then depending on how the math stacks on the guys, we might not actually even care about discipline that much and just want the morale. This guy has a lot of morale, though. Gravel road network. The last 5 centralization, or another 2 land from failing naval infrastructure. I think we'd rather pass this and get the centralization all the way up. We're gonna peel this off just to look for land. We don't need the support here, we're just looking for land, and we don't find it. We're Bologna, or Bologna. Okay. Never slid below B. I mean, take good notes, Professor Slide, and then exams weren't too bad. Was one of 3 majors for my bachelor's. Took 300 class, 100 and 2 200s. Okay. Is it theoretically possible to wipe out entire countries in this game? Like an entire region? Yes, and then they become... You could, like, colonize them after that happens. It makes them recolonizable. Fish NATO, thank you for the follow, big nice. Well, now we want to think about... I think we do max taxes here. So max taxes be nice when you have satisfaction over 50. You're max tax capped, which we were. Which happens more often if you go free subjects. Alrighty then, I think that we're just going to do this, and I think we're going to balance unit, and I think that this is actually, we're going to redistribute cavalry onto the flanks, but we're not going to reorganize everything, and we're going to put a couple extra infantry in the middle. And we'll throw 1 cavalry to the left side. We'll make it so there's 13 all. Bosnia, what are you doing? Asleep at the wheel. What are they doing? Nice little prestige bump. Just gonna look to play slow and steady. Who is this? Al-Farah is big. Well, now we really care about the support level. We're just gonna let it slide to be safe, even though we have additional things that we could push. Because we really want to get that passed, so we like can't not get it passed. Can you go into China for more pops? You can if you're the Ottomans or the Mamluks. I mean, you could just flip Chinese as everyone. I don't know if that's what you're asking, though. I figured that's not what you're asking. I feel like that's not what you mean. I wonder how many pieces we want to do here. We're gonna refill this and then try and clip some armies. We see a 7k stack here, a 4k over here. Pretty comfortable size lead on these, but that's 100 centralization for us, by the way. So we hit it in 35. Not the fastest, but not too bad. Here's the proximity, what it looks like with all the modifiers we have. We almost have land to max as well, which is in part giving us 20% proximity cost reduction, making this Austria run a lot more tolerable. Because Austria has really rough terrain. Except for the downstream roads, it's also just something to note. They give you the proximity cost minus 30, which is the equivalent of a modern road, which is age 5 tech. Proximity cost minus 30. So this is what we're getting down this arc, which is why this land's so valuable to us. And the stuff to the north of it just has insane RGOs, like the gold and the silver. Yeah, we were earning 50, that felt so bad relative to our eco size. I think we have the Padlock Canal to build here. Let's see about bridges. And Padlock right here. And settlements, is there any? Nope. Yeah, I think we were, we never increased these things. Oh, interesting, it's not even using rag paper. There's way less wood demand, but our wood's actually a decent PM, but that is a kind of signal that we should expand this. What king of the game did you play Rise of Kingdoms? What? This is Europa Universalis 5. My guy. It's not Rise of Kingdoms. Is that a mobile game, Chad? I can't tell. Oh, we needed to refill the garrison. We're gonna go back and refill the garrison. The AI is actually decent about assaulting when the garrison's empty. We don't want that to happen. Back in our territory. Is there an event chain to get a Hungary PU? I think there's kind of like a soft one, but I don't think we're getting one at this point. I think that ship has sailed. I think we're taking them out the old-fashioned way. We're just peeling a month, so our units can recover 25%. They reinforce very quick. That's like before modifiers, and then there are modifiers too. We jack them up and then come back to Mantua. We'll do papal control. Yeah, my kingdom to go back to serfdom. Just always agonizing over that. I feel like we're not playing it right every time, no matter what we do. Like, when we stay on serfdom, I feel like I'm being stupid, and when we move off of it, I feel like I'm being stupid. I should have checked who we would be hiring instead before doing this. They're all too old to have kids. Just thinking the stats on our guys aren't very good. We could maybe just marry some people around. U5 has nothing on Rise of Kingdoms. Oof. Theories on how multiplayer would be? You mean like stable or like meta? Stable, apparently they got 20 years with just one crash. So it's much better, but I don't know if how badly I want to play with, I don't know. That was with just a few people. I think multiplayer you'd want like a big chunk of people, and I think if you have a big chunk of people, it's not going to be very stable. Imagine how Sarf Alexander felt the same way about serfdom. Yeah. Probably. You tried Brittany yet? Not tried Brittany. These bridges are gonna end up not doing much, actually. Probably shouldn't have built them. These ones will, but we just shift-clicked it. We said, AI, take the wheel. Woutenberg is huge, but I guess we could do that. Are they? No, they are in the... Venice is hanging out. I think we're gonna peel stuff off of Venice from Trevieso. Monthly prestige helps out for us to maintain a little bit. Can we ask this guy for HRE? I'm just gonna double check. Yeah. What we can do is ask him for money. It's not actually sufficiently crippling to him, though. We don't really want to annex any of those guys. We can start improving relations with these guys, though, so we can annex them. With kind of the extra diplomats we have. Not the Republic of Pizza. Are you going for entrepreneurship this run? Is this like HRE? Yeah, we can revoke. I don't know if I want to revoke instead of just like actually playing in the HRE. But we're getting to be a big chunk anyways. Like, these are all our subjects. And it's like, we're almost to the next stage. We have just a couple more months. We're gonna age up and then probably conclude the stream. Let's refill garrison here. And you are subjugatable? What is that icon? Wait, what? That's a weird-ass flag. That looks like a guy on a spit or something. Alright, Mantua hates it. Parma is the most upset outside of that. And Venice and Fenza, also a lot. This was, of course, the plan, though. That's why we co-belligerated them. Guess we'll occupy a couple other locations. France immediate hegemon. And we have the Age of Discovery. Now, I'm not sure how easily we could go for the New World here. So I'm thinking that Diplo is maybe not on the table. And this really gives a lot in the way of naval stuff, which I don't think we really won. The spying is like kind of okay, but for us this would just be kind of diplomats, because we're using diplomats just to improve relation. We're not using spy networks to gain CBs, so... I think we also don't mind the conversion speed, considering we're staying Catholic and we're expecting to get hit by the thing. So... I'm thinking it's kind of a little bit clear that we should just go admin, but it's not insane for us. Maybe random New World? No. What? We don't get Diplo Hedge? Oh, we do get Diplo Hedge. We get Diplo Hedge super easy. For whatever reason, we can't roll it, I guess, at the start. Yeah, we're gonna get it. We're gonna use Diplo Core as well. I think. We know that in theory they can accept that. I guess we come here. Just a little bit more. Oh, just kidding, you hate it now. Printing press spawns in milk. Nice, we spawn printing press. That is real nice for us. Let's actually just take a little bit of a look at our odds to spawn some of these, because this is going to be something that people care about. So, New World's not spawned yet. It specifically can spawn in a place that's discovered. Asperger's, and they have discovered one of these. The cultures that has discovered it. And Pike and Shot, we have the percent we can see what makes it a valid candidate. Total literacy of pops multiplied by location rank. Divided by valid candidates. That's why it always spawns in them. Europe or North Africa, which Mamluks are, it almost always spawns in Mamluks because it's driven by pop. That was -20 land versus naval, which we do. We actually 2% to spawn it in Vienna. We can spawn it in a few of our locations, but it's unlikely. That makes sense, that it's pop driven, and that's why it always spawns there. This is going to spread real fast, though, because I think we have other locations that could have opened it, because we have a decent amount of universities, so we will get a very fast spread of it. Diplo rep. Bueller. We just need over 18.8 Diplo rep. We have 26. Give us our hegemon. Please. Game. Double check. Check the transcript. I think we're not improved. Oh, we're not improved enough relations. He's been murdered. Who's the next in line? God, he sucks. In theory, we're probably supposed to join one of these. Joining a holy order makes you a better fighter. Making a mana knight makes him a better fighter. Confirmed. Alright, so I think this is the peace deal for us. We have a little bit more Diplo rep than we did before. So getting a little bit more discount. Yeah, we're starting to get a big chunk of Italy here. So now, I think we're going to use Verona to peel off on Venice quite a bit. So they can't release a lot. Can you release a lot? What do you have? Trieste, in terms of historic subjects. Well, don't hate the idea of releasing Trieste as historic and just feeding them a few locations. Especially, like, with the intention of us actually getting some coastal control here. So, maybe that's the opener for what we're considering. And then, it looks like we have more than ample ability to take more stuff here. We can peel more stuff off the Pope. I don't necessarily think we want to. We could take a lot off of Florence, Pisa, Siena as well. I think the problem with these is they're all part of the Empire. So they're just more expensive. It doesn't matter if we border gore the AI here. They won't accept it if you border gore them, but they will accept it if you use them to peace deal border gore someone else. Where do we have cores? Alright, we could expand this guy out to the sea. We'll give him a few more territories here. Maybe he'll be a little bit more useful. That'll give us a decent amount of AE towards some of these guys. Looks like Parma's gonna maybe throw a little bit of a hissy fit. So let's improve relations with Parma. And then no way we can do that. Yeah, no way. No way, no way. We're gonna release Trieste and give him... I think we just give him this stuff. I think we maybe want to subjugate Croatia. Bosnia's got their capital here. Maybe we can link some stuff up if we take something like this. He's still going to be able to generate claims here. Be a lot stronger though. Venice is upset. Time for the sweet paved roads, basically. There's so much infrastructure you get in the third age, and then you like don't get more till like age 5. So, can Venice simply turtle up on their island if you don't have a navy? Yeah, but we can just bleed them out of these locations and deny them a navy. In essence. Why does that suddenly make us take less antagonism? That's a big city, is it not? Oh, it's not. It's just their capital? I mean, I guess we kind of like that. mean, we could feed some of this stuff to Bologna, but it's not going to be that useful. A lot of this stuff's just not adjacent to anything we have. What is this about, though? Oh, we could transfer that guy. That works out pretty nicely for us, I think. And then they don't like this peace deal anymore? But how's the antagonism look? Fine. Antagonism looks real fine, to be honest. I'm not sure why we are not the hegemon, though. Oh, just kidding. I can't read. We have to be a GP. Big sad when you're not a great power. Oh, you know what? I think we want this guy. We're gonna feed him to Bologna as well. We like getting guys off the map because that's one less person that we have to improve relations with. Oh, looks like we can't. We just annex him then. Oh, then people get big pissed. They don't like the annexation of him. They're cool with everything up till that. They're cool with everything up until then. They're not cool with that. They would do anything for love, but they won't do that. I think we can try and win a couple more battles. Grab a couple more of these locations. We do want to just kind of pick up some stuff that's not terrible. I'm gonna want the dock eventually. I think we will want med galleys almost over anything else. Oh, we don't have literature of burgers? Let's get into that. This is now also cityable. We have a full price collapse, so we're gonna city that, and then we move the migration guy over. The Canal rises, brothers. And you know if the kings and queens are historically accurate? The starting ones are, and then there's like a DNA, and they dynamically kind of have a similar appearance. But also there's some historical characters. 14 hours for the rest of us plebs on Steam. Yeah, the poll's still running? Okay. Looks like people still like the 110 GUI scaling though. It's crazy how the number of people in stream has like not like dipped at all for like this last several hours. Or it's like dipping but very slightly. Usually the fall off's a little bit harder. But this war's gonna be big for us. Not as big as that Hungary war. That war is just really kind of, and I think we're like almost to the point where we can fight him again, yeah. And we're still like low antagonism mode. Let's see who hates the peace deals that we're looking at, though. Who's most upset? See, we want to just get rid of this guy. I think we're improving relations with Parma. Tortona, let's improve relations, I guess. And then... Parma, we're already improving relations, and Faenza is just not going to exist anymore, so it's fine. Just waiting on the siege, man. I guess when you, like, just stare at the siege and you're waiting, like, that actually is, like, kind of an obnoxious experience, but, like, you could always just do something else other than staring at the siege. I guess that's what we're supposed to do. Porto? What's this about? What happened here? What is this? Okay, it's because Portugal was in the Bordeaux market here, and so that's why they did it. Are they like a subject of Castile, or did they get embargoed? The Heyman, thank you for the follow, big nice. Alright, I guess. Bro, you're full occupied. Give up. You're full occupied. Pull up. You're full occupied. Pull up. Full occupied. Pull up. That is really expensive, but I like getting a guy off the map because that means we don't have to do stuff with him anymore. Actually, he's not on here, is he? I wonder why we can't transfer him. Oh, I know. He's a Papal States subject, that's why. It really is so much more antagonism for us to take him, so maybe we just don't. And we instead feed more provinces to, or locations to Trieste. The problem is the Faenza guy is the one that gets mad. Is going to require another improved relations. Maybe it's okay. Take something like this, I think. Just, we subjugated Mantua here. Was the main idea. And then now we just take a bunch of stuff for our subjects. Anything special for us to do? No, I think this is it. And then let's release. And let's make them a fiefdom, I think we have less of. And then we don't want to cede them the province because we have, I think, a core on one of these. Yeah, we do. Wish you could select multiples. But that will be fine. This guy has the cores. I think we have to improve relations with Faenza. Actually, no, maybe we don't. It will brick our alliances, though. Yeah, let's just do it. to avoid our alliances getting bricked. There's Bosnia, back from the ashes, or back from the dead, or however. Piemont's growing. Our diplomacy map mode, featuring our subjects and a couple allies. I think this is integration, so we wanted to feed this to Bohemia as well. And then we wanted to feed more to Spoleto. He's getting quite big. So maybe we want to improve relations with him. In case he gets disloyal sometime in the near future. Maybe answer some questions and then be on our way out. We're going all in on EU5 to see if you can be content creator, or sorry, to see if content creator will be viable long term, right? Yes. If I fall on my face with EU5, it doesn't look like that's going to happen though, because so many people use my creator code. I don't know. That's like kind of paradigm shifting in terms of the way I'm looking at it, because in terms of YouTube for like the entire year, I've made about half as much with the creator code that I have on YouTube. And I'm getting a very disproportionately large amount of creator code people using it. And so I was thinking that this was probably going to be it, and next year I was going to be trying to figure something else out. And I was going to go back to school, probably. But maybe it works out with this, I don't know. Do you not want to port? It's more worthwhile for the subject to integrate it, I think. Especially because we can't really get control down here very easily. This is our proximity map mode, so we're kind of stuck up here. To be fair, once we get paved roads, then I actually think we can get down to port, but by the time we can get paved roads, we will be able to annex this guy. So that'll be a little bit of a priority once we can get there. The glorious coastline. Oh no, the coastline. Yeah. It's colonizing. Having one location, though, allows you to get 10% trade range, so that's nice. So we're pretty happy about having one location. Where's the thing? Because we get this. Is colonizing easier than EU4, and so is it different? I think it's not as fast, but I'm bad at the EU4 comparisons. Just contiguity matter except in long term though. It matters a bit, yeah. Because your subject has proximity considerations as well. Although this guy is brand new, so it hasn't recalculated for him. But like Florence has their proximity, this guy has proximity. So this guy has booty proximity down here, so that's a problem. But like the subjects here just have excellent proximity, so they're gonna have high control. So it's good for them. We yoinked the Pest market. You mean the Shegedin market? Yeah, we yoinked the Pest market and then moved it down to give a little bit more space to the Vienna market and also to reach these other areas a little bit better. Booty proximity, basically. So, yeah. This is kind of where we're at. Maybe we zoom out a little bit. Diplo. This is royal marriage, I think, with purple. Personal union. The green is our subjects, or the light green is our subjects. The dark green is us. Truces is brown. So we could go in on Hungary again, basically. On, like, repeat. Repeat. And this is just like, God bless Transylvania, doing the Lord's work, giving us claims on Hungary over and over again. It was probably where we kick things off, and so if we eat another couple bites out of Hungary, then we're maybe looking at the point where we're just stronger than everyone else. I don't think we're stronger than France. France has been expanding up pretty well, too. Their tax base is 1k. That's considerably more than ours, I think. I think we're like... I was about to say 500 or 600, 610. The AI doesn't manage the transition to workshops very well. And we can, so... expecting that to be a little bit better. But, yeah, 5... And these two are allied, so... Oh, no, wait. France and Bohemia are allied. Bohemia's stalling out, though. They've kind of hit their top end. I don't think France is stalling out. They got a lot more to go. And they're still conquering. I think they even have decent proximity up there. Oh, what? France, what are you doing? France. The AI doesn't value proximity modifiers enough, actually. Maybe we'll leave some feedback on this. They should just think of them as way more valuable. If you want to do a giveaway, I will be your standard key with your code for you to give out to chat as a thank you for all the great content for the EU5 contest. The great content you carried us through the past year of EU5 dev. Tomorrow, though? Okay. I need to think about how I want to facilitate that. That'd be sweet, though. Will you still do content creation in your free time, even if you don't doesn't work full time as a job? I'm not very good at doing multiple things at once. I often just obsess about one thing and then just like only do that. So I think in theory I would be like streaming here and there, but like it wouldn't be like regularity or something like this. I don't know what it would look like if I like switched to something else. And to be honest, I have like a book I want to finish. That's kind of what I was thinking about a little bit. Also, I've been like doing EU5 stuff like on average like 15 hours a day for like a while now, or like 14 hours a day, something like this. So I'm kind of after I get all like my 30 hours of stuff and like the rollout from like release, I'm probably going to slow down a lot. Just because I wanted to hit 1337 hours and I did that. And then I wanted to have a lot of videos on release. Partially because the videos do better close to release, but also partially because I wanted people to have, like, more of a library to watch of things and, like, multiple starting steps videos and this type of thing. And so, because, like, releasing 30 videos in 10 days doesn't make sense content creation-wise, because people, unless you don't, like, have, like, you, if I'm releasing 6 hours a day of content, 7 hours a day, no one can watch that much. So, but yeah, the fact that a lot of people use my code, like, makes a really significant difference, like, relative to, like, my, like, I think I still make less than minimum wage, but I'm also playing video games and, like, hanging out, so, it's like, there's not much to complain about, other than, like, I couldn't support a family if I wanted to. Let's see about raiding someone. Oh, Poison. Let's maybe raid him. Actually, I think he's English.
What is it that makes an SUV extraordinary?
Yeah. There's so many, like, not English first language, or, like, there's so many streamers that stream in another language and they're so fluent in English, you forget that, like, English isn't their first language, especially if they're chatting in Discord. Let's rate him, though. And then, he was one of the more chatty and probably more experienced people for EU5, so we'll also link his Twitch to anyone on YouTube who wants to go join. We'll say bye-bye to the YouTubers, bye-bye, YouTubers. And then we will raid with the Twitch people. And then I will be using the bathroom.